Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey guys, we are now back here for the Parallel Prime League Open 5, and we are stacked with our casters here. Of course, we have the Factor is right here over at the top left, Q-Flux over at the bottom left, and of course over at the lower right, it's gonna be Kinto. Guys, man, this is exciting. I haven't seen you guys in a while, but you know, just a soft check. What's your rank right now, the Factor? Let's go.
You had to ask me that. It's been a horrible 4 days for me. I was more volatile than the crypto markets. I was 15th 4 days ago, and then I went down to like 400th, and then I just spent literally the last 24 hours trying to undo all the damage. So I think now I'm like 50th or something. I'm still not happy with it. Yeah,
it's still good, still good, still good for new Dawn user, like Shroud and Proudy. There you go. How about you, Q-Flux? What's your rank right now?
I've been working really hard, grinding as hard as I can, just absolutely dedicated, a student to the game. I've been drawing from philosophy, from sports psychology, from mathematics, really just trying to pull together the entirety of human knowledge to really maximize my efforts. And after a lot of work, I'm happy to announce I just made it to silver. I'm out of the bronze rank. I'm really feeling good. I think I'll make it to gold one day. So with y'all's support, maybe I'll get there. But that's how it's been for me.
Dude, maybe after this tournament, just by watching or just by casting the tournament, you'll get your rank up for 5 more levels or so. So I don't know. But how about you, Kinto? How's your rank so far?
Yeah, this is something that I always say. I like to my fellow casters is that by casting, you learn so much from the game. Like you are literally watching the best players at it.
Yes.
So I would say my caster rating, it's somewhere between Diamond 5 and Diamond 3, something like that right now.
All right. all right. That's good. Good enough. Good enough. I myself, I'm just Platinum. I just like coasting on Platinum 1. Platinum 1 to 3. I don't know, man. It's just goes up and down because of the Factor, Q-Flux right here, and not Kinto. Kinto is just so high up. But these guys
I got a thought.
keeping me.
What Quinto just said, that's like it's the ranking equivalent of the annualized revenue thing. It's like, well, based on today's grind, I'm basically first place. I like that a lot.
Dude, makes sense. I understand that. Like
after this, I'm going to master.
If you're on Web 3, you'll probably understand this. But you know, this is gonna be amazing because this is the Open 5. We're gonna be having a bunch of familiar names over at this roster. And what's amazing is a lot of these guys just hammed in. They just went in and just said, I will take a top 16. So most of these names are going to be familiar for you guys over at the chat. And they're going to be fighting for a bunch of prizes. Let's look at the prizes right now and the points that they will be fighting for. And here we go. Let's listen to the Factor to give us a short breakdown for this prize pool.
Yeah, so with the Open, I think it's mainly more about the points than it is about the money, but let's not dismiss the money because first place will go away with $1,000. But look at those points they get. They get 5 points, and at this stage of the season, earning 5 points could be huge for anybody here who's competing in the Open this weekend. You know, that could be the difference really between making Worlds and missing out on Worlds. So yeah, 5 points for first, second goes away with 4 points and $750. Third and fourth get $375 and then 3 points. And then here's probably where the real battle's going to be happening is that you want to at least get some decent points here. 5th to 8th get 2 points, and again that might not sound like a ton, but come the end of the season it could be those 2 points again that are the difference. So I think yeah, it's going to be really tough. Of course, if you come 9th to 16th you get a point, so nobody goes away empty-handed. But I think everybody here, given the quality of the players that we're seeing at this tournament, which we're going to show you guys in a minute, everyone's going to be wanting to get max points here because it's
such a Web3 thing, bro. It's like, would you rather have 1,000 points, or I'm sorry, would you rather have $1,000 or 5 points. I understand in the context, of course, it's for Worlds, which is very exciting. There's a big prize. I get it, but just out of context, that's so funny to me. Like 1,000, it's like Tim and Eric. Like, you want points? We got points for you. I don't know. So I couldn't help myself.
Oh man, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
like,
it seems a bit crazy.
Yeah, people like would want to get more points because of the points that we have over at the leaderboard for Worlds, and people just like, I have to get into strategic position. And we were talking about it a while ago. Like some of the players would want to be like top seed, and it is one of those positions that you would want to have. That's a next level kind of strategy. And look at the seeds right now for our players. There have been a lot of familiar names right now, and to just to name a few, let's listen to Qflux to give us the breakdown of the top 16. Qflux, can you give us the names of the top 16?
I can do it, I think. So
Yes,
going from the bottom up, we got Pandapple making a nice appearance. We got Perp, the off-meta king. We got I'm Cute, being very cute. We got Wasted Time, wasting absolutely no time making it into this top 16. We got Zeliaser, Sir, what's good, sir? We got Zarathustra, the Ubermensch for sure that Nietzsche envisioned. We got Sparkling just lightening us up. We got Jobsad doing his damn job. We got Meat Value bringing the meat to go along with the potatoes so we can eat well. We got Hogvax bringing the bacon. We got Fino. I don't have a pun for Fino, but yo, Fino, what's good, bro? We got Ego Rick showing the power of the ego. Ayn Rand would be proud. We got Viper. He's gonna sting ya if you're not careful, so watch out. Check your boots before you put them on. Viper ready to take you down with his lethal poison. BlizzCon Jan, the youthful, call this man Alexander the Great, because he's gonna slaughter everyone else around him and take over the world. We got Manos, the absolute man, and then Jarla. He's gonna break a jar full of money open like a piñata, and it's gonna rain down upon us. Okay, that was tough, but I managed to do almost all of them. Almost
did it, man. But it's amazing because all of them were kind of fun, right? So it was fun.
That was indeed my goal there. You spotted my trick. Well played.
Yeah. It's a good pun right there for Qflux. And guys, I have one question for you. Knowing the names right now, I don't want us casters to be biased, but who are you standing right now from the top 16? Let's start with Kinto.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, this is the most stacked top 16 I've ever seen. We have like all the major winners here from season 1, season 2. We have the world champion. We have all the GOATs that are climbing in. I don't know what to say really about this one. So many good players. If I have to take, like, my GOAT, who it is right now, Igoric. I want him to win something at this point. So yeah, I'm rooting for Igoric.
How about you, Qflux, right? You were shouting something a while ago. Who was that? The Factor? How about you?
I can't pick, to be honest with you. It's so difficult, isn't it? It's ridiculously competitive. I'd like to say Manos, just because we haven't seen Manos really turn up so far this season. Like he's not, I think by his standards, he's like massively underperformed. And I think he's probably been quite disappointed he's not been able to get through to more tournaments this season. Last season, he was like up there consistently on the ladder and in the tournaments. And then this season, not so much. So the fact that he's now turned up, and he smashed it as well in the qualifiers. I wouldn't be surprised if Manos has finally cracked the code and is here to do business.
Yeah.
So Manos, but it's ridiculous. It's so hard. Yeah.
LeMan is back, man. So I want to see
man's
him
back.
as well. Yeah.
Stash power.
Yeah, stash power. There's actually a lot of stash power right here. We have Fino with the pointed stash. We have Pandapple with the stash as well, and now Manos with the original OG stash. Bringing the influence to us players right now. And I've been waiting to ask you this. What does it feel like playing from a 30-minute match to a 20-minute match with the fast patch? Like, I'm assuming that's how fast your games are. But as a Shroud player, most of my matches are like that. Let's start with Qflux. I know you have a good thing to say about the fast patch.
Gotta go fast, baby. I grew up playing Sonic the Hedgehog, and everyone knows that he's the best platformer guy because he goes fast. In card games, it's no different. Go fast equals more fun. I think every card game should be aiming
Yes.
for a blitz time kind of mindset, not this classical chess BS. Like no one even plays classical chess for content, even in chess. So in card games, why are we like, oh, the timer is not long enough. I had to think a little more for my 5th turn from now. Boo hoo. Shut up, sweat. I'm here to game. With that said, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. How about you, Kinto? Like, how are your matches? How have your matches been with this fast patch?
I mean, I'm a guy that likes to play super quick. Every game that I can speed it up, I would do it. I like to play at max speed. Hence why I also like Iwerik, because he plays very fast.
Yeah.
Also, so yeah, I this is definitely a big change for the game. Really
Mhm.
needed game.
Yeah.
Really needed change. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, so far over at Master as well, Master player right here, the Factor. You know how have the players been? I know some of them are slow because they want to make great decisions in Master level. But you know how are they faster or does it help with the fast patch?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of the master players want to, like, as Quinto and Qflux said, I think a lot of the master players definitely want to be playing fast anyway, because if they can play more games, then they have more chance of winning more, especially because of their skill level. So I think it just helps for them to grind quicker. And yeah, I think the patch has been great, man. It's been a well needed. We were looking for the game to go quicker, and we saw that in the qualifiers where the on the Swiss qualifiers on this weekend they completed quicker. So we're hoping that like this weekend today we're going
Mhm.
to see the games a lot quicker as well. So yeah, good job to the team. Definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I love it too, man. Like when I stream, it's usually around just 10 matches. Now I can go up to 15 to 18 matches per stream. And that's a 4-hour stream. So it's good
Yeah.
because I get to play faster. It's more stickier, right? You don't have to like click and then go in, click and then go in and just check. Like everything clicks much faster with this patch. And I'm happy because we get to play more games. And like one more question for you guys. Knowing that the patch has made it faster. We have also seen some rollouts of different mechanics from the game. Like in terms of the Paragon, have you seen any Paragons that have been played more lately with the previous patches? Like and which changes do have you seen and have affected the game positively? Let's start with Qflux.
Well, one thing that's been most interesting to me, I distinctly remember with embarrassment when I was in a ambassador call and I was talking to Veen and Muka, and I'm like, "Why'd y'all kill my boy? You nerfed Cathari before the new set came out, and now we have nothing to play with." And to be fair, Asio is completely dead, despite the bravery of Hamhawks and others who have continued to play it. I am not that brave, but well, I will say, Skippy being viable, continuing to be playable, it first really became obvious when Fino posted his prismatic list, so a list for every parallel for each class, and he's like, yo, Skippy's great. I like Skippy. I'm getting a lot of wins with Skippy. And then I've lost to a few like normal Skippies on the ladder. Just Skippy being at least viable after that nerf was definitely a lesson for me in terms of like, just because they nerfed the card doesn't mean the deck is dead. It just means you have to learn how to actually be good instead of letting the deck win for you. I don't know how strong Skippy is, but I think just based on recent tournament performances as well, it was clear that I was super wrong. So that's been most interesting to me is that I was just like I was already giving the design team a hard time, like why would you do
Yeah.
this? Why? And I was wrong, so I was like, all right, I got to take the L on that one. It is what it is.
Oh. Yeah, man. Those changes, like it can go up or down, but somehow the community finds a way to make it happen. Even though like some cards have been changed, you have seen some huge nerfs with like for example, Triumph of Europa down to 7. Like and then people found like okay, we can find more 5 cost cards and make it work to our favor. And you can see a lot of CPUs dominating the ladder as well. How about you, the Factor? Like, what do you think of that? The changes from the recent patches, and how have they affected your gameplay so far?
Yeah, I don't think the changes have like necessarily affected the way I've approached the game per se, but like I think it's interesting. Like I think Algoncore somehow seems to have benefited a bit slightly. The Algoncore workshop seems to be a little bit stronger. So that's something I'm noticing is that's actually pretty strong if you can build it correctly. And I've kind of come across a couple of Algoncore decks and I've been like, what? I'm getting wrecked here by Algoncore, like proper wrecked by Algoncore, which is good to see, really. So yeah, I think the Sippy as well is an interesting one because as Q Flux said, I think a lot of people. I actually wanted to do a tweet about this the other day, but I didn't get round to it. I think what's interesting is that when they nerfed the Triumph Europa, like everyone was kind of like, oh no, like that's going to kill Sippy. It didn't kill Sippy. And what's interesting is that I don't hear anyone complaining that the Triumph Europa's been nerfed. And so it almost tells you like it was just ridiculously too strong, the Triumph to begin with. And the fact that it's then been nerfed and like now Sippy is still strong, but like viably decent strong, I think is great. So yeah, I think with the changes, not so much. I just think it's nice to see a bit more Algoncore on the ladder. Especially with the Reclamator. The Reclamator was a big change, which has made a big difference. Yeah,
like man, like those changes again, as I said, like they make those changes and they know which ones are overpowered. So now it's decent strong, as you said.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
decent strong. All right. How about you, Kinto? Like last run, with the same question. What do you think about those changes and how has it affected so far?
Yeah, we have seen this before. It's the cascade effect of nerfing CPUs. It buffs essentially Cathy to play a lot of effects, and then you get a deck like Augencore to get its way, to find its way, the Wayfinder, into the meta, because you can play things like Alvaro, you can prolong the game, and you won't die horribly before even being able to play an AOP against CP, for example. So it opens up the door for these decks to play, and also Newdon to have some type of a spotlight in the meta too.
Yeah, with those changes, we get to see like some other paragons actually get some playability, and like I'm seeing. At some point, I saw Cathy as the least played Paragon and get 150% buff as well, which is like, whoa, that's like we are in the new world right now. We're seeing Cathy as the least played.
Buff Cathy.
Buff
Kidding.
Man, no, okay. So that's gonna be our last question for the pre-show, guys. And before we go on and switch up, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now to Q Flux, and we're gonna be reviewing the bracket and see which players are gonna be playing for today. And okay, and while we're waiting to go to the bracket before we go to the switch up, again, thank you guys for joining the tournament, and thank you for everyone watching the tournament today. And we have had a lot of changes that have been done over the weeks, and we thank you for being here and participating in the Parallel Prime League Open 5. And just a preview, guys. Here is the bracket. We're gonna be seeing Jarla versus Pandapple, Meat Value versus Chopsad, Igoric versus Zeliaser, Viper versus Wasted Time, BlizzCon John versus I'm Cute, Pino versus Zarathustra, Hogvax versus Sparkling, and the feature match for round 1 is gonna be Manos versus PURP, Le Man versus the Stan of Q Flux, PURP. Okay, so with that, we're gonna be saying hi to our casters for this match. And it's gonna be, of course, the Factor and Kinto, guys. Okay, so this match is gonna be, Le Man going back with his chops against PURP, and we're looking. I know you guys are gonna be looking at their brackets, but before we do that, I'm gonna be asking you for a commentary, so to speak, of the gameplays of our players. What do you think? What kind of gameplay do you see when you see Manos, the Factor? Like what kind?
Manos
what
is
kind,
yeah.
So,
Manos is like one of those players that always plays with his foot front. That doesn't make sense. Like he plays on the front foot, and like he's a very smart player. I mean, they're all kind of smart players, but like Manos is a very smart player because what he does is like he will plan out so many different scenarios, and he doesn't panic. He is the coolest cucumber. When we watch him as well on these broadcasts, he's just like complete deadpan, proper poker face. You don't get any read from him. You don't know whether he's like struggling or whether he's kind of thinking, okay, like I'm in a bit of a spot of bother here. He's just very, very cool and calculated. So the surgeon Manos, I think, could just have a nice clinical gameplay as he usually does. But we know that PURP as well. PURP is like a master of coming up with these like interesting, clever, creative plays where you think to yourself, where's that come from? You know, like you play the game so much, you're like, I've not seen that, or I didn't think of that. But then PURP's always thinking of those things. So I think to start this broadcast off, we've got such a great treat. Manos versus PURP. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, man. Like we're gonna be seeing their decks already, and nice insights is coming from the Factor here. But let's look at the first deck, and it's gonna be Manos. Manos with the deck review. Okay, and for the first deck of Manos, let's listen to Kinto to break this Earthen Nehemiah down.
Yeah, so Manos here with a classic Nehemiah deck, going with the 2 Altars of Gaia, the Terraformation Engine. Really interesting card to see here. 1 copy of. 3 copies of the Aurora Fungi to get that initial buff in the game. Crimea Conduit, 3 Stewies, 3 Tanaks, Diplomat, Moonlit, Terraglider, the package of legendary cards, Irene, Wong, the Titan, Terra. Goes with no snitching, relic repurposing for relic removal, 3 copies of, Virulent Spores, never fails, 3 copies of Formidable Presence, and then 1 Solitary Confinement. This is a really interesting and seems to be very consistent deck. Doesn't change too much stuff. Has enough copies of each card. So yeah, really consistent deck for Manos here.
Yeah, I like this. Very consistent, and I like the randomness of Tanak as well. You don't know what kind of card Tanak is going to be bringing to the table, but of course, the man is going to be more efficient in using it. Let's look at this next deck, and the next deck is going to be, oh man, oh dude, I'm looking at it, and it looks like Uni Workshop again. What do you think about this, the Factor?
Yeah, Uni Workshop. I don't think we're surprised by that at all. I think a lot of the players will probably bring Uni Workshop or Cathy, because those are universally kind of the 2 strongest decks. I think the universe accepted to be the 2 strongest decks in the game right now. And we've seen so many times at so many different tournaments that Uni Workshop is almost just the king. So we can see here, we've got the usual suspects of the Hacker, 3 copies there. It's absolutely essential to this deck to try and get the Hacker down nice and early, to try and get those costs basically randomized, so you can then try and get the likes of Ingrid or Freydis super cheap for like a 1 cost. We've also, of course, we've got Desmond. So Desmond is also there to help reduce the cost of cards. So maybe, for example, you get, say, like a Freydis or Ingrid, but it's not a 1 cost. Maybe it's like a 3 cost or 4 cost. Still pretty good. But then you can use Desmond to then bring their costs down, and that can just completely explode the board out for this type of deck. So yeah, this is something that we've seen before, that we're not surprised to see, and that we are probably going to see the strength of it again in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a really strong deck indeed, and I'm really scared of this one when I face it. I make sure to remove the to try to discard some of the cards that they need, and of course, if there's a mirror, paid off really helps. And let's look at the next deck of Manos, and this is gonna be Scipius. Let's listen to our Katari expert right here, Kinto.
Yeah, so Manos here with a super classic CP deck. Cards that I see that are tech cards, especially the Memento of the Fallen. Then we have that Convergent Princeps, 3 copies of, going heavy on the 1-off here. He's also running a Maya Mancer, 1 Saboteur, 1 Master Poisoner, and 2 Droshan Exorators and 3 Radiant Legions. Wow. This is a new one for me. Radiant Legion getting until the 3 copies. Really interesting to see. And then the genetic correction. The rest is pretty standard for CPUs.
Yeah, pretty standard indeed. And usually we see, as you said, Radiant Legion is usually just 1 cost, one off or 2 off. But 3, Manos really wants it to be consistent. And let's look at the next deck of Manos right now. And as we're waiting Oh yeah, it's when we're waiting. Okay, so the next deck is, or no, this is the last deck that has been brought. Perp is gonna be the next one, and we have here okay, this is different. Let's listen to the factor to break down this Ogun core deck.
Yeah, I love it. I love that Perp's brought Algon Core. We know for a long time that Algon Core has been one of his most favorite decks. He's been experimenting with Algon Core for so long. And while everyone is bringing, Uni Workshop, Perp's like, no, you bring Uni Workshop and I'm going to bring Algon Core. And Algon Core can actually do very well against Uni Workshop. It can do very well actually in these tournaments against a lot of decks. It's got a lot of answers for a lot of different situations. So we can see here it's got the Cyber Deck console. This is a super powerful card if you can get this down. Very good against Kathy, very good against Shroud. Really good actually also against Uni Workshop 2. Just fantastic card, gives you card draw, allows you to try and control the games better. The Reclamator though is one of the MVPs of this deck. There's 3 Reclamators in here, and the way that this works is that with the recent buff, you want to be trying to bank the Reclamator so that you can then end up playing your Workshop mechanics, which are 3 copies of. You want to try and get those down as early as you can so that you can speed up the token generation from the Workshop. So this is a really cool deck. I love that he has paid off in here as well. Some Algon Core decks don't include it, but he has, so that we can potentially see some big steals here. One thing I will say is that Perp is known for a lot of creativity with his decks. There isn't anything too different here, so he's kind of just kept with something kind of safe. The only slight difference here is that there's a Master Poisoner, which you don't see too often anymore. He's got that in here just to try and help him deal with big threats. And then there's 3 Repeater Cannons. And also, I will mention there's no Sesame in here. We do not see Sesame, which is the big exclusion.
Yeah, where is the Sesame though? I see the Master Poisoner. That's probably a good way to remove maybe the Terraformation, the 6 cost Terramech Shield Titan, and anything else. I don't know. Big units can actually be a good way to remove. And the factor, I'm not seeing any other different upgrades, which is usually being seen. You can withdraw someone from the bank. This is going to be more consistent, a more safe play for Perp, and I want to see him play this to perfection. Let's listen. Let's look at the next deck that Perp is bringing to the table. And this is going to be another Scipius deck. How does it fare compared to the deck that Manos brought? Let's listen to Kinto.
Yeah, in this case, we see basically the same Memento of the Fallen, 1 copy. Well, it can only be 1 copy. 2 Convergent Princeps. In this case, we also see the Salvatorum, 1 copy of. We also see the Maya Mancer. We see Nura here. Interesting decision just to make everything here convergent, have more synergy with the Recruiter possibly, and the Convergent Mass, which I don't see. But we see the Domina, we see 1 Saboteur, we see also 3 Radiant Legions, 2 Drussian Exorators also, and then 1 Generic Correction. I think these are the main differences between Manos list and Perps.
Yeah.
Really interesting to see how it works out.
Yeah, pretty interesting indeed. Okay, so the last deck that Perp brought has been banned, and now we're gonna be seeing the bans that have been done by both players. Let's look at it right now. And first match, it's gonna be Perp versus Manos, and the banned decks are the Earthen deck. So we're gonna be seeing a possible Ogun Core mirror or a Katari mirror, but of course those decks are going to be different, and we might see which deck is going to be more superior with its pilot than the other. What do you think about these bans? So let's listen to the factor first.
Yeah, I think it's really cool and interesting that both players have banned the exact same Paragon, and then they've also pretty much brought the same type of decks as well. Although, Manos has brought Uni Workshop and Perp's brought Algon Workshop, but I think it's interesting that they both identified Earthen as the biggest threat to their decks. I think it's probably correct. We haven't seen Perp's Earthen, but I think it's probably correct because Earthen is very strong. I think a lot of people are realizing that now. Earthen's been getting progressively stronger with kind of almost each patch, and we're seeing it more and more in tournaments. The problem going up against Earthen is that like they get big units really quickly, and if you can't stop that ramp, it just spirals out of control so fast. And then they've also got really good ways to kind of remove your board threats with formidable presences and spores. Just very, very difficult to deal with. So I'm almost not surprised. I think they both looked at it and thought, you know what? Do I need that hassle of dealing with like a Terra Mech Shield Titan? Do I need the Terra? Because when the Terra comes down, that gets out of control. So I think, yeah, pretty smart from both players, I think. What do you think, Quinto?
Yeah, definitely. In this case, I would say that banning Nehemiah, the most consistent deck, I would say it's the better decision, because then it will fall into who wins, like who wins the CPU's match versus the Augen core, who has the better Augen core in this case. So yeah, interesting. Interesting to see.
I would like to see like the possibility of having that Augen core matchup, like wherein there would be like paid off being used by the classic Augen core, stealing maybe one of the ladies. All right, this is actually gonna be a good counter as well. And Sesmir not being there, I wonder how this works. Even though you can see Tavastar, if I remember correctly, or the Tetsu, which is like
Tetsu,
Tetsu, like one of those cards really dangerous, considering that there is a kind of upgrades that are going to be present that may be used as well. So I don't I want to see that. I want to see that. And with this kind of meta, or rather competitive lineup that they have, 3 Radiant Legions, I want to ask you guys, I want to pick your brain a little. Why do you think they have 3 Radiant Legions? Let's start with Kinto.
I think the reason they have 3 Radiant Legions, and the reason is actually playing Nura, is to like synergize with Radiant Legion, in the sense that Radiant Legion right now is the best option for CPUs to actually fill out the board. It's like the new Triumph of Europe.
Oh well, wow. Yeah, that actually makes sense. And with the first match of the Parallel Prime League Open 5, we have a head-to-head PURP versus Manos. With our caster today is going to be the Factor and Kinto. Take it away.
Yeah. Hello again, Quinto, in a familiar territory. Yeah.
A pleasure to be here once again.
Of course.
With you.
It is always good to be casting with you, man. And to kick things off, we have a sippy Mirror. You must be in dreamland right now. You must be loving this, right?
Well, I'm ready to see. I'm ready to see just who gets the tempo going first, and then cooking the other one. Let's see how it plays out, since they both have practically the same deck. So yeah, Manos running the Master Poisoner in this case. I don't know how effective it is in this matchup.
Yeah, the nerf to Master Poisoner really hurt that card a little bit, didn't it? Because now not having a board that can just one tap things, you've got to be really precise with how you use it. Good start from PURP, getting a nice curve. Actually, he's got Reliant Gamma on already. Then he's got the Valorous Standard Bearer. He's already got one of the replicators as well. Decent start. And then Manos is also looking here. Actually, he's thinking, you know what, my Master Poisoner, it's going to be too long until I can get it down. I need to be focusing on tempo, trying to just contest for the board. So banks the Master Poisoner and plays the Striker. Yeah,
in this matchup, the Master Poisoner is useless against. I would say the better target would be the Aetian Subjugate if your opponent manages to buff it. But otherwise, I don't see a use for Master Poisoner in this matchup.
No,
this mirror match.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think it's not as good in this one, for sure. I mean, genetic correction, I have to say, I'm just going to point this out. I have been genetically corrected so many times, I think, over the last week, which is kind of cool, because as someone that plays a lot of Shroud, it's kind of nice to see somebody using like an effect against me that kind of, absolutely car crashes my plan. We're seeing more and more of this. What do you think of genetic correction in this deck, Quinto?
I think it's necessary if you're going against decks like Augen Core, Nehemiah, if you're expecting that. I think PURP in this situation did the better play. Instead of widening the board, he went right away with the relic. It was his best option to make his Reliant Gamma survive. Manos only has 2 energy, can't play Magna in this case. So Manos' answer to this might be to just populate the board himself. In this case, he can drop that Con Incipient just to Con Incipient and probably a Tabula, or the Bearer and the Tabula could be also an option. I think for Manos here, it's about deleting that adjutant, letting the Reliant Gamma survive, and then possibly dealing with it with Magna. I'm just thinking
Yeah, I
like 2
agree.
turns ahead, but yeah, I think that's possibly the way to go here. I was thinking how PURP can actually capitalize, and it's just that the Reliant Gamma buff, like keeping it out of range of that Belarusi striker, which is a bold move because he could have, like, Manos could have another striker to just buff it and kill the Reliant Gamma.
He could have.
So,
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a good decision from PURP, just to try and keep that Gamma alive, because he knows he's going to be able to get like another adjutant, and then that can potentially help to buff it even more. I really like that Manos has just top decked here the replicator, because with him going wide on that last turn, he can now set it up so that his board goes big.
Interesting that Manos also banked genetic correction, even if it meant not getting an adjutant, because he wants to keep all of his weapons right now. He can play, like, this is the thing about CPUs. When you play CPUs, you want to maximize your energy. You want to maximize the board presence. So you try to stack all your low-cost units. So on turn 4, he can play Bearer, Princeps, Tabula, for example. He can completely dominate the board from that point onwards. However, he's facing here the 18th subjugate, which he will have to deal with it right away.
Yeah, that subjugate play was strong. Big play there, makes a big problem actually for Manos to try and deal with it. He's looking at banking the Exorator, which I think is cool. It's a 5 cost, doesn't need it right now, and can always bring it back, of course, later on with a Tabula. Yeah, I think this is deal with that subjugate.
Magna onto the 18th subjugate. Yeah, now Manos has regained the board, and this is perfect for him. PURP still 1 turn off from actually playing his Radiant Legion, and doesn't have a clean turn next one, because he has a Standard Bearer and the Recruiter, possibly forced to play the Recruiter alone and see what he gets in this case.
Yeah, I agree. It's not. Oh, that's nice. That's decent though. Okay.
But what would he bank? He wants the Recruiter. PURP started, like, PURP is on the play, so the Recruiter is super important for PURP. In this case, to not run out of answers, look at Manos' hand. Like, look how stacked Manos is versus PURP.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, getting that Sirene as well, and obviously having the 2 Tabula Rasas, amazing. He's just biding his time, isn't he? This is what I was talking about in the pre-show. It's like Manos just bides his time, just like plans things out, doesn't panic. Even though we're talking about a game here where getting that nice early tempo is important, he's just been able to just keep playing stuff, just answering the threats, and then eventually, and I think probably soon, he's going to start to get the board going really, really wide. He's got all the cards to start doing that. I think we'll see it soon.
Yeah.
So all we saw from PURP there was the Recruiter. Not bad. I think he just got the Reliant Gamma though, didn't he? So it wasn't really the best pull. Didn't get another card there.
Well, he needed that Reliant Gamma because he can play it now. So to populate the board in this case, now PURP can capitalize on being on the play by playing the Radiant Legion. Has a lot of stuff in the bank, a lot of clones. So that could be good for him. Let's see how Manos front runs him, because that's what Manos has to do here. Essentially front run PURP before, Manos knows that probably he's going to see a Radiant Legion next turn from PURP.
Yeah.
So going for something like yeah, ATN subjugates, all the tabulas, the princeps, for example, is something that can help him clear the board, which he needs to minimize the threat from what's coming next turn.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
This is what he needs. Get the board going wide. Try and use the buffs from the subjugate to just try and keep on top of Perp's board. He's going to look
this
to
is
bank
clean.
the Velarusi Standard Bearer and then play the Princeps, right? Get another unit down.
So yeah, he buffed the adjutant there to clear the Reliant Gamma, traded it, gets another adjutant for an extra buff, really min-maxing the turn here, clearing the recruiter with Magna and leaving, oh my god, he's seeing that he wasted his memento, which would be crucial in this scenario. I mean, here it's interesting because he decided to go with the ATN subjugate because he wanted to clear the board. Or he had the option to go with the standard bearer to have a bigger board, but would have left a board for PURP, which in a mirror like this, you really want to reduce the board from your opponent, because that's how you win the game. Like you can have an insane board, and all of your units might be 1 health, and it doesn't matter. Like you still win the game. Like you could have. The point is, you need a board in CP mirrors, and this is and prevent your opponent from having one.
Yeah,
it's crucial.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think the next turn for Manos, it could be huge. I mean, we can see here that Perp's done exactly what he was intending to do. He was hoping to get and play the Radiant Legion on 5. He's done that. He's got the board going wide. But for Manos here, with the subjugate down, he can also just go super wide with the Radiant Legion, and then he can get so many buffs going from that subjugate. Is that the play that he should be doing, or is there a different play here? What do you think?
I mean, he will lose a lot of his deck and cards, but it's fine. Perp, on the other hand, managed to do it with the relic in place, which benefits him a lot. In this case, I would say that even Manos was preparing for it with the 18 subjugate, just to be able to clear some of the board here from Perp, because Manos right now is the one getting beaten up. Perp, on the other hand, is the one that's setting up the board, so Manos has to react. Manos is in reaction mode. So Manos needs to essentially turn the tides and force Perp to be in reaction mode, basically.
Yeah, Manos is playing the answer game right now, as you say, and he wants to try and make Perp play the answer game by putting that pressure back on him. I always say this, I feel like these Sippy mirrors are just like a very high level game of chess, where like every move is just trying to pin your opponent into a corner so that then they have to try and find a solution to get back out of it.
Yep, correct. So yeah, I think Perp has the advantage here. He will. This is a point where he might reach velocity, high velocity for Perp, because Manos won't be able to deal with his whole board. However, Manos is keeping stuff, keeping his board alive, which is fundamental here.
And only a striker as well for Perp. Probably not the best that you want to see there at this point with facing a board like that, especially when Manos has in his hand the Replicator and a Subjugate. It's quite nice. Does play the Velarusi Standard Bearer though, and he's just, I'm guessing, just going to try and get some more units going, just try and keep the buffs happening. Here we go.
Yeah, he's going for
Rasa.
a 4 cost. What does he have there? Forgot. Oh, Domina.
Domina. Yeah.
Forgot he banked that.
Nice.
That's super good. In this case, more answers for Perp here to keep Manos on the reactive. Yeah. This leaves Manos on a big disadvantage at this point. Cyrene might help him. What do you think?
Yeah, it would. Cyrene would help him because he could throw Cyrene down. We could sort of clear the standard bearer or clear the domino, and then we could clear both actually technically. And we might need to, because I don't think you can necessarily leave both a Valerusi standard bearer and a domino on the board. I think you have to kind of clear both. So it's not. Yeah, he has to play the answer game again, as you were saying. Like every turn, Perp is pushing it back to him and saying, "Right, the ball's in your court. Answer my board now." And Manos is now having to kind of slightly shift his plan. He's not the aggressor anymore. He's almost a defender. So he's going to go with Cyrene here, it looks like. And I think it's probably what I would do as well, just to try and contain some of those two big threats there of Domino and Standard Bearer. It's not ideal though, is it? I mean, you don't really want to necessarily be doing this, but then that's the power of Cyrene, is that she can bail you out of these situations where you just need to kind of almost hit a couple of things on the board. And there we are.
Yep. Good clean here from Manos, leaving Perp on low gas.
Yeah.
Setting up Cyrene, which Perp can't actually deal with Cyrene. That will be huge for Manos in this case.
Yeah, exactly. If the Cyrene sticks, then that's going to be a bit of an issue, because then it just gets, more counters. It can even heal itself if it needs to. So it goes back to being a 4/5.
So Manos going with the recruiter here, searching for an answer. In this case, what will he get? I mean, Perp, what will he get? Another recruiter and an agent subjugate saves him. Wow.
Yeah, it's big. That's a big pull. Because now we can deal with that Cyrene.
Yeah. Just needs to
that's massive.
And play a Reliant Gamma. This is clean for Perp. Really good. Another recruiter also to keep the gas flowing.
Keep the gas flowing. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's about that. The recruiter, its only job is that, basically.
Yeah. Oh, and Perp also now gets his Cyrene. But it'll be interesting to see what Manos does here. Manos actually has, I think, quite a nice play, no? Because he's got the Replicate, he's got Scipion, he's got, the recruiter. The problem he has is that he doesn't need to deal with that Subjugate. And
exactly.
he can't really deal with it.
This is the big problem right now.
Yeah.
Like, now Manos doesn't have enough to deal with this board. And this is where Perp gets the advantage. On top, he has a Cyrene and all of that. So I'm already seeing where this can go.
Are you edging towards Perp getting the win here?
I mean, Perp hasn't burned any of his... Okay, he's going with CPUs. He's actually can do it. CPUs.
Nice. Yeah.
And get a bunch of other benefits. I guess I'm not sure if he already played a recruiter in this case, but the biggest answer here was to that Subjugate. However, yeah, and gets another Radiant Legion proc with...
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, this is good. This is good for...
That worked out lovely for him. Yeah, that worked out so good for Manos, actually. It was looking a little bit ominous, but then, yeah, throw in the Sippy down to trigger and proc the Magna Muster. Perfect solution.
Yep. So the reason that CPUs got a battle ready was because of Cyrene.
Oh, is that a question or
a question? Yeah,
are you asking? That's yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay. Manos managed to steer his way out of danger. However, we see that Perp, oh my god, gets a Magna, has Cyrene, also has a full CPUs. Yeah. And Manos, on top of everything, has half the deck, basically half the deck that Perp has. Has burned a lot of cards. Perp still has some of his key answers that can just give him an edge and become more of an advantage, like a Drussian Exorator. You can play that and just crucify Manos, basically.
Crucify Manos. Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely spot on. What we've seen for the last kind of 7 energy turns is that there's a lot of back and forth for just trying to contest the board. And it looks like now at the moment, Perp's definitely in the driving seat. He's been able to just deal with Manos every time Manos keeps like throwing something down to try and stop Perp. Perp's just got an answer, and getting that Siren was perfect for him. All Manos has is a 3-3. He does have an Ixerator, but he doesn't have a board really to be getting it going. I think even if he plays the Scipion here, it's kind of awkward because you play the Scipion and then it just dies, doesn't it? It doesn't last on the board. So it's really awkward now for Manos. Like if he throws anything down, they just die. And then and Perp kind of maintains a lot of his board still. So it's really tricky.
This is a situation that happens in these mirrors where one of the players, usually the one on the play, if they have a good initial game, will just be on the beatdown, and their opponents, in this case Manos, will be on the answer side. Until he can't no more. In this case, I know that, don't get me wrong, Manos is the type of player that if you slip one misplay, he will capitalize on it and turn the game around. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's definitely. You're spot on. I played Manos so many times. You probably played Manos quite a few times as well.
Yeah,
and he's exactly that. You make one little mistake and you think, oh, okay, maybe he hasn't noticed it. Of course, Manos has noticed it, and he's now going to punish you for it big time.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in matches against Manos that he would just create some plays and max out the value, always thinking ahead, also super important. So yeah, interesting to see if he manages to turn this around. He has a decent hand right now. However, we see Perp with that Radiant Legion banking it. He intends to play Cipius, it seems, just to maximize his presence on the board. Has a lot of unrevealed bank clones to get a gigantic board of clones now. And on top of that,
and another one.
Manos.
And look at that. And Manos just saw the writing on the wall.
God.
As soon as that happened, he's like, okay, I can't compete with that anymore. So Manos concedes. First game goes to Perp. Break that down for us, because you have played in so many Sippy mirrors. How did that go from both players' perspectives, Quinto?
I mean, I said it at the beginning, we will see a match where it's going to be one player on the beatdown and the other one answering. And it was just like that. Perp going on the play, he got all what he needed. And if you're on the play, you get everything that you need. It's super difficult for the other CP player to actually set their own tempo, turn the game around. In this situation, you need a mistake or just a bad draw from the on the play player in this case. So, I mean, Manos played perfectly. He thought about the ATN subjugate, how to clear the Perp's board, was thinking one turn ahead. He knew he wanted to play the Radiant Legion with the ATN subjugate on board. That's why he was protecting the ATN subjugate, but it was not enough. It was just not enough. Perp had set up his relic and played a Radiant Legion. It was so much cheaper, quote unquote, cheaper for him to do that than to commit as Manos did, which was via the ATN subjugate in this case, which led up to also burn a lot of cards from his deck and get worst options from his top decks, for example. Also,
that's just one of those cases, isn't it, where when you're on the draw, you're like, okay, I'm gonna need to have a really good hand. Manos did actually have a pretty good hand. Then you think, okay, I'm gonna need to play all my cards precisely, best decisions, most optimal plays. He did that, and then it got to the point where it's like, well, I've done everything I can. I just need to put my hands up and say, you win that one because you drew the nuts and you were on the play. So move to the next game.
Yeah, you could say it that simple, but if you wanted a more detailed description of what happened, So, Perp on with his Augencore deck. Really interesting deck. No Sesmir here. What will we see? He seems to be playing around his repeater cannons, the Reckless Juggernaut. the Reclamator and all of that.
Yeah. I think this
So
is this. I'm
interesting.
really excited for this. Yeah, I'm really excited for this because the fact that PURP has included 3 repeater cannons, it's such a big card, and I love that he's included 3 because against Sippy, if you can get, say, a glaive down and then put like a repeater on a glaive, it's almost like game over because then you just can't get on the board. You know, it just wrecks the board, whatever you put down. So he has 1 repeater cannon, he's banking it. That's also that's fine to do actually because you can always bring it back with the Ruthless Juggernaut. And he's already got a Reclamator, so he's got a Reclamator and a Workshop. He's got the cards there to start getting the token generation going quicker. And I would not be surprised if we did see that on turn 3. Good start though for Manos. Exactly what he needs. Good hand as well. Very good hand with double 1-drop. Potentially can go really wide on the next turn with the Radiant Reliant Gamma, the Princept, and then a Tabula, and then he's got the Subjugate to follow up for 3. Oh, is he going to bank the Reclamator now? Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I think for the way PURP's looking at it is that he can always go into the Workshop like quicker anyway with the take it or leave it. So it's not necessarily a big problem. One of the things that you kind of get into is that you want to try and find the right moments to bank the Reclamator, and it's not really a card that you want to be playing. It's very much like the bankable card. So he had other cards there, and he was thinking, okay, what do I want to keep? And probably the thing that he wanted to keep the least in his hand was the Reclamator, so it got banked.
Yeah. So in this case, we already see Manos with a big board. We see the Memento, which is a key card for CPUs against a Augencore, like Augencore deck. So we'll see. And he has a good board to set it up. Definitely PURP is gonna get, like, this is another of that, like, for Juggernaut on the play against CPUs is what you want. Now we see that PURP getting that token right away, clearing one of the Reliant Gammas. Already a difficult situation for Manos to come back from. He can definitely, certainly, drop the Tabula, drop the Memento, start clearing some stuff, which is good. But we see that Astel's Glaze also on PURP's side, that he just top deck. That might be a big problem here for Manos. However, I want to say something. If you position your Memento correctly, and force your opponent to kill your units in a specific order, you can actually cook with Memento. Because Memento attacks, Astel's attacks first the left and then the right, I believe. And you can bounce your Memento based off of that. So when the Astel's attacks the main unit will have the Memento attached to it. So anyways.
Yeah, love it. No, love it. Love the analysis there, man. You're absolutely right as well. When I saw that glaive come in, I thought, oh, here we go. He's got the glaive, can start getting that down. And I think he probably will. But you're absolutely right. You've also got to be a little bit careful because like PURP knows that Manos is running the Memento, and sometimes the glaive can actually cause you more problems by buffing their Memento, which is not what you want it to be doing. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's also got, funnily enough, he's got the paid off. I think the paid off's probably a bank, isn't it? I don't think he needs the paid off in this matchup. To be honest with you.
Yeah, paid off in this matchup. I don't think it's worth it. Aside from getting nothing really comes to mind here.
No, there's
except actually trying to get the Memento, which he won't be able to, because
no, he can't.
AOP is such a good answer against a big board, which is CPU's strength. But if CPUs has the memento around, then
He's doing
then
it.
there's a
He's
problem.
actually doing
Yeah,
it.
he's
But
playing,
but
he's
but the thing
searching
is with
for
the
it, I
paid off.
guess.
No,
Or
but the paid
let's
off
see,
only gets units. It doesn't get effects. It only gets units. So we couldn't get
Oh, okay.
like
It doesn't get units. Yeah,
yeah, just
I've
gets
my
units.
bad then. Doesn't get upgrades. Search the
No,
deck for a unit. Yeah,
I'm a little bit
it's
surprised.
getting
It's gonna
Magna.
got the
That's good.
Magna.
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't
there's me
give.
talking about, yeah, that's the bank. And of course, PURP plays it. So that's what we love coming to these tournaments, seeing the top players is that they make decisions here that ordinarily you wouldn't think of. And, it's
Yeah.
actually worked out for him because, he's been able to clear the subjugate, which was the big problem. He couldn't actually get to it cleanly because there was the shield pod. So it makes a lot of sense, to be honest. But what I love is that he does have in his hand now PURP, the repeater cannon and the glaive. It's the things that I was talking about before this game. If you can get those two going, this could be really fun to watch for PURP, but probably not fun for Manos, to be honest.
Yeah, really interesting match. Here, Manos has an energy advantage because of the kickback paid from the paid off. So he can essentially play 2 cards. He's just thinking what he does because Cyrene won't actually deliver here because won't be able to clear the artillery juggernaut from PURP, hence not giving Cyrene the counter to kill Magna in this case. So Manos decides to go with Radiant Legion, buff up his board, drop that Cunning Incipient just to get max board here, try to drop the Memento next turn. Also top decks the high density genetic replicator to buff his whole board. Now we'll see if PURP manage. I think it's gonna be too late for these Estelles, it seems. Oh
yeah,
my
I
God.
think it will. Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it, at this point? Because even if he throws the glaive down, but Manos has just set this board up perfectly for like the memento.
And this is the decisions that Manos had 3 different decisions. He could play Cyrene, he could play Cipius, or he could play Radiant Legion. Definitely Cipius was the weaker option. He hasn't played any of his musters, essentially key musters cards. He even got stolen. His one of the main reasons he played Cipius. Radiant Legion was his best option because he could just populate the board and set up for his next turn, which is the ace up his sleeve, playing the Memento and the Relic to maximize the pain here. He can easily deal with this Estelle's Glaive and with PURP's board. Oh my God, and on top of everything, gets the Master Poisoner.
Yeah. Which is lovely. That's absolutely lovely. I mean, he could technically play. What's your bank here, though? Are you banking the replicator? Because technically you can play Memento and replicator.
Yeah, you're banking the Master
And then that's quite
Poisoner
nice.
for sure. I think, you obviously.
Yeah.
It's a
I mean,
replicator.
Master Poison is kind of cool, but in this situation, definitely the bank. Yeah. I said it's definitely a bank for take it or leave it, and look how wrong I was. So, but this has got to be.
I think this is the perfect chance. Like, if you have to measure it by anything, it's just the perfect chance to play Memento.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. And if I remember correctly as well, PURP does not have a way to remove upgrades. I don't think he's running acid spray. So once this memento is down, it's going to be really tricky because he needs to then have, like a board already that can clear all the other units and then clear, lastly, the unit that has the memento on it. At the moment, he doesn't quite have that. And I think a lot of his board's going to get cleared now from all these units that are getting the memento passed around, plus the replicator. This is, It was the play from PURP based on his hand to get that glaive down with the repeater cannon. But of course, Manos just had the perfect answer with the memento.
There's the Drussian. I mean, yes. And also we see that Manos goes face. Just doing the trade against this artillery juggernaut was just not good enough. However, on PURP's hand, we see that he is conceding. What? No, he's checking out a card, it seems. See what it does. Has some options here. Can actually deal with this board in a certain way. Just needs to make sure that clears everything except the memento unit.
Ruthless is good here because Ruthless can't take any damage from all these tokens.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to do it. If you play Ruthless, they can just start trying to trade into Juggernaut. It's not going to take any damage whatsoever.
Yep.
I think that's what he was checking. He was just double checking that it doesn't take damage. So many players forget, even top players, they forget that like Ruthless Juggernaut just can't be damaged by tokens. And it's nice to see PURP just thinking, okay, do I want to make this play for sure? And yeah, I think it's good because then the next turn, he can look to get the repeater cannon going on the Ruthless Juggernaut. He'll be banked one. And so that's going to be really nice for PURP.
The fact that Ruthless can't be damaged by the tokens is huge for PURP in this situation where his whole, like Manos' whole board is tokens. I really like this change from the Ruthless Juggernaut. Definitely gives a big edge to Augencore. Dealing with some of CPU's overpowered issues without like nerfing CPUs, which has been, I would say, the main issue throughout the life of Parallel is that it's always a position of nerfing CPUs, nerfing it too much. In this case, this is a good balance. Well, a good solution, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, no, don't do it.
Oh, my God, Manos doesn't know.
Oh, my God.
Oh, well, yeah, he does. He just wants to bounce the memento,
He wants to bounce it, but yeah, I mean,
no AOP, turn on site. I don't know. What did he say there with the emote? Was that an oops?
I don't know. I wasn't checking it. I missed it. But Ruthless here can be a menace because he can just do repeater cannon, and then he can basically pull out a copy of the repeater cannon. So he's going to play the take it or leave it. Then he's going to charge and put the repeater cannon on, and then that's going to give him card draw from the
It's armed. Got armed.
Yeah, it gets armed. Yeah, it's repeater cannon. Yeah, it gets armed and it can attack twice, so he can deal with the board. Yeah.
So if he gets another repeater cannon, what happens? Okay, he's going for the MTF here.
Nice.
Yeah, very good. Very good in this case here. Oh my God. This is a lockdown for Manos.
There you go. And the repeated cannon, it finishes it off. This is the power of Augencore against Sippy. When you get repeater cannons going, it's so difficult for them to counter. Anything with armed, right? It's just like you have to be able to remove it. And look, Manos is like, look, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do. He has no solutions in his deck to deal with a Ruthless Juggernaut that can attack twice.
Done.
You know?
Very well done by PURP, showing his expertise of bringing in these decks that are really thought around what's gonna happen in the tournament, and that's why PURP, we have seen him so many times in the top echelons of tournaments. Really well done.
Echelon mentioned.
Echelon mentioned, slipped it in.
Yeah, you slipped it in right there, Kinto. Like, dude, I was like shocked, man, that that Ruthless Juggernaut, the one of the newest 5-cost legendaries for Augencore, actually made sense with this kind of lineup right now. It's like, what?
Yeah.
You cannot damage it with a token. I know that, but of course, like with this kind of setup in a tournament, maximizing that interaction and even having a repeater cannon on toe just to remove anything on the board, dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. Like amazing from PURP to remove Manos right now. Single elimination, guys. We're not going to be having repeats with a double elimination, but congratulations. Still, Manos still gets 1 point from that placement, and PURP gets to move on to the round 2. But you know, let's do a post-mortem on this, guys. Like, in the first match, where do you think Perp had the advantage already? Wherein like not the last play right there, as a Qatari player. I know you mentioned like who is on the beatdown, who is on the defensive play, but like is there any turning moment right there where Perp like okay, Perp already has this in the bag. Let's start with Kinto.
Well, we were mentioning during the match about this situation. It's just the fact that Perp was on the play and he got a good draw. He played well. He played like perfectly in this scenario, and just managed to like. And also, I would think the biggest point was the fact that he forced Manos to commit so many resources with his AT and Subjugate to clear Perp's board. In this case, he lost half of his deck doing this. So that turns out into, for example, we notice how Manos was seeing his memento in the ways like memento is there. This was my answer. I know this was Manos' answers. Like he's like when we used to play CP mirrors back in the day, memento was the answer to the mirror. Penso knows this, Manos knows this. So he was was with that tear in his eye, looking at memento in the ways that I think this is the main factor here.
Yeah, dude, that was the factor right there. But what do you think about the second match right there? The factor, like, what was the factor right there?
The factor.
For
The factor, yeah.
aside from seeing Ruthless Juggernaut on the play, did planning work right here for Perp?
Well, first of all, Perp's ruthless. Like Perp is ruthless anyway when he comes to tournaments, and he just showed it there with the ruthless. But yeah, I was just saying that the power of ruthless Juggernaut. It's, as I say, it's one of those cards that massively kind of gets overlooked in terms of how important it can be for Algonquin to win games. And I just love the fact that he brought it. I ended up buying that and spending quite a bit of money to buy the Ruthless Juggernaut like a few months back, because I also thought against Sippy, when Sippy was like the strong meta, I thought, okay, Ruthless Juggernaut plus Repeater Cannon is just a great weapon to deal with just a board full of tokens when you have a unit that can't be damaged by tokens. So I love that Perp was coming in on that angle, and thought, right, like bring it on, Sippy, because I got a Ruthless and I'm not afraid to use it, and he did use it.
Definitely. Yeah, we're gonna be having the next match, but for now we're gonna be saying goodbye to Kinto. He's gonna take a rest. And while we look at the brackets, for a short recap as to what happened in round one. Let's look at the brackets right now. And as we were waiting to look at the brackets, again, just a recap. I think Kinto said it a while ago. Shout out to Echelon Prime Foundation for making this tournament happen and supporting all the Parallel Prime League as well. And look at the round one. We've had JobSat go against a 2-0 against Meat Value. Amazing run. A bunch of 2-0s as well. Zeliaser going 2-0 against Igoric. Oh, man. Kinto is going to be sad for this matchup. And Wasted Time going 2-1 against Viper. Our recent major champion has been wasted with round one. BlizzCon Jan, the Wonder Kid, going against I'm Cute, showing he's the cuter one. And Fino is going to be bombing out against Zarathustra with a 2-0. Hogvax bring the Hog to the round two against Sparkling. And Perp destroying Manos, the man, and taking the reign of the man himself at round two. And now we're going to be having round two, and for this cast we're going to be bringing back Qflux here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was ready. I jumped the gun.
Did you just break into the window, break into the wall like, oh yeah?
With the Kool-Aid man. Yeah, I'm like Ice Cube in Seth Rogen's new show, who's like gonna play Kool-Aid in the in-universe setup. Anyway, I'm ready though. I'm ready is the point.
Yeah, I'm ready. And like SpongeBob, we are all ready for round two. And I'm thinking that round two has a lot of spicy matchups. But looking back at who is gonna be how do you say this? Who is gonna be broadcasted for now? You're gonna be surprised. I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be Zeliaser versus Wasted Time. What do you think about that matchup? Let's listen to Qflux first.
I am absolutely ready. We haven't seen Zelly in a little while on screen, and it's going to be good to see him again. Wasted Time we got to see recently in the previous Open broadcast with some of the same familiar faces that I'm broadcasting with right now, same crew. So we get to kind of run it back with him. I believe, was that Wasted Time's first appearance in one of these top 16s? I think it might have been. And if so, it's good to see him back already, showing that consistency, clearly continuing to be a competitive force in this scene, likely to continue to do so. Once you show up twice in a row, it's a pretty good sign we'll see you a third time at some point. So it's going to be a fun match. Zelly, the proven player, versus Wasted Time, who's in his second appearance continuing to prove himself. If Wasted Time beats Zelly here, his stonks are going to keep rising. Like, it's going to be like Roaring Kitty tweeting, Wasted Time is the next great parallel player, like one of those kind of moments. Like, it's going to be big. So I think this is a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a while ago as well as to the bracket. Wasted Time just going against his opponent. Wait, let me look at it right now. Wasted Time just beat Viper, one of the secured spots for Worlds. And man, he's just Viper was just wanting to get in here, not just for the prizes, but for the points. He wants more points, and Wasted Time just said, nope, you're not getting those points, Viper. You're not getting those points. And, I think we are going to go into the first deck for our players. Before we go in, again, we'd like to thank everyone for joining this tournament and for joining the Twitch chat as well. I've seen lots of familiar faces and lots of familiar names. Thank you for keeping the chat alive. And don't forget to share the stream so you see a lot more players joining the Parallel Prime League and Parallel TCG as well. So let's go in with the first deck right now for our deck review for our players. And it's going to be Zeliaser. If I remember correctly, he was like one of the fan favorites from the Parallel Prime World Championship Season 1. He was able to go in from the depths of hell, going back to the upper bracket, and he's bringing New Dawn. And who else to, of course, discuss this would be the Factor.
Well, I have to be honest straight away. I'm surprised, actually. I wasn't expecting Zelly to bring New Dawn, and I'm happy that he's brought New Dawn. I love to see New Dawn at these tournaments. We probably don't see it enough given the current meta, but it's strong. It's strong in a tournament because it's got so many ways to be a nuisance, basically, especially with 3 demos, which Zelly's running here. And then the card Ceres, which was one of the Battle Pass cards from a few months back. This is one of the most powerful cards in Shroud's arsenal. This card absolutely wrecks, gives you so much good control, can basically remove through shielded units. It's fantastic. So no surprise that he's running 3.
And
you can get away with running 2.
I'm throwing you off like crazy, but I want to say, free tip, I'm sorry, I used your old name. Defactor was the first one to make Ceres happen. I saw so many sweats saying this card sucks. Literally, like, Battle Pass cards aren't good enough. Ceres is an example. Defactor was immediately running 3 of them and actually melting faces on the ladder. I just want to give you credit. You saw it way before anyone else.
Yeah, thanks, man. I mean, initially, I was actually saying that this card sucked. And then I thought, no, there must be a way I can make it work with the damage units and then with the reposes. And then, this is great because I'm kind of seeing this deck, and I'm almost honored, actually, that Zelly's running a variation of this deck. Very, very good. The one thing I would say that's slightly odd in a way about this deck is the Logistic Support Cruiser, but I think that's in there just so that Zelly can throw it down and potentially get to demo range quicker if he's running into trouble. So other than that, this is a really painful deck for opponents to deal with. It does actually pretty good against Uni Workshop as well. Struggles a little bit against Kathy, unless you can control it early. Anyways, fantastic deck. Let's see if it gets through. Of course I'm going to say it's a fantastic deck. It's my deck.
Dude, just to rain it on your parade, fantastic deck. You hope that it gets through. It doesn't.
Yeah. It doesn't. No. What a buzzkill.
That's right. What's next?
Oh well.
Okay, let's look at the next deck right now. Unfortunate for that deck, we're gonna be seeing from what it looks like a Uni Workshop. Let's listen to Q-Flux for this one.
Yeah, so it looks like a standard Uni Workshop, a deck that I always enjoy, if nothing else, because it runs lots of relics, and I'm just the kind of guy where, like, I like seeing decks with a lot of relics. I don't know why, it's just a thing that I like. So Sanctuary, Shard, Console, and Drone Printer all making an appearance in there. Overall, Uni very swingy deck. If you get the hacker early, if you get a good tempo spike early with the coins, that'll tend to send you to Valhalla to just, win town, getting those big wins. But if you don't get the hacker early, or if the ladies don't cooperate, going down to the right cost, whatever, you can just stall out early and then get hit really hard. So very swingy, very high RNG, but the power level's super high. And as far as this one specifically, I just say we're seeing a lot of Desmonds now. And in this deck, that is definitely the case, giving us some tempo ramp, really another way to ramp up along with the coins and along with the hacker, especially if you can play Desmond for one after the hacker and then Desmond into some discounted not armored support vehicles, cunning diplomats. You get what I'm saying. You can play a lot of cards, draw a lot of cards, ramp very quickly. And then the other thing is paid off and solitary confinement. One of the paid off, two of the solitaries. That's a lot of hard removals, and paid off especially can lead to some really wacky scenarios. So should be fun to see it in action, although not fun for wasted time if Zeli manages to high roll with this.
That's right. And we might see Zeli pop off with this one, because we've usually seen a lot of uni workshops pop off with, especially with Desmond already down. But let's look at the next deck that Zeli is going to be bringing. And this is gonna be a Kathy deck. Let's listen to the factor being rained down so much in ladder with Kathy decks. How do you find this deck, man?
Yeah, I've been rained down so much on these Kathy decks. I'm almost suffering from PTSD from it. And Zeli, to be honest, I played Zeli a couple of times, and every time I play Zeli and he's playing this deck, I almost want to uninstall the game because he completely beats me down, and I'm expecting him to do well with this as well. This is the classic super high tempo, throw as many units down as you can. They scale quickly as well because of the synergy between Crimson Fleet Machinist and the Red Sand Scout, with the Machinist buffing, plus also the passive from Kathy. So you get units down quickly, they scale quickly, and then if that all fails, your plan B is terrifying, because your plan B is to hit the opponent in the face for an insane amount of damage. He's running 3 crack shots, he's running 3 orbital strikes, and to top it off, he's running 3 fleet support, logistics mastery. And you know what's really savage as well is that you can even block your opponent out by playing fleet support and then scimitar captain, so you can then actually play double effects to remove from their hand. And he's running 3 captains. He's running 3 captains. This is really nasty when that happens, let me tell you. It's kind of someone who's played Shroud, removing cards. It's actually I understand why people don't like it, because getting that done to you with the captain is brutal. So anyways, this is a very cool, very aggressive deck. Zeli, I think, is known very well for this. He loves this deck as well because he wins games super quickly with it. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins with this deck. If it goes, he wins with this deck. I'm sure he does. Yeah. It's very, very strong.
Yeah, this is the the Simmer Captain, the Guerrilla Warfare is the red man stretcher scheming. So it's supposed to be exclusive to Shroud, but no, of course it is accessible. So to speak, or a kind of a random discard depending on which split you're going to be picking. But still a good way to remove some cards and even lock down your opponent with fleet support. But yeah, that's gonna be the last deck for Zeliaser. Let's look at Wasted Times next deck. And just a heads up, guys, Wasted Times Skippy has been banned, so no Skippy for today. And even though Wasted Time, it looks like a Yan right now, he is bringing a Nehemiah. Let's listen to Q-Flux for this deck.
I wanted to talk about the Skippy deck for half an hour and give lots of opinions on it. No, this is a nice looking Earthen deck right here, and Nehemiah ready to lock it down. We didn't get to see Earthen in the previous set since they both banned the Earthen, so it'll be fun to see it here. I always enjoy some high-level Earthen play, and this could be a good counter for that Kathy deck that Defactor was just saying how strong it is, how it's likely to win. Well, if anything is going to shut it down, this is it. So not only 3 altars of Gaia for the heals, also the Cyber deck console, which in the previous Open, as I also featured in the Twitter tournament recap, we had an amazing turn where I believe it was Penzo versus Fino. Fino literally casting Orbital Strike, 5 damage to the face for the lethal, and the only reason that Penzo was able to survive and end up winning the game, the match, and the entire tournament was that he literally on the end of turn draw before that, he top decked a formidable or something else that costed 4, and since Cyber Deck Console lets you discard a card of the same cost to counter an effect, he was able to block that damage to face. So we've seen Cyber Deck Console literally allow the previous Opens tournament winner to survive and get that win. It's a huge card, and aside from that, it's a fairly standard Earthen. It's very interesting. We've just had this meta for a while, so you've probably seen it, but aside from the stuff I just talked about, we've also got on the high end of the units, the Terra Mech and the Terra. We've got that Cyrene, 2 Terra Gliders. As far as 3 drops, we're running the full package, 3 Moonlit, 3 Caretaker, and 3 Researcher. That is a huge amount of 3 drops, and then just 2 Virulent Spores. That's always the question, is how do you fit in the spores with the units? So he's running just 2 spores. One interesting thing here is the 1 copy of Cleanse the Earth. Haven't seen Cleanse too much in a while, though it has been strong at various times throughout Parallel's history. We got 2 copies of Tanakh, 2 copies of No Snitching, and of course the 3 Stewards, the Harf. So pretty standard, but standard Nehemiah is still a deep, interesting deck with a lot of decisions, and I'm hoping we'll see a good match with this once it shows up.
Yeah, I want to see this being played as well. Lots of variations with this Nehemiah deck, and I'm kind of seeing a bunch of two offs, which is kind of interesting considering a bunch of the other decks usually bring 3 offs and just a bunch of legendaries. So Cyber Deck Console is going to be an interesting play as well. So let's look at the next deck right now. And here we go. This is going to be last deck. It's going to be the Ogun Core Uni. Again, and with this paid off present, man, this is gonna be interesting. Let's listen to the Factor to give us a short breakdown.
Yeah, it's almost like all the players who brought Uni just said, hey, this is the deck, let's just all use the same, right? The decks do not vary that much at all when it comes to Uni Workshop. They don't need to, because they're so tried and tested and they're so powerful that we see a lot of players running the same, because it's just going to get you those results. We're seeing it here. No real difference really from some of the Uni Workshops we've seen. For example, Manos is one earlier. There's only 1 Miasmanta in here. Often you kind of want to try and put 2 in, but it can be tricky sometimes, because like there's so many like cards that you want to be putting into a Uni Workshop. However, 1's fine. Got the 3 hackers. It's basically what we've seen, you know, like this is the deck where you just want to try and get your big units like your Freydis, your Ingrid, your Desmonds. You want to try and get those out nice and cheap. And if you do that, then your opponent's in a world of pain. So yeah, interesting to see what happens here. 2 Solitary Confinement, by the way. Sometimes you just put 1 in, but he's opted for 2 of that rather than 2 Miasmantas. So I wonder whether that is potentially going to have a bearing. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be I'm gonna want to see a Universal or a Workshop mirror, and whoever gets paid off first. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah,
yeah. Let's look at the
race to pay off
now. Race to pay it off, and it does pay off though if you get to that point. And look at those bands. For Wasted Time, it's gonna be the Skippy that has been skipped, and the New Dawn that we've had a litany of nice insights come from the Factor. It's been banned. So okay, it does. What do you think about these bans, guys? Let's start with
well, I hate them. Yeah,
that's fine. I hate them too, because we don't get to see the New Dawn, and that was going to be fun with the Factor giving us the expert level commentary. Personally, I'm just benched waiting for Ashio to hopefully come back in Deception. We're in ruins here, but we're trying to keep the vibes good, Excelsior. So come on.
Yo.
Come on.
Yeah, come on, bro. Let's go. Let's make it happen. But yeah, look at this. It's gonna be the nice matchup, and the first one, of course, for round 2. And guys, if you would want to support any one of these players, just type it in over the chat. Do you think Zeliaser will be winning, or do you think Wasted Time is going to be winning this round? And as we're waiting for these guys to start, again, of all these decks that have been lined up that are going to be getting some play, which one do you think? Which one is your favorite so far? Let's start with the Factor.
Well, I think it's interesting because I think QFlux made a really good point when we were breaking down the decks there, is that the Earthen deck, although it's kind of fairly standard, right, from what we see coming to tournaments and we see on the ladder, that Earthen deck is actually very anti-Cathy. And so, like, Zeli could definitely run into a problem against that Earthen deck if he can't. He's probably not going to get on the board that well because they just have so many good units that can stick on the board, Earthen. They've got the removal of the spores. They've got the heals. Really tricky. So I feel like if Zeli wins that match, like if he ends up facing Earthen with his Kathy, I think that could put him in the driving seat. But I tell you what, wasted time. Like the fact that he took out Viper, he must be brimming with confidence. So I wouldn't write him off. And his decks are pretty good from what we saw. Well thought out. So he's a good player. You know,
And I would
like,
just say,
really
I would
good.
just jump in and I would say with the Nehemiah Kathy thing, it's the sort of situation where if in a normal, okay, if Kathy was a air quotes fair deck, then that Nehemiah matchup would be a hard counter, terrible matchup. Like the Kathy player would be feeling real bad the way we do like in the classic Earthen versus Shroud, or, you know, pick your favorite example. But it's just a testament to how strong the current Burn Kathy is that matchup is like kind of annoying for them, fairly bad, but it's not like the misery matchup it should be, because the Kathy is just so strong that like if they draw well, if Nehemiah has a slow start, Kathy can still really come out running. But it should be their most miserable matchup ever. The deck is like almost perfectly designed to be an anti-Kathy deck. It's just that Kathy's so good she will get through more often than she probably should anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
great.
if he's right here, or if Wasted Time is right here, then he must have done something right during that round one against Viper. And I'm looking at the decks right now that they brought, and there's not a lot of differences with the Ogan Core lineup that we have seen here. And oh wow, okay,
Oh, here we go.
amazing matchup. We just were discussing here.
yeah.
It's gonna be Markolian versus Earthen. It's going to be Kathy versus Nehemiah between Wasted Time and Zeliaser for round 2. Let's give it to our casters, Q Flux and The Factor. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you,
Right.
Excelsior. Well, here we go, Flux. We were talking about it. Now we get to see it as the first game. What do you reckon about the opening hands here?
Yeah, so definitely not a good first draw for that Earthen. They're going to have to probably mulligan everything. He's keeping the Caretaker, maybe? I find that interesting. Just feel like he needs
me
to
too.
look. Yeah, well, okay, he found some Tanakh, so he's got a turn 1 play now. Interesting. I mean, mulligan for that Earthen deck can like go really deep strategically. But yeah, just looking at what he ended up with, that's quite nice. The Spores, if he needs it, Tanakh for turn 1. He just doesn't. The one thing that's not nice is he just needs to draw a 2-drop. Otherwise, turn 2, he could be out of yeah, he doesn't have a 2-drop yet, so we'll see.
No.
How do you feel about this opening scenario?
Well, I think for Zeli, it's the perfect opening because Zeli loves this. He just wants to go wide as quick as possible, try and get the buffs going. The fact that he was able to get 2 Red Sand Scouts, he called 1 in, and then he's got the Rummaging as well to follow up is really nice. But yeah, we know that the Spores can be massive here just to try and limit the damage, right, against early tempo. But for Zeli, this is ideal, you know, because he can just get so much card draw now. From I think one of them got snitched, right? So one of these is going to give him the card draw.
The combo of Red Sand Scout with Rummaging is one of those really powerful things. Not even just for Kathy, but in general. It really feels amazing to run that combo. I've been doing it in a lot of decks. Wasted Time
So
does have both
potent.
these Spores, like you said. He's got 2 Spores. He's got all the 3-drops. These Caretakers have big stat lines, so he's got a lot of value. But Zeli, just with the big early play, you know, I mean, there's a lot of cards in both hands. It's just there's a lot of room here. He's got a second Spores as well. Here, what do you think about Zeli's turn here?
Yeah, Zeli's got quite a nice turn because for me, I feel like he's just going to go Kathy here. He's very aggressive when he plays with Kathy, and he's got a free opening. So there's no defenders in front of him. Kathy can just hit for 5 here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't play Kathy. Like his other plays are okay. He could play, like, for example, the Captain, but if you can get some early damage with Kathy while there's no defenders in play, why not?
Yep.
And
Here
he's
comes
going
the
to do it.
Kathy. Yeah, Captain's a bit random there. Like, yes, it's good, but you're just discarding a random card. It's not enough consistency. Kathy, 5 to face, perfect spot. Wasted Time with the Spores again wouldn't do too much. It would clear the side units, but not Kathy. He's at 20 health now, and he's got to really like stem the bleeding here, stop this momentum. We'll see what he decides to do. Wasted Time does have Relic repurposing, so he's ready to remove the first Relic, but Zeli's going to make sure he gets immediate value. And so
Yeah.
Wasted Time plays the Caretaker, and that's it. It's just not a lot of momentum for Wasted Time. Mainly that can block Kathy is, I guess, the ideal scenario.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You hope that Kathy slams into it. There's something I want to point out here because I think a lot of players, especially new players, do not realize the value of it. Is that on the last turn, his board, Zelly's board, got spored, right? And then so he has 2 units that are taking decay damage. And what Zelly done, which is really smart, is he played the Kathy in the middle so that his 2 spored units would be able to survive because they're not then taking decay damage off each other. If they would have done that, they would have both died. So really smart, small little things like that that just mean like they can be a world of difference. And it means he gets an extra 4 damage in on the opponent potentially. Smart play.
Interesting logistics into Gunslinger here. So Zelly is not saving the logistics for a later burst damage to face play. He's just taking it here, +3 on a crack shot.
This is rough.
It's
This
rough,
is
although
rough, you know.
the thing is, Wasted Time does have a chance to relic repurposing that logistics, which means Zelly won't get any more value for the rest of the game from it. He's only got 1 fleet support in hand. I do see a chance for Wasted Time to maybe get some momentum. The Kathy is definitely still a problem. Looks like he's banking that solitary confinement. He's playing Nehemiah, and then presumably, relic repurposing number 1, which he drew. The second one is still in his hand. I actually think it's like, Zelly doesn't have lethal in hand or anything like that. There's no burn damage immediately available. Logistics has been handled. Solitary is I'm trying to like find Wasted Time.
You're trying to find the positive spin here, aren't you, for Wasted Time? And I commend it. I really do. But for me, I'm kind of looking at this thinking, right, he's got no units on the board. He's going to die in a minute here because all basically Zelly needs is just a crack shot or a orbital strike and it's done. You can play it with the fleet support. So this is really rough. I mean, this is exactly what I was worried about with Zelly's Kathy deck, is that if he gets going quickly, and if Wasted Time doesn't, because Wasted Time didn't really get the ramp going with the Steward of the Garden, right? So he was very slow at getting out the blocks. It's just almost going to be too difficult. He's going to try
shows exactly why the Kathy deck is so strong. This is really an illustration of what I was saying, where it's like, it should be a counter matchup, but it's really just like slightly annoying for Kathy. And it's because of this, where like if Kathy can get that momentum early and chip away damage on face, like this deck is supposed to be relying on burst damage using logistics and fleet support to get a bunch of damage quickly, but it's not. It's just like Wasted Time is already down to 6 and the burn damage only has to do 6. Like it's not even hard for them to get lethal with burn because they're getting, like this kind of deck, it's supposed to be like killing him from 20, but when he's down to 6, it's just free.
If Kathy hits face, it's done, isn't it? All he needs is Kathy to hit face here.
Literally done.
And
like
she probably will.
Spot.
She loves hitting face.
Yeah, probably. Knowing Kathy, it's like a 90%, not a 50%.
Yeah. There's only 1 unit on the board as well. So the odds of, it's, 50-50. But Kathy loves hitting face here. If it hits face, it's done. Look at this as well. He's still throwing more units down just in case she doesn't. She doesn't.
Interesting.
Wow, she doesn't.
So Spores in
Wasted
Time's hand could clean up a bit, but it wouldn't be enough. How does he even stay alive here? How does he? I guess Cyrene is the big thing. You can have Cyrene clear the 2/3 and then kill Kathy. And then it's still lethal on the board though. 5 damage remaining. Can Wasted Time even prevent lethal here? Am I crazy or is it just over?
Well, he'd need to slam this into the Wong and then hit the there you go. Slam it into
into
the Wong
Wong,
and hit Kathy.
Yeah. Okay, of course.
And then he survives just about because then there's only 3 damage on the board. But as we know, Zelly's not really drawn any of his burns. So I'm pretty sure he's going to draw like a crack shot or an orbital.
He doesn't draw burn again. Actually doesn't have it yet, which is amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
It's so the game continues. Cyrene clears the Wong. I don't know how I missed that a second ago, but now it's like Zelly just needs to draw any burn and it's over. Like you were just saying, Defactor.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, technically it's not over, but A, it's going to end on the board soon from units, and B, he needs to draw a single burn spell, and C, he gets to look at Wasted Time's hand. I mean, it's just this is completely over now. It's
amazing. This is proper domination. This is how you play Kathy. So if anyone's watching, they're playing Kathy, learn from Zelly, because this is exactly how you play a Kathy burn deck. Pure tempo, pure aggression. All Wasted Time's doing is just trying to answer, and his only answer at the moment is a Wong that it's over.
Yeah, like it is supposed to be the counter for this Kathy, and Kathy didn't even have a hard time here. It's crazy. It's just yeah. There's just
It's
no
over.
chance for
Yeah.
wasted time at any point in that match.
Yeah.
And that's
Zelly
literally the
doing
counter
what?
deck.
Have you ever played Zelly on ladder with that deck? Have you ever played him, Flux?
I'm not sure with that deck specifically if I've played him.
Yeah, because he tends to play that deck on the ladder because it's just, he's able to grind games quicker. And it feels like that. It feels like, okay, am I going to play? Because I don't really feel like I'm playing. I feel like I'm almost spectating. You're playing these amazing, units going wide, they're scaling quick. You're hitting me hard. And by the time I can start playing stuff, it's like you're almost in range of lethal anyway. So GG's basically.
It
And
feels
was like that.
it's like when you play Dark Souls and you just wander into Capra Demon for the first time and he just like hits you twice and you're dead and the dogs hit you. It's just like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Wait, I gotta go try again. Like
What
it feels
happened?
like that.
Yeah.
You never had a
Yeah,
chance.
exactly. I feel sorry for wasted time there because as we know, he had a deck that could deal with it. I think the big issue there with him though is that he didn't get the Steward of the Garden and he wasn't able to ramp quickly. And that's so important for Earthen to be able to do. And so he wasn't ramping quick. He didn't really play anything significant on the board early. So he didn't really have ways to just trouble them on the board.
Yeah,
it was too slow.
It was even worse. It was like he didn't have Steward of the Guardian. He also didn't have Aurora Fungi.
No. Yeah.
For the turn 2 buff. So he just didn't have any of those things. And he just didn't have anything. And then Kathy had a good start and it was pretty much GG.
Yeah.
But
I think he needs to. Yeah, I think for wasted time, he needs to be aggressive with his mulligan here. Try and find aggressively the Steward of the Garden. Right, so he hasn't found it. I think he needs to aggressively try and find it here. Ramp quickly. He's looking to keep Moonlit and Altar of Gaia. It's not bad curve, but he doesn't have the Stewie. That being said, Zelly does have an answer to the Stew, even if he found it right now, and he's keeping the no snitching, which is what you want when you're going up against Earthen. So, yeah. What do we think about the opening hands? Oh, he does find it as well.
He finds it, but Zelly
it.
immediately has the answer with the no snitching. So wasted time, not really accomplishing much. Zelly's opening hand with the hacker, the shard, and the coin is really good. I'm scared Zelly could just take down wasted time again quickly if this goes like the worst case scenario.
He could just run away with it, couldn't he? Zelly's so interesting to watch when you're playing up against him because he literally is the fastest mulligan player. He mulligans within like 2 seconds. And that's a sign of a player that just plays consistently, plays so much that he knows exactly what he needs for every single match. He doesn't need to think about it. It's like boom, 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 done.
So this is big.
I'm ready to play.
You're 100% right. Like his mulligan matchup knowledge is insane. But luckily here, wasted time finding some good answers. So he drew Aurora Fungi at the start of the turn, gets his Steward up to 2/6, redeeming that after getting snitched. He also removes the shard, basically meaning Zelly just wasted 2 mana last turn, sort of undoing that tempo buff. Actually, really important turn for wasted time there. And it looks like here he's going into the Nehemiah right away with a Caretaker in reserve in his hand. Tanak's going to give him something to bank. So actually, this is a much, much better opening for wasted time. Something cooking here for him for sure.
Yeah, he's done fantastic actually to turn this around, isn't he? So yeah, the Nehemiah is going to get solitary confined, which is kind of okay. It's not okay for wasted time, but it's fine because then Zelly has he spent 4, not really played anything on the board. However, his token comes down, which is important.
Yeah, that Defender Juggernaut is a big just board momentum shutdown there, giving him some time to contest that 2/6. The Caretaker, though, is ready to clear it out. Wasted time still like doesn't have the most options. He has pretty good value with his Relic established, his Altar, but Zelly, the big problem for Zelly, though, I'm just looking, he's already drawn both ladies.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. Yeah. That's not what you want, is it? When you're playing this hacker deck, you do not want to see your ladies in your hand.
What's funny is before hacker, this would have been ideal. Is like, okay, mid game, both ladies secured, but now they're stuck at the 8 cost when you want hacker to take them down. So that's going to be what he can do now is hold on to a coin maybe, so he can like play a 1 cost right before the lady, and the hacker can get him like a cheap Desmond. Or there's still ways it can work. Zelly is still super loaded up here. Wasted time is also loaded up with the Terra. They've both got their best stuff available, honestly. So it'll be interesting to see which Like they both have the cannon fully loaded. You know, the wick is burning, so it's like we're gonna see who can take the hits the best.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this here because I was like, Zelly's kind of been hovering over Tanark and then the Steward of the Garden. He was kind of like pondering, do I hit that Tanark with like the Juggernaut or do I hit it with like the Rummaging? He hit it with the Rummaging, and then he was considering, do I go face it or do I try and hit, the Steward? And I think that one of the reasons he was hitting the Steward there is just because in case his opponent decides to maybe do like a Spores, then at least his Steward's going to be potentially in that range, and it would force your opponent then to use like a counter from the Altar of Gaia to keep it alive. It's not looking so good for Zelly at the moment. This is great for wasted time.
Yeah, Zelly with a full hand burning another hacker. Actually, a really good card to burn. Is he going for the Terra Mech here? I was
Oh, he's
thinking
doing
that
it.
paid off.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
doing it. Love it. Love this play.
it's
Absolutely love
interesting
this.
because Wasted Time is going to be able to cast that Terra plus whatever he draws. Like if Wasted Time draws something good for this extra energy, this could come back to haunt Zelly pretty hard. I mean, Zelly needs to survive till
Yeah.
he can get Lady value and until the hacker can pay off. I don't know. Wasted Time's going to have a big turn in response to this. Yeah, Terra Mech is annoying, but still, all these defenders lets Wasted Time control the flow of play. The ladies aren't set up. They're already in hand at full cost. I actually think Wasted Time is starting to get a very nice looking position here.
Yeah, wasted. You're right. You're absolutely right. Wasted time with those counters on the Altar of Gaia and the kickback he's going to get now. Wasted time has the potential to make his board so big and so threatening that he could threaten lethal on the not the next turn, but the turn after. Massive. Could be massive here. I can't wait.
Yeah, it really,
I f-
really depends on what Wasted Time draws. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like Zelly was almost forced to kind of like play the paid off there because of the fact that he's just got the ladies in his hand. He just needed to try and like the board was already getting big. He needed to try and put a threat down.
And so
And
Miasmancer
he
does
know
block that Terra now. So for at least a turn
that's
here,
true.
in fact, it blocks Terra and it blocks Rummaging Researcher, which is quite obnoxious. So now Wasted Time still can get Terra value, though, because here's the thing. The Altar of Gaia can still activate it twice off of Flourish, right? So
Yeah.
Miasmancer basically blocks one of those, assuming I'm not mixing anything up here. So yeah, he might just play Terra now. Let's see. He's banking. Okay, no, he's going to hold on to Terra and get even more value from it, I suppose. But here's a Saboteur.
Yeah, that Saboteur is kind of big.
Yeah, I don't
Ooh, a
know
one
about not
cost.
playing Terra last turn. I'm not sure about that at all.
But
What
if the
cost is Terra
Miasmancer
needing
was
now?
played, then he wouldn't want to play the Terror, right? Because even though you could trigger it with the Altar of Gaia, I feel like you'd be missing out on a decent prop.
That's what I'm saying, though. He could have triggered it twice off Altar of Gaia. Now, with Altar of Gaia gone, he's going to get the one. He plays Terra, gets his muster, but he misses 2 flourishes, right? He couldn't have.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
Saboteur was not guaranteed, but it was also a big tempo opportunity for Wasted Time, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point,
Yeah.
actually. It is a good point.
Like, it really feels like Wasted Time had the chance there to have big tempo with Terra, double flourish, except the fact that you don't get the muster. Now, Zelly has a bunch of units established. He's much closer to getting a big lady. He can play perhaps maybe an Ingrid on turn 8 if he chooses to. It's not the biggest lady activation, but I really feel like that. Yeah, well, we'll see though. So now here comes Terra.
Yeah.
There's still 4 units on the board. Honestly, it is still a really good Terra.
Okay, he's buffing him.
Big
He's
buffs.
buffing him. Yeah, okay.
Zelly has the 2 defenders, so he's able to juggle slightly around these attacks. I mean, it's not going to give him a lot, but it's something for Wasted Time to deal with.
Yeah,
He's gonna-
so he blocks with the Cunning Diplomat, which is smart. You don't want to be blocking. Try and keep his just spread the damage around.
And it's just,
I mean,
yeah, the big thing here is Zelly having those ladies. That's all he really has, though. 2 full cost ladies without a lot of stuff to activate them. Wasted Time has a big board here.
yeah, I mean, you could. I guess you could use like Ingrid to steal the Terror, right? That's probably what you would want to be stealing, so that they can't proc the flourish anymore on Terror.
Yeah, and the thing here is that Terra Mech is just getting so much value. Like, the ability to clear out that big caretaker and not take any damage except for one. And
Yeah,
that's
just take one.
that,
It's
and
insane,
then
isn't it?
yeah, potentially Ingrid stealing Terra, like you just said. It is actually a big tempo shift in Zelly's favor, and then he still has the Ingrid follow up. I don't know if Wasted Time is going to have enough inevitability, enough of a clear, win condition from here. Like Zeliaser might just take this
There you go.
snowball might be starting here for Zelly.
Yeah, he knows.
Wait,
Yeah,
wow, he
wasted
just
time.
conceded.
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as he lost that Terror, and what he had in his hand as well, he basically didn't have anything else to answer that, apart from a solitary confinement. Zelly doing what Zelly does, just ripping through opponents. GG's to Zelly. Unfortunate for wasted time, but he done fantastic to get to this point and knocking out Viper on the first round. But Zelly, God, face him or fear him, but face him and fear him most likely. He's a monster. He's an absolute monster.
Yeah, Zeliaser is laser focused.
Oh
Okay.
man, if you
Come
wanted
on.
to start, that was
Come
actually a
on.
little better at least.
Boo, boo.
But boo.
Dude, that was fast, dude. Like I was like, I was saying, Zeliaser playing against Earthen with that with the Markolian. Okay, he's gonna lose to this one, and then he just destroys him. Destroys wasted time during that match. And a while ago, you guys were talking like Q-Fox was mentioned, like he could have put down Terra Verdant Mentor, played those two Altars of Gaia, like 2 procs for the Altar of Gaia, and then like just roll with it. And he didn't. And I was saying that was a wasted opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about that play, right? Like, what would that have made him that win, or was that a punish, so to speak? What do you think about that, Q-Flux?
I mean, listen, like Saboteur definitely was a top deck, and that's fair. He couldn't be sure it was in the hand or not. It just, when I was looking at that, it's like, okay, you've set up this turn so you can get a good Terra, is what it looks like to me. They used Miasmancer blocking your muster. You still have 2 flourishes. You're still getting 2/3 of the value. And I just didn't feel like, it's just, I mean, again, he doesn't see both hands the way I do, but it just felt like, listen, this is the chance to get the momentum, to continue building, because Uni is going to win the long game there. I mean, it would be different if Wasted Time had gotten some damage early and maybe Zelly was sitting at like 15 health, 16 health, and then you're thinking about Formidables to get you to close the distance. But like when Zelly's at 30 health, I just feel like you need to push and get yourself to where Formidable becomes a legit way to win the game. And so when he doesn't take the double proc on Terra there off of the Flourish, I mean, yeah, Saboteur came down, but even if it hadn't, the game would have gone longer for sure.
Yeah.
So that's basically the
It would have
question.
drawn
Like,
out.
should he have played around
Yeah.
Saboteur or not? I feel like he probably should have.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
probably
wanted
should've,
to
man.
just jump in on that because I think like Q-Flux made such a good point bringing that up during the game, and I was almost thinking on the same lines as like Wasted Time, where I was thinking, okay, like I want to be able to get my natural muster from Terra, plus also I want to be able to get like the procs from the Altar of Gaia, and maybe that was just a case of being too greedy, too ambitious, and not going for the immediate play there. And as Flux said, it might have changed like slightly the dynamic of the match, because it might have meant then that Zelly's having to play more of an answer game and that the game drags on a little bit longer. But I think the way it was going as well for Wasted Time is it was running out of cards in his hand, right? And we were seeing that like for Zelly had a nice hand. He had the lady still. He would have got more cards coming in. So I think it was probably just an inevitability, but maybe it was a case where he looks back at it and he thinks, next time I'm just going to try and just get, as Flux says, some value out of the Terra rather than almost, too little value too late.
That's right. Like I think Parallel has like that kind of a mindset where you knew if you have it right now, you can play it right now, and then just play it right now, because otherwise there are a lot of options for your opponent to like draw to get those answers down the line, right? There's a lot of draw tools, Rummaging Researcher, proccing it with Charge, right? Those like Brand's expertise for Shroud, those tools actually help you dig a little bit more and maybe get those answers. And if you don't, if you have this right now, like, why not play it? But yeah, on hindsight,
The real tragedy, I think, just to jump in on that match, is that Wasted Time got the perfect start that he was going for. He like did so well in the matchup tournament prep kind of lineup thing, in terms, at least in theory, I should say, in theory, which is he got Nehemiah versus Kathy, which is the like ideal matchup in theory. The problem is he didn't even have a chance to win it. It wasn't even like a long, difficult battle and Zelly outskilled. It was more just like Nehemiah draws bad, Burn Kathy wins what's supposed to be her worst matchup with ease on to game 2. Like, that's the real tragedy there, and it's a sign that it's, I mean, frankly, even last Open, Penzo getting the win with the Nehemiah required the miraculous top deck after playing Cyber deck. Like, the truth is, it doesn't seem like it's worth it to try to play Earthen and catch that Kathy matchup, because as Wasted Time just showed, even when you pull it off, you still can get not just the L, but you can get clowned. And it's not fair, because Bro did the right thing in theory. I think Zelly kind of recognized that and was just like, I'm not going to try to counter Kathy. I am just going to play Kathy. And to me, that's what that matchup is really all about, is how sad it is. Even though it's fine. Let's just get us to Deception. I don't need any more balance on Aftermath. But it still just feels sad. It just feels sad that it's like, oh my God, you got there with the perfect matchup and you got clobbered. Like, it's just,
Oh man, it's definitely frustrating. But we're probably gonna be seeing Wasted Time try it again, as we have seen them try in this tournament. But yeah, nice points right there, guys. We're gonna go to the bracket, and we're gonna say goodbye for now to the Factor. The Factor is not gonna be casting with us for this next match, and we're gonna be switching over. But before we do that, we are going to be looking at the brackets and what happened in round 2. Now, of course, what we saw for this matchup, it was Zeliaser getting a 2-0 with Wasted Time, and a quick match as well with the fast match equals really fast matches. And we can see BlizzCon John being destroyed by Zarathustra. Again, showing his mettle and defeating the Wonder Kid with a 2-1. It was not an easy match for him, because it was not a straight up 2-0. But Hogvax, on the other hand, destroying the Destroyer of the Man with the 2-0 as well. So he moves forward, and he's going to be facing Zarathustra yet again. So for this matchup, for this round 3, we're seeing the semifinalists already ready. Zeliaser, Zarathustra, and Hogvax. And let me take note that the Hogvax has been having a lot of top 4s over the past 3 tournaments, right? Three tournaments right there, and he is already getting some top 4s. And bringing back to the table, we have Kinto and Qflux, and double Qs are here as well. Yay! QQ!
Yeah, you said Zogvax, and I just felt that. I don't know why. That just sounds so fire. That's like my new band.
Zogvax. Yeah. Man, I've been seeing Hogvax getting top 4 and not getting the championship for the past 3 tournaments, and that's it's really hard to see. And as well, we can see how resilient he is, because he just keeps on performing, getting into the leaderboards and getting into the Open top 16, and now round 3 semifinalists already. So yeah, that's one match to be seeing. And I'm not sure if you've been watching Kinto for the previous match with the Zeliaser and Wasted Time. The quick match right there we've been seeing was we've been saying that Kathy is actually been not as strong, but Zeliaser showed that there have been many ways to get to that point. What do you think about Kathy right now in this tournament meta, Kinto?
Yeah, I wasn't watching the match. Gotta confess that. So
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, but I do have to say something about it. Definitely, Core becomes a big counter to Kathy, because of all the, like, you can play Alvaros, you had the turret, many answers where Kathy can just get countered by Core overall. So yeah, that's my main thought. Something that I mentioned.
Yeah, there may be
of this tournament.
There may be like a counter for that, especially we've been seeing some Alvaros being played in some decks as well. That's a good point right there, Kinto. But for this matchup, I want to see, of course, which matches we're going to be playing right now, considering that we've seen a bunch of top 4 semifinalists, and it's going to be, I think it is going to be Hogvax versus Zarathustra, considering that they're already ready. What do you think about these 2 players, Qflux, with your tournament experiences so far?
Yeah, as the leading professional voice on tournaments worldwide, I think that Hogvax has really good attitude, and it's always fun to see him play. Zara's an intense competitor, and they're both at a really high level. So, I mean, it'd be a fantastic match to watch. I really do feel like Hogvax is getting that status now of, the underdog, people's champ, whatever. I feel like a lot of people want to see Hog just take down some events. Like, he's always in there. He's highly respected, consistent on the ladder. So we just want to see Hog take down, some good tournaments, take down some big prize pools. And of course, Zara is also like super respected, and if he wins some stuff, that would be good to see. So really, kind of feels good no matter what. Just a nice wholesome matchup with two good players, and we're gonna see some very high skill competition. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, like the factor was just saying, like Hogvax actually has tendency to be like to not be a top performance, especially when he's being broadcasted, right? Like I mean, if you're in the kind of a tournament beta or a tournament setup, I'm pretty sure some of you guys already like have had like some kind of experience playing in tournaments. Like playing and being highlighted actually has a lot of pressure. Like what do you think about that or how do you counter that pressure, Kinto? I think let's ask Coach Kinto because he's like the Paragon's coach. How
I
do you
mean, I gotta
counter
say that.
pressure? Go.
I gotta say that I've worked alongside QFlux in guides, mental health, mental game guides. We have talked extensively about it, done research about it.
Yeah.
In tournaments specifically, in my scenario, I get locked in. Like it's you definitely feel the nervousness, but the focus and flow that I get personally is something that protects me from actually choking. In that sense, but in the end, you have many players that have different ways of dealing with this phenomena, I would say. So it's different for everyone. Everyone has their grounding, so to say, technique to just keep on going in a tournament. So yeah, those are my main thoughts about your
Got an
question.
interesting sort of spectrum of like, on one hand, the things you need to do to stay calm, and on the other hand, the things like there's like having a room perfectly quiet with no distractions, but then sometimes that can actually not be ideal for some people because they get too in their head. So it's like, okay, some music in the background, or is a show going to be too distracting? A TV show, do I mute this TV but have some anime? Like, do I have Dragon Ball playing just on a loop? Like, you have to kind of find that line of like, ideally you're fully focused, but sometimes just like a clean blank slate of no distractions can not be how your brain is trained. If you played games surrounded by 5 siblings all making noise all the time, and sitting in a quiet room throws you off your game. Like, I think it's more personal than people realize, but definitely there's a lot of things you can do, and I'd be curious to see how Hogvax has been kind of working on that.
Yeah, it's this is something our players are working with. Not necessarily just decks; they have to play their physical and mental state as well. And we're gonna be getting into it with the first deck, and it's gonna be Zarathustra. For our first deck review. Nice insights right there, Kinto and QFlux. Let's get into it right now. And it's gonna be the first deck, and I see Zarathustra bringing his very own Uni Workshop. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, so this Unishop list running Sanctuary, Stabilized Shard, Cyber Deck Console to counter those effects, 1 copy of Drone Printer, not heavily relaxed card, which was at some point running 3 copies of it. Then we have the usual universal units like the Maya Mans, especially the Saboteur. We see Estelles, we see Ghost in here. Desmond the Hacker, which is fundamental in this deck. Then the Ladies, Wong, classic. And then for the effects, no snitching, take it or leave it. These are 2 just staple cards in this deck. Then the PSA Launcher to the 30 units. Paid Off, also a great card that we have seen in these decks too. And then 2 Solitary Confinements, remove. Really interesting deck here for Zarathustra. Looks pretty consistent for a Unishop deck. So yeah. this is a very consistent deck, I would say.
Yeah, I love the Cyber Deck console twist as well. So we want to see that on work. And Gosan right here, one of the Battle Pass cards, not seeing a lot of play, but we're seeing it right now. And yeah, that's the first deck that Zarathustra will be bringing. And let's look at the next deck. And again, Zarathustra is going to be bringing the Nehemiah, or it's an Earthen deck that we're going to be seeing. Let's listen to Qflux to break this down.
Yeah, he's running the Terraformation engine. It's one of those Terraformation. So there's a couple different like weird relics. I'm actually needing to like double check that I'm even thinking of the right one. I think this one is the one that gives tokens. I'm pulling it up right now. Terraformation. Yeah, okay, so there's two. One of them lets you like choose what card you draw out of the deck eventually. This is not that one though. This is even rarer. So Terraformation engine from Aftermath, effects that target you or friendly units cost one more. Friendly non-token units have Aftermath, choose one, create a 1/1 token, or draw a card. So this almost turns you into a rock where your units are spawning tokens when they die. Very, very interesting. Also functioning as sort of like a Lord Harf style, make it more expensive if the opponent targets you like a soft Harf. So that Terraformation engine is super interesting, and it's like so interesting that it just distracts me from everything else. The rest of the deck, standard. Relic repurposing, Spores, Formidable, that one Solitary we're seeing in a lot of stuff. He does have the one copy of Solea we've seen in some decks, but not in others. Solea, it's so good sometimes, and other times it feels very just kind of bank it every game status. So I've found it to be a little bit just always in the bank, and so I haven't run it as much in my Earthen decks, but Zara is running it. Overall, 3 Tanakh, 3 Steward, 3 Permea. Only, okay, so the big difference here, then I'll stop yapping, between this and Wasted Time's Earthen. Wasted Time had 9 3-drop units, the Moonlits, the Caretakers, and the Rummaging Researchers. In contrast, Zara only has the Moonlits, and instead he's running a full slate of 1-drops, the Permea Conduits, Stewards, and Tanaks, showing potentially a focus on more early game consistency, as well as he's running 3 Aurora Fungi. So quite interesting, but yeah, I'll be curious to see if that Terraformation engine gets some play. I'm hoping it does.
Yeah, I mean, I just locked into one of your phrases right there, bro. It's like you said, harp, a soft harp.
A soft harp, that's right, as opposed to a hard harp.
There's never a soft harp, bro. No, yeah, that's
soft, nice fluffy harp. I want a harp pillow now that we're talking about this, like a full-size harp body pillow. Okay, stop me.
Yeah, I know. The harp is like, but yeah, you put in a good point right there with a bunch of free costs for the Wasted Time deck. But this is more early, rather low cost, the 1 cost for Zarathustra, which may be towards advantage, especially the Crimea Conduit turn 1 or turn 2 and 3, and then maybe down the line when you have nothing to play with, put it down, large amount of energy, large Crimea Conduit with shielded. But yeah, that's the last deck that Zarathustra is going to be bringing. So he brought a Uni Workshop and a Nehemiah Earthen. Let's look at the next deck that his opponent is bringing to the table, which is going to be Hogvax. Hogvax also brings a Uni Workshop. How does it differ from the Uni Workshop that Zarathustra brought? Let's listen to Kinto.
Yeah, so Hogback's here with a Unishop. We see there's no Sanctuary for Hogbacks. He's running the Alvaro also, which is different from Zarathustra's Unishop. We also see here for Hogbacks that he's running the same setup for effects, which is the No Snitching, Take It or Leave It, PS8, Paid Off, and Solitary Confinement. Exactly the same amount of copies, I believe. So yeah, really interesting list. Like, these are the essentially changes I would say are from Zarathustra's list.
Man, this is gonna be interesting as well, because we have seen 2 Cyber Deck consoles already being present, and considering that like Take It or Leave It might be a game changer, considering that Hacker might be played. It is going to be an interesting interaction between the two if we get to see a Uni Workshop mirror. And let's see what the next deck that Hogback is going to be bringing. And yeah, it's gonna be a Kathy deck, and we've seen some Kathy decks in the previous matchup. Let's listen to Qflux to break this down.
It's burn, Kathy. Yup. We got the logistics mastery and the fleet support to generate lots of extra value from our burn spells. We got the triple scimitar captain split card. Yeah, we got two of those, excuse me, for some nice hand denial, card removal from the hand. Cindy, along with artillery volley, providing us with some board clears, as well as Cindy giving some more reach to hit face. And then tons of one drops. You know them, you love them. The machinists, the 2 copies of Bannerman, the gunslingers, the scouts, the double trooper, the hard Harf in this deck. It's not a relic approximating Harf, it's the full Harf. And then rummaging, researcher, of course, 2 copies of Sabos. That'll give some good counterplay against all those relics. The Cyrene, the Wong, the no snitchings, some burn spells, and 2 copies of solitary confinement. Like I said, yup, it's burn, Kathy. Not too much else to say, frankly.
Yeah, this like the burn Kathy with some how do you say this, with some contingencies. At some point it may be a unit Kathy that just hits her face with a bunch of units, and then it switches over to a furiously burn Kathy with the fleet support. Like sometimes I see they just keep the fleet support, and then at a certain point, maybe 7 or 8 energy, they will just hit you in the face with a bunch of orbital strikes. And that's kind of dangerous as well, considering that your opponent might have Saboteur, might have Relic Repurposing, and you just have to put it all out in one fell swoop. And Hogvax is bringing that. And we've seen Zeliaser play this to perfection, going against an Earthen deck. So yeah, those are the decks that we are seeing right now between Hogvax and his opponent, which is gonna be Zarathustra. So, what do you think about these decks that they're gonna be bringing? We're already seeing the bans. It's gonna be Hogvax's Neve and Zarathustra's Kathy. So it's gonna be Hogvax with Markolian, which is gonna be Kathy and Uni Workshop, and Zarathustra with the Uni Workshop and the Earth. Let's listen to Coach Kinto as to what you would queue up first, just to make sure that you would have a greater chance of winning. What do you think?
I like to say that it's always better to queue up your aggro deck. In this case, is what I've seen has been the most used in the beginning of tournaments. It's always like someone chooses the aggro deck first, just to get it out of the way.
How about you, Qflux? What do you think? Which one is the better queue or the better strategy in the best of 3 here?
Yeah, like that burn, Kathy, is so tempting just to run it straight up. So I don't know. I feel like the Uni, it could be an interesting choice. I mean, it's so Zara's Uni is going through, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most
so
likely,
maybe
yeah.
and Zara's Kathy, right? As well.
Yeah, I think Zara's Kathy is already out. So we have Zara's Uni and Zara's Earthen, and we have Hogvax's Kathy and Hogvax's Uni Workshop. So it's kind of an interesting take on what we have here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're gonna pick first, honestly. The more I try to think about it, the more confused I get. I gotta see this.
Yeah, I'm with Kinto here. Like an aggro deck just to bring it out, and maybe you face into a Uni Workshop would have you a better chance.
So let's just say it. Sarat's gonna go Earthen, and Hogback is gonna go Markolian. That's my take.
Let's see if he's right.
Yeah, and if that happens, if Hogvax just plays like Zeliaser played against Wasted Time, then he may have a great chance of winning. And if that happens and he puts down like maybe a low cost, an early fleet support and relic repurposing is just there, it could actually be dangerous. I've seen it time and again, like 4 health regeneration from just 1 cost card, and also relic removal. Ah man, that's just menacing. And from your experiences, like what are the other outs as a Markolian when you're facing an Earthen deck? Let's listen to Kinto.
Well, I remember when we had like the first proper burn, Cathy burn deck that was so insane with the artillery spotter, with the Triumph of Mars, all of that shenanigans. Then it evolved and being somewhat of a hybrid and between units and burn. Right now it's more as a burn deck, which can have better reach against Earthen. You essentially want to save your cards that can do face damage, and then stack them, and then essentially get that lethal. Try to reach out for lethal as soon as possible, and then with top decks you might get it. However, if the Earthen deck goes with heavy healing and mana yes to just stop you right in your tracks, then it's really difficult to actually win with a Cathy deck because they can tables on you really fast.
Yeah. How about you?
We have seen it. We have seen it many times in these tournaments.
For me, with the Earthen versus Cathy, it's all about that early game momentum. Like around turn 3, if it feels like Earthen is driving the bus and has the board under control, then okay, we have a match. If it feels like Cathy is far enough ahead by the end of turn 2, start of turn 3, like if it's like, okay, Spores isn't even enough, like, you know, they get the 1/4 health unit. Like we saw it in the Cathy match against Wasted Time with Zeli, where it was like turn 2, he's got his first 4 health unit with one of the vehicles. Turn 3, the Rummaging Researcher is another 4 health unit. Now he's drawing at that. I mean, he didn't even draw his burn. He gave up his logistics early, only got like a +3 damage off of logistics with the 1 crack shot, and yet he still was good to go. It's just, if Cathy has that early board tempo, Earthen's heals are not sufficient. They're not strong enough to come back from already being down to 12 health by turn 5, turn 6. Like, they just need, you know, 1 doubled orbital strike or a few pops off of logistics mastery, or Cathy getting a few extra, like 1 extra hit to face. Like if Cathy hits face twice instead of once, that can be enough to get it out of Earthen's like range. I really feel like the snowball just starts running so early. It would feel more fair if it was like consistently struggling in the early game, and like a strong early game was rare for the Cathy deck, and then it was more about that mid-game tempo spike and then burn inevitable finisher. But instead it's like, okay, you know, more often than not, Cathy wins the early game, and then on top of that, they have mid-game tempo spikes and inevitability. It's just that lack of a weak spot, really. Like, there's no part of the game where the burn Cathy feels like it's at a significant disadvantage. It's just like, at worst, it's doing pretty good at any point in the game. Is what makes it so savage, even against Earthen. Like Quinto said earlier, Ogden might even be the better answer with the ability to run. I don't know what he would run, but at least for me, it's like the turrets, the Alvaros, and maybe you run the Gosan. You can really start to counter.
That's right. Like, you know, I want to see, of course, like your thoughts on how the uni matches are going to be going, right? Is it safe to go on a paid off run on turn 4 and you have like 2 units probably, right? And then you just jump the gun and use paid off to like steal or possibly steal one of the ladies? Would you do that? And why would you not do that? Let's start with Kinto.
Well, that's a good question, actually. Like, the thing is that if you steal one of the ladies, yeah, you can counter them, sort of say, but at the same time, you might lose tempo if you do. Like, I mean, if it's a mirror match, actually, if we're talking about a mirror match, then it's fine because I mean, you would get a lady for yourself. And we have seen it. We saw it one time. I think it was Viper that I don't remember quite well, but someone stole an Ingrid and played it, paid the kickoff, and it wasn't enough for the opponent to come back from that. So, but in the case of if it's another deck, playing paid off, I don't like, and just to get the best unit, I guess against Nehemiah, for example, playing paid off actually good. Because you can steal the Titan. We have seen the times that paid off haven't, like the Titan is already in the hand, for example. So yeah, it's an interesting question. You have to be very careful, definitely, when you want to steal something like that. If you're not going to use it, then it's better not to.
Oh yeah, like talking about those big matchup with paid off Uni Workshop and Nehemiah. That's gonna be the Earth, and we might see that or we might not see that, but that's gonna be a good play to watch out for. Thank you for that, Kento. This is gonna be the next match, round 3, Zarathustra versus Hogvac, semifinals match right now. Qflux and Kento. QQ, take it away.
Let's go. So right away, Zara finds the steward immediately. Hogvax is going to need to go hunting a little more. Quinto, how do you feel about this mulligan situation?
Yeah, definitely. This is a good place for Hogvax to keep that stabilized shard for sure. Solitary confinement, I'm not sure about that one.
You came in and you said in the best way. I can't let it go. It was like you had like a voice crack. That was beautiful, man. That was pretty good. All right, let's see what the actual opening hands are. Yeah, so Hogvax has shard and coin and double no snitching. It's like a weird opening for him. Yep. Zara with the strong opening with that prime variant. Seward looking so good. Right into the potential Moonlit on 3, Nehemiah on 4, maybe, if he wants to go in immediately.
Yep.
What would you be thinking as Hogvax here?
That his only play here is basically a nose and itching to stop the ramp from the Stewie. He doesn't have anything else aside from that. Can play stabilize shard next turn. Banking the Salvatore is probably a good thing, I think. Yep. Not much to for like usually universal decks play like this, especially against other control decks. I would say it's like not much to do in the initial game, and having the no snitchings in this scenario is actually the best he could get.
It's a little hard to plan ahead when you don't know what you're gonna have in your hand, since he's basically just got 2 copies of Solitary and then his snitchings and his shards. But he knows his whole deck is primed to help him find the high rolls. He just needs to. He's got all the energy. He just needs the thing to spend it on now. Zara, I mean, it's just not the craziest second turn. I'm assuming he's gonna play a conduit just to keep his tempo up. He doesn't have Aurora Fungi, so he's not able to buff his steward. It's a pretty simple opening spot until we see what Hog draws into. Do you think? Does Zara against this deck, like in this matchup, so he's going to bank the Cyrene here. Do you think Zara wants to play Nehemiah early here, or is the chance of Hogvax having these solitaries too high? We know he has it, of course, but
I would say that, yeah, probably too high playing this. I think it's actually not. Playing the solitary confinements, it's fine. I mean, what is Hogvax gonna play right now, aside from just playing the no snitchings, countering whatever Zarathustra is gonna do, playing the stabilized shard, which I mean, it's gonna get relic repurposed, I believe, but aside from that, it's not much that Hogvax actually can do here. It's about I think trying to find the hacker, playing it, setting up a good setup for countering whatever board Zara built.
Like, how do you see Zara's strategy here? Like, when does he want to get value from Nehemiah? What is he hoping to draw?
I think for Zara, it's more about establishing a board in this case. If Zara manages to establish a board, nothing really Hogvax can do. He might, like, unless Hogvax get like a super high roll from the hacker. But if Zara manages to set up a board, then he's good. Here, definitely Zara is in a situation where he needs to decide if he's gonna go for board presence with the Moonlit or is gonna deal with his stabilized shard, which he knows that might be a big threat for him if he doesn't deal with his stabilized shard now.
Anytime I don't remove the shard first chance I get, the whole rest of the match, I just see all the value that extra energy gets, and I just feel so dumb, you know?
Yeah, that's why. Like, I mean, he decided to go for it because it's just better than setting up a board. But what he wants to do is actually set up a board. if you know what I mean.
This is a good spot. This is exactly what Earthen's big advantage people just forget about so often is it has the best relic removal in the game. Like, it's not even close. Relic repurposing is so strong. And I mean, being able to remove Shard and actually have a tempo advantage just from the removal costing one less than the relic cost, like it's really, really effective for this early game. And Uni takes a lot, relies a lot on the relic value. So it's a very strong aspect of this matchup for Earthen.
Yeah, for sure. This is a tricky spot here for Sarah. I mean, he might know that there's a chance for Hawkbacks having a solitary confinement in this scenario. So he's going to decide what to do. He's going for Nehemiah. He doesn't care. So he's just going to clear this researcher, which it's what he needs to do.
It's interesting, like, I mean, Nehemiah is strong. I wonder just with the way Hogvax is playing. Hogvax has been holding a lot of these cards. He's been playing sort of slower. Like, Zara could definitely read him to have Solitary in his hand, maybe. But I guess from his perspective, it's just not that bad if it gets Solitaried. It's still like a 1-for-1 scenario. Like, they both spend 4 energy. It's just Zara needs the tempo he really needs to build that momentum and get ahead. And this is like an even play, which doesn't necessarily get him any closer to his goal.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, if he had that Steward, if he hadn't have it drawn at the end of the turn, would have been good. Because he could have played the Moonlit and the
Terraglider. So Zara finds Terraglider, and that's going to give him a chance whenever he wants to deploy that and get some big value.
Yeah. I wonder, Sarah, like, if he's going to wait to play the Terraglider on turn 7, get a higher chance to get Terra, play the Titan next turn. I think that's something that we might see from Sarah in this scenario. Hawkbacks, on the other hand, getting all his stuff, insane hand here that can actually play Freddy's next turn.
Oh, yeah.
So if he manages to keep his board, he will get a big cook from Freddy's.
Am I stupid here? Wait, Freitas cost 8. He's gonna have 5 energy. Oh no, next turn he'll have 6. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am being stupid. Yeah. So that's like you just said. It just feels like the Hogvax has a big burst coming, and it's very strong.
Yeah.
Although Zara still has Terraglider, Wong, Terramech. I mean, that's kind of an insane hand. It is. They both have.
Let's see. I mean, yes. I think especially if Sarah goes the Titan now, then Terraglider into Terra, for example, I think that will be super good in this scenario. I don't know how much Brady's will be able to the fact that Hawkbacks just played no snitching on the Moonlit is wild. I mean, he's definitely a master player. Now Zarathustra can't bounce Defender into the Titan, which is super good. So yeah.
Yeah, that's always the thing with Terramech. If you can't get Defender on it, it's so much less of a board shutdown. And I mean, there's a lot of Defender in this Nehemiah deck, but none of it's in Zara's hand right now. He doesn't have a guaranteed way to get there. Like you just said, it's really goes to show Hogvax knowing exactly how to use that no snitching. And then again, we're seeing a lot of these altars get top decked away by convenient saboteurs. It happens again here. Terramech, Titan. Honestly, the biggest nerf to that card might have been how it loses shield when it takes damage now. It lets stuff like that happen where the solitary can just nope it off the board. The thing is, Zara still has a good hand, but he's not able to clean up the board. He's not able to reduce the lady power. There's just going to be some universal units on the board, and he needs to catch up really quick so he doesn't get ladied to death, basically.
Yeah. At this point, I think Hawkbacks has the upper hand, and mostly also because of the fact that he didn't even decide to go with. I think. Well, yeah, he definitely tried to dealt with the Titan before dropping his Freddy's to maximize the impact of his Freddy's, it seems. Now he can actually deal pretty efficiently with this Wong. That's really good. That's really interesting play from Hawkbacks, actually. Slowing it down in this way.
That Cyber Deck console is an interesting draw. Do you think he's going to get value from that? He can set it up to get more procs off of Freydis and Ingrid, but...
Didn't we see in one tournament someone basically countering a Formidable Presence?
It sounds familiar, yeah. It's not like immediately. The bigger thing I'm thinking is that the Cyber Deck here would get him a draw when Terra Glider gets played, right? Whenever the opponent's bank reveals a card. That could be interesting. Hog's only weakness here is being kind of low on cards, although he can draw 4 pretty soon. He is banking the Cyber Deck, and yeah, he's going for it now. It's lady time. This is going to refill his hand. It's going to let him get the board under control. He's also getting a Juggernaut at the end of turn.
Yeah, and he played it in such a way where he gets another Slinger. Oh no, that's never mind.
Never mind, but it sounded smart. Yeah, that's the other lady.
Yeah, that's the other lady. Exactly.
Mixing up your ladies. Okay, so now he's got a very clean board control scenario here, getting the value trade 6-7, killing the 6-6. Zara does have that Spore, so he's able to clean up almost the entire board. Like, okay, Hogvax definitely hasn't established the winning advantage yet. Both players are still heavily in it. Zara's got a lot of ammunition still remaining.
Yeah. The attack Juggernaut. You only play that card when you think you're cooking massively.
Yeah, that's like the Flexin card. Like, I'm going to play the least played one.
Yeah.
Well, it really is the snowball continuer is what it is, right? It's when you're starting to get that winning advantage, and then the armed Juggernaut lets you like turn the almost win into the total win. But the Spores goes a long way here, and he's even got a second one lined up. Hogvax's hand doesn't offer him a lot of proactive stuff. I mean, he can like draw into stuff, but he doesn't have a way to immediately get the board cooking further. Zara's got plenty of health. Honestly, Hogvax is shooting his shot, and it feels like maybe it's not quite enough. Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing here?
I mean, Hogvax is prepared. Like, the fact that Hogvax has Sarah against the ropes in this scenario, like, yeah, Sarah 2-Strike can play a Virulent Spores, but he also needs to set up a board. However, he will leave the stronger units, Freddy's and the Attack Juggernaut, on board. So if he decides to go with the Terra Glider, yeah, he didn't go with it. It was gonna be a waste basically if he went with a Terra Glider. He knows these 2 units will die next turn probably. So yes. And he has another Virulent.
Hog has 8 damage on the board. Zara's health will go down to 19. That's acceptable for Earthen so far. The question is, can Zara contest this board, get ahead, and then get big value from his Terra? I mean, I'm seeing Zara as having a real path to victory here. Hogvax's tempo advantage is not translating to a full win in my eyes. And honestly, Hogvax does have the risk of hitting fatigue if this match goes a certain kind of way.
Well, he just played a hacker, which means that he can get some crazy high rolls that will just put him in an insane advantage, already dealing 8 damage here to Sarah.
You can draw 5-cost Rummaging and be sad.
Well,
just for now. No, you're right. He's going to get value coming up for sure. So look, his hand, a 2-cost Gunslinger. He's losing. He doesn't have the chance to capitalize on this advantage now is what I'm getting at. Zara just needs 1 or 2 good turns, and then Hogvax is potentially defending. That's all I'm saying. Like, he hasn't quite established that thing where he's like, 1 push away from lethal. Zara's still got plenty of health. I think this is going to be tougher for Hogvax than you might think.
Yeah. No, I don't think it is easy for Hogvax. There's definitely a factor for Hogvax to set up a board. Right now, Sarah has the upper hand. He can just drop this Terra Glider and look for an insane card. Also, Sarah has Nehemiah and the Titan still in his deck. So yeah, I do agree with you.
Nehemiah got sent back to the deck, so he's going to draw that again. I wasn't even thinking about that. And look, he's drawing off a Shamak, off of this Terraglider, getting a Solea. He's cooking. He's getting more ingredients, and
the Titan.
It's big.
Yeah, unless Hawkbacks gets a really, really nice play here, really gets a high roll going, then yes, I agree with you that there's practically no out for Hawkbacks here.
8 mana Diplo. The hacker is just not treating Hogvax very well right now.
I mean, this is a situation that we were talking about. Nehemiah is a more consistent deck. Unishop tends to get in these situations where you can essentially high roll like a maniac or get cooked by the RNG.
Yeah, Zara's inevitability is growing and Hogvax's plausibility is dropping quickly. This is very, very well played by Zara, really showing how to navigate through that awkward mid game and like find, like basically just kind of letting Hogvax get overcooked where he has to shoot his shot and it's not quite enough. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Hogvax.
He's going for double PS8 here to just clear the Shamak.
Yep.
Don't give any sort of advantage to Sarah, but I believe Sarah is going to be able to populate this world quite easily. He has really good cards in hand, the Premier Conduit, Terra, Moonlit, Solea, and the Titan. And on top of everything, gets another Altar of Gaia, which he lost one already, but gets the second one in this scenario already in the end game where he can trigger Flourish from Terra or the Titan, for example, and keep the advantage going. Right now, Hawkbacks doesn't have too much in hand, and he's already left with 8 cards in his deck. He has cycled through his deck, basically.
That's the problem. Like, you'd think, okay, maybe if Hogvax can draw off of his drone printer and get back in it, but just refilling his hand and getting momentum back, he's about to be out of cards by the time he's done with that. It's Hog's running out of time very fast.
Yeah. So we're seeing the Moonlit combo here. Yeah, at this point, like, even if Hogvax gets a 1-cost Ingrid, for example, how he's gonna like turn this around? Like, he can't deal with this Titan, actually. Yeah, and Sarah capitalizes on the Crimea Conduit Defender. Just keep the things going here for him.
Coin is not helping.
Yeah, coin is
into a wall. Bro, we don't need more draw. Bro, we don't need it. That's not what we need, bro. I'm mad.
I mean, what else can he do, actually?
I'm mad. No, I mean, now he probably has to, but it's not what he needed. He needed that Cyrene. He needed that Ingrid. Paid off. Like, give him something he needs. Give the Hog.
That Cyrene at 1 cost was really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't beat Freddy's. Ingrid. It doesn't beat Ingrid.
Yeah, so he's got this Ingrid. Zara just needs to not give him any good targets, basically. Terramech's out of range. Terra will be in range, though, once it gets played, but, is that going to be enough? It's hard to see how Freitas is going to turn this around.
Yep. Bounce the Defender to the Titan here. So if Hawkbacks had this hand like 3 turns ago, we will be looking at a very different situation.
Yeah. Like Hogvax's burst just wasn't a strong enough burst. Like, he needed both ladies. He needed more triggers on the board, more things, so his lady would get stronger value. It was just he had like 1 lady with partial trigger, and it's just not enough of his win condition. He got like 20% of his win condition, and now it's just too late. And now it's just like you said at the start of the match, which is Zara building a big board that Hogvax can't answer. It took him longer than he wanted, but here's what Zara basically did. He noticed in the early game, okay, I can't establish the win condition yet. I have to weather the storm. And then Hogvax did not draw that well in the mid game and wasn't able to make a big attack. And now Zara is like, okay, I got through the storm. Now I establish my win condition. And sure enough, he's got Terra in hand. He's got Formidable in hand. He's just so close to pulling off this big finisher, basically. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult here for Hawkbacks to turn this around. Hawkbacks already used his no snitchings and banked one, so doesn't have any left, I believe. He's only with 3 cards left in his deck.
Oh, man.
So things are not looking very good for Hawkbacks at this point. Good Cyrene at 1 cost, which is good.
Like, yeah, now he's got all these good cards in his hand, but it's just maybe a bit too late. I mean, it is a powerful hand, though. Cyrene.
He's setting up the Ingrid right now.
Definitely. It's about.
He can actually do something. Let's see. Hawkbacks is a really good player. Goes up with the paid off. He's gonna get more stuff. Like, he's gonna go all in now. All in. Oh my god.
All in.
I like this.
It's actually a big one. It's so many decisions, so many cards to pick. The card ordering.
He can actually get a Titan here.
Can he?
Is it?
Oh,
yeah,
right.
It's a nerf unit.
Oh man, here it is. It's 6, and it's not. It's a Shaymac.
Oh my god, he's gonna deck himself.
That's so bad. That pushed him into fatigue so much earlier. No shot. No shot.
Worst.
Poor Hog.
The worst card he could get.
He's overcoming his nerves. He's finding this epic line late in this match, like late in this game. And then what does he get? He gets freaking Shaymac off of Terra Glider. Come on, bro.
But man, he can't play. He miscalculated because he couldn't play Ingrid. Oh my god, Hawkbacks.
That I guess
overcooked. Hawkbacks overcooked here. But he was up to something. I think.
I'm taking notes on this to do the tournament recap tomorrow, and I just wrote Hogvax overcooked after almost clutching up. He was so close, dude.
Yeah. He was so close.
That was a great example.
He had to play Ingrid, steal the Moonlit, and just clear the board. I think that was a play for Hawkbacks there, and he would have gotten a big advantage. Terra, Zarathustra. So yeah, I mean,
really good match though. Really good match. Yeah, it's an example on Zara's side of how to play the long game and how to be adaptable. He kind of goes from the beat down to the control and then back into the beat down role at the end. So interesting sort of shifting of the roles, dynamic matchup. But yeah, Hogvax at the end. I mean, it happens. The thing is, it's like if you don't look for the really good line, sometimes you kind of aim under what you needed to aim for and you don't have enough impact. On the other hand, the opposite can happen where you're trying to find the thing and you overshoot it or overcook it and you don't have enough mana to cast your damn win condition like Ingrid or Freitas, whoever it was, just hand.
We saw it. Like, he had the chance to play Freitas, capitalize on Freitas early on. He waited to play the Saboteur, deal with the Altar of Gaia and all of this stuff. I don't know if things would have changed in that scenario. I like to maximize my value when playing. Like, if I have the chance to drop an 8 cost on turn 6, I will do it. Like, it's just it just builds the foundation of a great play. Either way, even if it was playing something else, just using the 8 energy would have probably be a better outcome.
Yeah, in parallel, anytime you have a chance for a strong ramp in the early to mid game and you save it for later, it's like almost always going to be wrong. This game is so tempo oriented and it's got such strong win conditions where once a deck hits a certain velocity, it just tends to win from there. That like trying to save it past, I'm going to save my ramp for after turn 10 or after turn 8. It's like, bro, you almost always got to use it like turn 4, turn 5, turn 6. Like you can't be waiting that long in parallel.
Yeah.
Gotta shoot your shot. Even if sometimes your shot's gonna miss, you still gotta shoot it.
I mean, I don't blame Hawkbacks at all. I know he plays really calculated. I've been like, if there's a player that has outplayed me, he's Hawkbacks. I could say that. He has outplayed, like, he's one of those players where I've been completely outplayed by him.
Yeah, well, this will be a chance to see his mental. Can he recover from that one and put up a good fight in these next ones? Only down 1 game right now. He only has to win 2, and he's still heading to the next round, so it's far from over.
Yeah.
He needs to take that uni and just show it how it's done instead of letting it go out with a whimper. And it's gonna be the uni mirror, so this is about to get hectic.
Okay.
See what these openings look like. Here comes the mulligan. Here it is. Hogvax instantly sending them all back. Zara taking a little more time. Hogvax in speedrun mode. Wait a second here. We'll see what these final hands end up looking like. Here it comes.
Okay. So we see the mirror here. And Hogvax with the paid off. This might actually paid off.
Right, so in the mirror, paid off is extremely clutch because it lets you steal one of the ladies from the opponent's deck, right? So that's like maybe the most important card here.
Yeah. Correct. And if I'm not wrong here, Hogvax can play Saboteur. However, will he save that coin?
Yeah, do you think he should? Is it better to coin right away and deny Zara the ramp, or do we want to try to hold? I'd probably use it right away is what I'd be thinking.
Yeah.
So like I said last game, it's just if it gets that energy
I think
every turn.
going with paid off here, like trying to fish one of the ladies with paid off early on might be the best, but no, he decides to go with Saboteur, safe play. He really likes the Saboteur.
Yeah. Gunslinger.
He's playing it careful.
He drags the Gunslinger to the bank, but he doesn't need to bank anything. Zara actually banks his Gunslinger. The drone printer coming down. And we are looking at a Miasmancer or a Gunslinger. Hogvax actually kind of awkward here on turn 3. And then, interesting. Big decision on what to bank.
Yeah.
Not that much of a decision on what to play. Just on what to bank.
Like, what if we would have seen paid off right now? I don't think it would have been super strong. Like, Hogvax would have had to just keep one of the ladies, because playing it would have been just maybe Ingrid to discard and that's it. Something like that.
I don't know. I mean, if Zara drew both ladies before turn 4, then I guess Hog won't get much paid off value. But like, I feel like paid off on 3. I don't know. I kind of like removing that shard immediately because the thing is, if he doesn't remove it, he's gonna need to remove it later, and then he's got to fit in that 3-mana Saboteur into a later turn. It just feels like that was the convenient time to get it done.
Hogvax banked his Radius because we know he's gonna play paid off next turn.
Right, he doesn't even. I missed that when I was yapping. I'm surprised he banks Freitas instead of just banking the Gunslinger or something. That feels a little unnecessary to me.
Let's see. I mean, the bad thing for Hogvax here is that Saras is gonna destroy one of his units, leaving him with a weaker lady if he intends to go with paid off here. Same thing will happen now to Sarah, but no, playing the game carefully. He goes on with a Romain Researcher. What is his plan? He already banked one of his stronger cards. So how is he gonna win this mirror? What do you think about this?
I'm just really surprised he banked that Freitas. Yeah, that felt like an unnecessary decision. I don't know. He didn't have to do that. Like, he had so many cards in his hand. He didn't have to do that. But from here, yeah, I mean, I'm a little baffled, to be honest. I looked at the side chat and I come back and I see, like,
yeah. I mean,
shouldn't he have played paid off?
Now he can play paid off with a really good setup, and capitalize on his board presence. Zarathustra is just gonna play hacker here, it seems. However, he has the take it or leave it. So if Sarah, for some reason, gets a super high roll, like an
Yeah.
Ingrid at 1 cost. He won't
Almost.
be able to get. No, he didn't get it.
I saw the 2 and I got excited, but it is not Ingrid. It is not Freitas.
Yeah. So now a paid off here can actually be super good for Hawkbacks.
Gotta do it.
Just
Right?
to
Do it. There it is.
just to cook. Yeah, this
I
is
thought
what he was
about to
waiting for.
click
He was
Cyrene
setting
by mistake.
everything up for this. He was like his whole life
His whole life.
came up to this moment.
It's all for this. So we can take the 3
Yeah.
cost Ingrid and
Yeah,
leave
correct.
the 8 cost. That's so
Exactly.
cool. That's so
Yeah.
huge. Wow. So
Was
paying it right
perfect.
after Hacker. That's crazy. I
If-
didn't even.
If
realize.
Hawkbacks actually waited for Sarah to play the hacker, then we're talking about like the biggest brain in parallel.
I mean, do you think that's what he was doing there? It seems like it might have been his logic, right? Or you think he
I
just
don't
got
know.
lucky?
I don't know,
That's
but
very interesting. 'Cause I
definitely.
never thought about it. Like it specifically lets you look at the cards in the deck. It shows you what got discounted and lets you take the one that got the bigger high roll. It's incredible in the mirror match, as tempting as it is to play it
Yeah.
early in the game, but it's just very situational. I'm not sure how consistent that is. Hog just getting a huge turn here, getting more draws off of more hackers.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
I mean,
Hawkbacks definitely cooked here with his play. If it was intended or not, he played it magnificent in this case. Now he has all the
Magnificent.
advantage. Sarah doesn't have a high roll. Even with all this energy, he won't be able to high roll a Freitas. Freitas, we already know his Freitas costs the normal cost, which is 8. And leaves Hawkbacks with an insane board already, with Cyrene in hand, a Wong, a drone printer. Overall, Hawkbacks, I think Hawkbacks has this in the back.
what's crazy about this is how Hogvax like checkmated so hard with that paid off by guaranteeing the other lady is unplayable for a while, checking that it's at 8, getting the cheaper one, and getting this big board. And we can see Zara's hand. There's like nothing in Zara's hand that answers this. There's nothing in his deck that can really answer this. Like it just feels like 4D chess, even though really Hogvax, at least some of it is just good fortune, of course, that the cards lined up that way to make it possible. It just feels like he accomplished so many things by just playing paid off on that turn. And like
by not overextending.
Yeah, it's not overextending exactly. It's just such an impressive. I don't know.
I mean, this
so
is
impressive.
This is exactly what I feel when I play Hawkbacks. Like, I know he's not overextending. He forces me to overextend and then punishes me. This is what I've my experience in that case, and it's what we saw here. Like he did the same last game, like playing carefully, trying to capitalize on a punishment opportunity. He didn't quite get it, but in this case, showed magnificently in that case because, yeah, as you said, with only one play, he managed to cook and achieve so much. Yeah, lethal.
Yeah, really, it's really the sign of a high-level strategic mind to be able to set these things up where it's like, wow, this one turn was so good, but it's like a whole match of preparation and reading the opponent's strategy and understanding what they're trying to do and baiting them into things, and a little dose of luck in various directions that leads to these huge moments that it's just not as easy as it looks ever. It's, oh, just click on the card. It's so easy. Like, yeah, good luck, brother. It's not happening.
Yeah. You know that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. And I think
that's right.
Hogback's got it here.
In card games, in Web3, in all these spaces that we're kind of intersecting into what we're doing right now, it's all about luck meets preparation. And I'm okay. This is a big one now. So they've each taken one game. They're both high-level players. Zara's maybe the proven competitor, and Hogvax is the slight underdog. But we're watching him kind of grow into his top level, full potential. This is a big moment where Hogvax kind of needs this win to really like kind of say, this is my time. Zara, you got to wait, bro. What do you think? Who do you think takes this down?
Yeah, I was going to ask you the same. Like Markolian, I was going to ask you the same because now Hogvax is going to go with his Cathy deck against a Unishop deck that might be too slow. Might? Am I correct?
Yeah.
I mean, Unishop definitely have early game answers and can actually, especially if Sarah goes first, if he's on the play, his Unishop, his shop tokens will be able to drop earlier, which means that he will be able to stop whatever tempo Hawkback's mana is to build. So we will see that dynamic in play. Definitely, it's going to be an advantage. On the other hand, if Hawkback goes on the play.
Yeah, this feels like one of those where the on the play is a big factor right away. So someone's going to start with a nice boost. But regardless, like, I think Kathy is definitely, like, if I had to bet, I would have to bet on Kathy just because what we saw the previous Kathy versus Earthen, like, half the games Kathy gets so far ahead in the beginning that it's almost a freebie. And then the other half you actually have to play. Maybe an exaggeration, but just that factor makes me think, okay, I got to be leaning towards Hogvax. Plus, like you said, Uni can have a slower opening sometimes. So I hope, I guess I would just hope that Zara goes first to make this more of an even fight. And I'd like to see a good battle for the win here. We've seen 2 rounds where the featured match was a 2-0 fairly quick. And so I'd like to see this one really go down to the mat, go down to the last round. You know, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that these 2 players are such insane, insanely good. I mean, it's probably underrated here. So let's see what happens.
All right, Hogvax drawing nothing super useful. Full mulligan. Zara
keeping the PS8, which is super important.
And it is
Hogvax
Zara going first.
Yeah.
So we get to see this kind of what we were hoping for, where Hogvax is going to be a little less tempo, which makes it a better battle for sure. Zara passes turn 1, sends it to Hogvax. Hog did find his nice classic Kathy opener. He's got the 1/1+1 or the Hearth. And either way, a no snitching. Big question, though. What do you bank when every card is this good? What is his turn 1 bank? Kind of curious what he picks. It's so simple yet so annoying.
I would say no snitching is a good one. It's not a bad one. Definitely, he probably wants it for the Bannerman. He goes on with Harf because I don't know. Look at this.
I think he's prioritizing getting the buff on his Bannerman over having the Harf shut down coins. But shutting down coins can absolutely destroy Uni in certain hands. So I feel like that Harf is tough to bank.
Also these PS8. I mean, we have seen it. We have seen how Harf can shut down a whole match.
But here's the question then, just to get right into it. Do you ever Harf on turn 2 instead of the 1/1? You just go that hard, or do you save him for turn 3?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess it depends on who you're playing against. I would assume that Hogbax is thinking like, okay, I'm gonna bank the because he might have all the PS8s and all of that, and the coins. But my goal is to actually set up a board. So that's probably Hogback's mindset here.
And I feel like it makes sense because Uni is a little bit less of a coin into the 3-drop kind of deck, and it's more of a coin into the ladies or into the hacker. So it's like you're doing the coins a little later. You're a little less reliant on it, maybe. I don't know though. Harf
it's
on
not
2
like
is
Shroud.
So good.
It's not like shutting down Shroud where it's like you play Harf turn 2 and then everything goes downhill for Shroud then. Yeah,
like against Shroud, you'd be always wanting to Harf on 2. Against Uni, it's a lot more mixed. That's fair. He does get the 2. He does get the 1/1. And I mean, Hogvax is going according to plan so far. We got to see how he handles that first Juggernaut coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, Hogvax also needs to think about setting a board strong enough that doesn't die against these tokens. Because now Sarah is going to drop his token next turn. He already dropped this Researcher, which is quite good in terms of stats. He can take a lot of damage and trades. So
that
let's
solitary
see.
confinement is maybe an answer for a Juggernaut token, but that's a bit slow.
Yeah, might be a bit too slow.
2 solitaries. The game's thinking along the same lines as me, but no, it's probably going to be too slow. I mean, do you think Hog is just setting up for Kathy next turn? Is that as simple as that?
Yeah, for sure. He needs to play Kathy. Otherwise, he won't be able to deal efficiently with the token. On the other hand, Sarah has the opportunity to play Desmond, which could be huge.
Yeah, coin Desmond on 4 is massive. With the 2-drop would become a 0. He can just play Diplo and draw immediately, right? And so that could even lead to multiple draws. Is Zara banking Ingrid now? We're seeing a lot of lady banking. He did have both of them in hand already.
Lady bank. I mean, that's how the best players play. You usually have to, like, your strategy is based on something specific. You would go with it.
Right.
Look at
If
this.
he
can definitely deal with the scout now, with his slinger and the token, set up a board. Like, this is the sort of things. Play Ingrid, possibly next turn if he gets a coin or something. I don't know. These are the sort of plays that you sometimes have to sacrifice the super valuable units or card just to set up a better play.
But was that gunslinger really worth banking one of your ladies for? To do 1 damage to a 2/3 and make it a... Okay, I mean, it is cleared from the artillery. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Can't you just bank gunslinger and play defender juggernaut? Hey, I'm not the one in the tournament here. Hogvax
that could have been a
down on
possibility.
that
Yes,
defender.
that could have been a possibility. I agree with you there. He could have... solitary confinement by Hogvax here. Really nice on the Desmond. Blocking Sarah from playing Frades. You also have to think that Sarah is hyper aware that he can't let Hogvax develop a board good enough, because it only takes Hogvax a little to actually get that reach that he needs for lethal.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is like, okay, Zara's down to 24 already, and it doesn't seem like much, but Hog's threatening like a low-key 15 damage from hand if he can set it up the right way. It's like already so close, you know? Yeah, low-key.
Exactly. So Sarah gets Cyrene, which is super good for him in this situation. What does he bang? He decides to go with solitary confinement to drop Cyrene, clear the researcher, and the trooper in one go, and now has control of the board. This is the situation that you want to be in when facing a Kathy or aggro deck playing Unishop. This is exactly what you want from Sarah's perspective.
What happens now is that Hogvax has to start thinking about using burn on units and not on face. And once that starts happening, that's when Kathy starts losing, right?
Exactly.
And sure enough, yeah, I really feel like, I mean, maybe hindsight bias, I think Zara could have banked that gunslinger and kept both ladies. As it is, Hog clears that out with his lone gunslinger. Send it right back to Zara. Zara with the cyber deck. Cyber deck is also very powerful in this matchup. If he can find a 4-drop to just hold in his hand and block an orbital, that can be game winning. I mean, Zara's advantage is only building, and Hog does have triple fleet support ready, though. I don't know. It's not over yet by any means. Zara needs to tread carefully.
20 damage.
Yeah. Low key.
Let's see. Let's see if Sarah manages to end this before Hogback goes for an insane play with his fleet supports. There's no Sabo around for Sarah. However, Ingrid might get it easily. I mean, Frades might get it easily. To draw a Saboteur, for example. And actually, Sarah has a good board, 8 damage on board. I don't know if Hogbacks will have the chance to even set up what he's intending to set up here.
Yeah. Zara's board presence quickly translates to face damage, and this is where Burn Kathy finally experiences something that it's not good at, which is once it loses the board in the mid game and the lethal is not already set up, all of a sudden it's very hard to reclaim that board without wasting the win condition in the process.
Correct.
He
so is this
the whole
card?
hand,
oh my god! Wait, is that Scimitar Captain?
I was gonna say, yeah, it is. He can discard Zara's entire hand right now. But can he actually afford to do that with 8 damage on board and Hog only at 15?
Oh my god, it doesn't reduce the cost of the split card.
I think it does. No, I think it does. Once he casts it, it makes it a 2. I believe.
Okay.
But you're right that the visual doesn't show that way. But yeah, I believe he's going to go triple solitary though, which I think makes sense because it gets blocked. I didn't even see what he had in his hand. Did he discard a 2-drop?
Yeah, stabilized shard.
I thought it was based on the original cost on the card, not based on the discount. So that's interesting.
And there we go. This is lethal already. From Zarathustra with Frades. 4 damage to the face plus 4 to the buff. Gets 16 damage.
That was so fast, brother. Like 1 second, I thought Hogvax was maybe about to counter, but I'm a little confused. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah. So basically, Cyberdeck wins Zara the game, and it's another example of Cyberdeck beating a burn Cathy. It was a little bit less of a clutch, like compared to Penzo's Cyberdeck moment in the previous Open, but another example of Cyberdeck winning a match. So interesting. I wonder if Cyberdeck becomes like the winner's card if Zara takes down the whole tournament. There's going to start to be like a thread there.
This is more than being about Cyberdeck console. It's being about the fact if Sarah actually decided to keep that stabilized shard just to use for the Cyberdeck console. So that's the bigger point here, and I think he did. I think he saved it just for that, and he got it. He got it right,
dude. I think the Cyberdeck actually really had a great advantage there. And you know, one thing that Qflux was asking a while ago regarding the interaction right there was that the discount is the value that is counted for anything that Cyberdeck will be integrating or interacting with. So, for example, if you have like a Harf, right? Your card is discounted, and your effect is discounted, and the opponent's effect is plus 1.
So so if you cast, let's say, Erasure with Harf on the board for 2, and the opponent could block it with a PS8 that's +1 to 2.
Yes, that's right. So like that's why it's like counterproductive if you put down like a Harf, and you make sure that the opponent will probably have something, especially during a mirror, like a Shroud mirror. It doesn't work as well as it should. So yeah, something new we can learn here. And man, amazing match. There were like slow matches, and then it was just over real quick with this matchup. Semifinals match between Zarathustra and of course Hogvax. Hogvax going out again, a top four spot. Man, that's heartbreaking for him, man. Like he keeps on trying, but falls short. Like 2 matches in or 1 match in, he just misses the championship, but still gets enough points to get in over at his scores, right? So yeah, amazing performance for that. And what do you think, guys, before we go on to look at the brackets yet again, what was your favorite play during that match? Let's start with Kinto.
I mean, I think it was Hogvax's wait to play solitary confinement. I really believe he was he was baiting the hacker to then play solitary confinement and get a cheaper.
You mean paid off, Quinto? Sir Quinto?
What's up?
You mean paid off?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said solitary confinement, which I knew what you meant. But
I meant paid off. Yeah.
How about you, Flux? What was your favorite play during that match?
The paid off play was definitely good, and then it was very cool to see Cyberdeck shut it down at the end. I mean, I kind of wanted to see the triple solitary, which would have also been cool. But whenever someone wins with Cyberdeck, I'm going to eat my words one day when there's some really slow control Cyberdeck meta, and I'm going to complain about it. But at least for now, it's like whenever someone wins with Cyberdeck and like blocks the card at the end to get the win, it just feels so deserved. It feels like when you're playing CS:GO and you're the last one on your team and you defuse the bomb. It's that kind of feeling. You're just like, yes! Like I really like how it feels to see that play out.
Yeah, dude, I really love to play Cyberdeck console. Like considering the fast patch, usually before the fast patch, it was a bit slower for like the things to appear. Like it was like, does he have it? It's like a does he have it or does he have it? Does it not have it moment? Like what do you call that? It's like a Schrodinger's console.
Schrodinger's moment.
Schrodinger's moment right there. Like does he have it or does he not have it? Like, and he has like 15
Schrodinger's
seconds.
console. That's what it would be.
Yeah,
Schrodinger's
Schrodinger's
That's
Schrodinger's
nice.
console. Yeah, man. It's like one of those suspense moments where you're thinking, will you lose or will you not? Man, he and Zarathustra just brought it in one
And
minute.
and by the way, just very quick, I feel like it's
Okay.
been so good that it's one of those things you almost don't notice because it's like something annoying goes away. So I just want to point
Mhm.
out like the Go Fast patch stuff is really feeling good today. Like none of our matches, like there has not been a single moment in any of these commentary matches so far where any commentary was like, "Oh, we're waiting for the cards to get revealed," or "Oh, oof, gonna be a long match. Oh no, it's an earthen mirror. Oh no,
Yeah,
allocated provisions." Like we
yeah,
haven't had a single moment of that. And that's
yeah.
actually a big deal. So shout outs to the Parallel team. There was a little
Yep.
bit of a path to get there through some
Mhm,
bugs over the last week or two. I for
mhm.
sure shout outs to everyone who played through it. But at this point,
Yeah,
the game is looking good. And I got to say, it's never felt so good to commentate matches.
Yep.
yeah. Feels so
Correct.
good. Feels so fast and feels so right now. Q Flux. But you know what? What I'm thinking about right now is the amazing cast right there for Q Flux. But we're gonna be saying goodbye to him for now as we go into the next matchup. Thank you, Q Flux, for that cast. And Kinto, just stay there. We're gonna be reviewing the brackets right now.
Sure.
Here we go. Looking at the brackets, we have here a bunch of matches that have already been done, or the recent match we just watched was Zarathustra going against Hogvax with a 2-1. Now, both of these guys have gone on a warpath with Zarathustra destroying Fino right there with a 2-0. Again, another one has been removed. The BlizzCon Jan on the other side with a 2-1. And for Hogvax, he was able to defeat Sparkling with a 2-1 and 2-0'd PURP after PURP destroyed Manos with a 2-0 and he got 2-0'd himself. Now he's on the receiving end with a 2-1 against Zarathustra, and he will be moving forward, or Zarathustra will be moving forward in the final spot, waiting for whoever wins against Jarla and Zeliaser. Now that's gonna be an amazing match, and we're gonna be bringing back the Factor. The Factors. You guys have a lot of Q's in your name. There's the Factor with a Q. There is Q Flux with a
Q
Q.
Flux,
Kinto with a Q.
Quinto.
Am I Kexcelsior right now? I don't know, man.
A Quellsfor, yeah. You need to put a Q in there somehow. Yeah.
Somehow there should be a Q here in my name. I don't know. So but yeah, so I've been seeing the Factor comment a bit a while back. In that match, in the previous match, did you have like any like moments where you just like popped off like, oh man, like that is a memorable moment for from that match against Zarathustra and Hogvax? What do you think?
That's a question for me, yeah?
Yeah,
Excelsior.
for you,
Yeah,
right? The
yeah.
Factor.
It was
Yeah.
really good. I mean, high level play from both players as we were
Mhm.
expecting, and yeah, the game where Hogvax kind of revealed, and he ended up getting the 5-5, the 6 5-5. Actually, forgot the name of it, but he kind of revealed
Oh
too
yeah.
many. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was kind of
J-Mac.
crazy because he
Yeah.
could have given himself some energy to then get the Ingrid out. But you know what?
Mhm.
Like they've been so good that you can really tell that these players, this is their trade, right?
Mhm.
Because they make so many high level plays. Like Quinto
Mhm.
mentioned it on the broadcast as well. He was like, he said, you can tell that Hogvax is a master player because he kind of held back a no snitch, and he used the no snitch on the Moonlit Star, so that the no defender can be passed over. And it's just like little things like that that like seem so natural to them. But if you're new to the
Mhm.
game, you can pick up so much from watching like these top players. It's just been so great so far. I can't wait. I'm always thinking when we look at the bracket, I'm thinking, God, can you imagine like a Zelizara? It
Mhm.
sounds
Yeah.
good, like a Zelizara final, but like Zelly's got to get past the champ,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
it's actually they played in the Worlds, didn't they? They played in
In the
Worlds,
Yeah.
Yarla and,
finals,
Yes.
and
the
Zelly.
world's
It was the
Yes. Yes.
final,
finals,
right?
all over
World's
again.
finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the final again, So I
Yeah.
wonder whether Zelly can get some revenge this time.
Yeah, it's like a Jay-Z final, like
Yeah.
Yarla versus Eliezer. And it's actually in the pre-roll, like there were like the video stinger that we have right here.
Yeah.
There's Zeliaser and Yarla matchup, and Zeliaser standing up as well. Like those were amazing moments for Worlds, and we're gonna be seeing them again on a kind of a Worlds kind of rematch. As you spoken, I was like, I was about to get to that, but you got to it earlier.
I beat you to the punch.
You beat me to the punch, dude. Like that's
Yeah.
the narrative that we have right here. And it is a different gonna be a different lineup that they're gonna be having for now, right? Because I remember there was a Neve at some point that was brought by Yarla during that matchup. And yeah, I think looking at it right now, there is still a Neve, but Uni Workshop is gonna be the play right here. And while waiting for the decks to be lined up, again, guys, I'd like to thank everyone who is on the chat, keeping the chat alive and commenting over at Twitch for the recent matches, and for everyone who's keeping on joining these tournaments as well. Like Open is very, very, it's kind of open to everyone. And also minors are going to be open to everyone who's going to be on the top 100 as well. Make sure to always keep the grind up so that you will be able to get a spot in these tournaments. And, majors is going to be coming up soon. And that's going to be one tournament to watch out for. Lots of points. And, that spot to be in Worlds is going to be up for grabs, right? So that's going to be an amazing, amazing tournament. I want to see these decks. But before we go and start, thank you again to Echelon Prime Foundation for making this happen and making us your casters as well. Again, the first deck is going to be the New Dawn, played by Zeliaser. Let's listen to the factor for this one.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about this earlier on, so we won't spend too much time going through it, but yeah, essentially this deck is just all about just trying to remove as much as you can. It's the banish everything deck. You've got, 3 Erasures, 3 Siphons, you've got 2 Dark Reposes, you've got 3 Cereses in there, you've got 3 Demos. There's so much removal in this deck that the deck is almost removing itself. It's an incredible deck. And I really hope that we get to see Zelly play it. I think we will, right? Hopefully it doesn't get banned. I don't know the bans yet, but I'd like to see this in a tournament. I'd like to see how he plays it. It's a tricky deck as well because it's not very quick early on, so you're really relying on trying to just contain them early on. But then once you get into your mid and late game, it really hits its stride. So it's a really good deck. Yep.
Really good deck indeed that we're seeing from Zeliaser. New Dawn. Let's look at the next deck that he is bringing. And this is going to be another Uni Workshop with a Cyber Deck console loaded up. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, we see here a pretty standard Uni shop list going with Sanctuary. This is a card that usually players tend to remove or add. We see the Cyber Deck console, which has been goated in the last matchup. Also, 2 copies of the drone printer, which are essentially what everyone's using. Then Zeliaser is going here with an Artmore VI core early game, which is something that I shop decks. Then after that, we see everything like the legendary pack with the hacker, also all the copies of the hacker, and then some changes here in terms of the amount of PS8 launchers copies, but the rest feels is the same amount of copies for No Snitching, Take It or Leave It, and Solitary Confinement. Really consistent deck here from Selly.
Yeah, that's like I'm imagining if there's some kind of lore wherein there is an echelon pack, right? An echelon rat pack, so to speak, like with Desmond Walker, Wong, Freydis, Ingrid, and Lord Harf, and they're all legendaries, right? So I don't know, man. That might be somewhere down the line. I don't know, but that's a good package that Zeliaser brought with his Uni Workshop. Let's look at the next deck. And it's going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing for this tournament, Yarla. And Yarla is going to be bringing his very own Uni Workshop And let's listen to the factor to compare this to the previous uni workshop that was brought out.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this because I've been playing against Yala on the ladder, like consistently, time after time. Probably played each other about 6-7 times over the last week on the ladder, and he's been running this deck, and it's a nightmare. What I will say actually is that this deck is very good against Zeli's New Dawn deck. So if Zeli plays he's gonna have to play the New Dawn against this. It's gonna be tricky because almost your strategy is to just try and run this deck into fatigue, just draw the game out as much as you can and just frustrate them as much as you can. This is good though. He's running 2 Mismancers. He's running an armored support vehicle in there just to kind of help delay and frustrate the opponents as well, because the whole point of this deck, of course, is to just get the hacker going, get those cost reductions happening. So there's a little bit of removal in here with the PS8. There's a little bit of frustration with the armored support vehicle, and then there's just the two solitary confinements as well. One paid off to try and disrupt and just cause chaos, as we've seen so much at this tournament. Yeah, and then the drone printers are there, so you can keep cycling through your deck, keep looking for answers, looking for those reduced cards. But also, if your board gets wiped, then you've still got a way to just kind of go wide. So yeah, it's a cool deck. We've seen it a lot, and Yarla plays it fantastically.
Yeah, Yarla plays it fantastically indeed. And you know what? One thing I'm seeing right now, or not seeing right now, is the presence of a sanctuary. It's like a kind of an insurance policy. Not that's kind of low roll sometimes, because there's a lot of universal cards that you can get from that. And sometimes when you get lucky, you get an Ingrid, you get a Freitas, and you get a second one that you can play again. And these pros possibly think that they don't need it. So let's see how this works with Yarla, and let's look at this next deck right now. And you can see as in his profile picture, he is bringing that vinyl trophy with him as well. And he brought a Neve. If I remember correctly, guys, Neve was one of the decks that he played with as a champion. But let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah. First Neve. Actually, first Shroud we see today here from Jarla, going with the Stabilized Shard, a really good card in every Neve deck. The Embedded Agent, Singularity Steward, the Baron, Void Trapper, Malia, Harf, 1 Miamancer, and 2 Saboteurs. This is really interesting. Cards include in the Neve deck, especially this is, I would assume, tuned against Unishop in this case. Then we see some copies of Snow Snitching, Take it or Leave It, like other removals, the Brand's Expertise being used instead of a Romaine Researcher, for example. Really good card also because you can lower its cost and draw a lot. We have seen Jarla play this deck in that way where he's preparing for the end. Then the Erasure, more removal, Treasure Scheming, going high on them because they are good cards to steal key cards like Titans, Heras, Ladies, etc.
Yeah.
Then Eclipse Fate on Scene Allies. 1 copy of Scene Allies is really interesting just to get something back from the singular. Like, this essentially buys you an extra turn of whatever you want to do by endgame. So, and 2 Tribes of the Lost. This is a really, really nice list here from Jarla. Very complete, very consistent, ready to essentially beat anything, I would say.
Yeah, it's like an effect heavy deck. And one thing I'm seeing here is that they don't usually carry a Ceres. There's the banishing tools are usually a Life Siphon, Erasure, Eclipse Fate, and anything other than that. There is also the Neve's Dominion. It's gonna be the tools that Yarla is gonna be carrying. So it has worked for him so far. So maybe he doesn't need that for this lineup. And those are the decks we're gonna be seeing. And let's look at the band setup right now. The band decks for each of those players. So we have here the bands are going to be Markolian for Zeliaser and Markolian as well for Yarla. And I think they're angry at each other because they're looking at the other way. Like you're not here. Like I'm not looking at you. You again. Like, why did you put it like that? Because like they could have been facing each other though. Man, what do you think about these lineups? Both are using workshop, but also using shroud with different paragons. Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, so because they've both brought Shroud, the difficult dilemma that they have is that both like their opponents have brought Marco, so Kathy, and then also Uni Workshop, right? And like because your Shroud decks don't do that great against both of those, you have the dilemma of which is the lesser of two evils, right? And the lesser of two evils is the Algoncourt one. Like you have to get rid of Kathy. You can't go up against it because like you just get wrecked. You just get wrecked, right? It's a mismatch. You have a chance to win, a better chance to win against the Uni, even though it's still really difficult. But you have a lot of tools in Shroud that allow you to, board clear Uni, remove, go and steal their Ingrids and their Freydises and their Desmonds and stuff, and then even create big wide boards yourself through things like unseen allies, right? So it makes a lot of sense. That was the big threat, and they've identified it. Yep.
Yeah, really, really good insights right there. The factor. And how about you, Kinto? What do you think about these lineups and bands? Oh wait.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're watching here a uni shop, which has been this is the second one of today.
Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna leave you guys to start this already. It's gonna be a Uni Workshop mirror. It's gonna be exciting. Second semifinals match between Yarla and Zeliaser. It's gonna be a rematch, so to speak, from our finalists over at Season 1 Worlds. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Excelsior. Yeah, so both players here opting to kind of pretty much redraw everything. Zelly, because he's going second, he's thinking about keeping a take it or leave it, so he can possibly take it or leave it, or as people say, coin into something bigger. He's actually got a second take it or leave it, which is nice, and then that allows him to potentially go into paid off really quickly. That's pretty strong. I'm interested to see what Yarla chose though as well. What Yarla's hand is like, but that's strong for Zelly. Oh, and Yarla's already got a lady in his hand. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, no, what we want to see here.
But
will we see
chose
another
that.
lady bank? We have seen so much lady banks in this tournament today in this broadcast.
Yeah,
will we see it again?
Yeah, so he went quite hard, didn't he? He went quite aggressive with his mulligan to try and get something better, and he ended up getting the Ingrid. So much you can. I mean, that's not great, is it? The thing is with this deck, right? And you know it as well, Quinto. It's not really about playing like things early, is it? You're just trying to get to Hacker. What I have to say at the moment is that like Yarla's hand doesn't really allow him to get to Hacker quickly at the moment. So probably based on the mulligan so far, the opening hands, Zelly's, even though he's going second, I feel like Zelly might have the advantage here early on.
Yeah. I mean, this is a match that we have seen where no one really wants to establish a board early on. We see Zeliaser going for it, though. Dealing that one damage to the face. Then Yarla answers.
Are we
with
really surprised?
Finger.
I was gonna say, are we really surprised with Zelly? Like he just loves to put stuff down on the board early, doesn't he? You know?
We laugh about this because this is like the number one noob mistake, like playing a slinger or in any game where it's like the one cost card that does one damage, playing it on turn one. It's always probably a mistake. If it's not gonna trade specifically, so
yeah, it doesn't really feel like it's a good value play, right? Yeah,
I mean Zeliaser did the new play, Yarla did the pro play where it's like for answering, but yeah, interesting demonstration.
So yeah, at the moment, both players aren't really playing too much on the board, but that's not a surprise. These decks are not really built for that. It's more kind of mid to late game. The next turn for Zelly could potentially be explosive because he could go into, if he wanted to, well, he thinks he could go into and find an Ingrid or a Freydis. The thing is that Ingrid and Freydis are both in Jarla's hand. So if he does do that paid off, maybe he goes into Desmond. The problem as well by doing that is that if he plays the kickback, of course, that's just going to leave the door open for Jarla to start getting his ladies going, right?
Yeah, and I also think that Zeliaser actually played that slinger using cards from his hand. He seems to be intending to set up a big hand, so he doesn't want to burn stuff. He's definitely also better positioned to get some high rolls. He hasn't drawn his leads, has the paid off. So Zeliaser, if he gets a hacker next turn, for example, he might set up a good rest of the game. We see an Estelles. He's probably going to play it in this case.
Do you think? You think he's going to play the Estelles over the paid off?
Yeah.
You're doing it, yeah. He's doing it. You're right, man. You were spot on.
I mean, is it playing a paid off? At this point, like, it will be, if you're not intending to play a lady or then it's just a lost cause, especially if you don't get to actually steal it.
No, yeah. There's not a lot of value either. Yeah.
And he won't play it either because he doesn't have anything on board to actually maximize the output.
Yep, you're right. You're absolutely spot on. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a slinger? Okay.
Slinger see a paid
to
off.
get rid of the shield
Yeah,
pod.
we're gonna see here. We're gonna see a paid off. Now Jarla does have a good setup for stealing one of the ladies. Only Freydis is left in Zeliaser's deck. However, he's gonna give a lot to Zeliaser by doing this. Now Jarla knows that
look at Zeli
has that Ingrid in hand. So let's see what happens here. This is right out of the gate. Clash of Titans, going with the paid off, early ladies going into the board. This is really exciting, actually.
I love the way that Zeli was just like laughing, thinking, yeah, okay, you've gone and got my lady. I get it. It's going to be this type of game. I like it. I respect it.
This is a good
what did he give?
play for Jarla if he decides to do 4 damage to these Estelles, could clear it with the token.
Yeah. Yeah, for a second there, I didn't see. Oh, okay.
Start doing some damage here.
Nice.
The thing is that Zeliaser is going to get a second Estelles. He plays his lady right away. He can actually play that one.
Yeah.
He has a take it or leave it. Yeah, he's going full on madness at this point.
Yeah. This is nice, actually. This is pretty nice.
Oh, he's going, what? He's going for the paid off, but that paid off won't actually pay off. Oh my God, Zeliaser. Well, anyways, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Jarla's board is not super strong. Can't actually play a lady next turn. Zeliaser, on the other hand, is just chilling, it seems. Ooh. High roll to the hacker.
Yeah.
And he's going to go, he's going to go for the paid off.
Wow, so much value on this turn already. But yeah, he's going to see right now, isn't he? He's going to realize. Yeah. I'm looking at his reaction. I'm looking at his reaction to see when he realizes.
Let's look at that.
Yeah.
He didn't react.
So Mia Smans is good.
He's like, okay. Yeah. No lady, but the Maya Mancer works.
Yeah. We actually saw this very play. We saw this from Viper, didn't we? This tournament where Viper done exactly the same, done the paid off, realized that he couldn't get the lady and thought, okay, let's try and block you out then, and got a Mia Smancer. Good play. Smart. And you don't give too much energy either in the kickback, right? Because it only costs 3. So they're then kind of not as powerful with their plays against you.
Oh, he actually only gave 1 because the Maya Mancer was, I think. The Maya Mancer Selly stole was hacked, if I'm not wrong.
Well, was it hacked? Okay. I didn't spot that. You might be right, actually. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah.
Oh no,
Good spot.
actually no. It was because of the Desmond. It was because of Desmond that he actually didn't have to pay 3 cost paid off. This is right. This is a good question. Yeah, Hacker Mayas gave 1. Yeah. Yeah, it was Desmond.
Well spotted. Yeah, well spotted, Quinto.
Okay, so now Jarla is gonna play to recover the board somewhere or the other. If Zeliaser manages to keep those Mayamancers rolling, it's gonna be very difficult for Jarla to get ahead here. Zeli tops deck this take it or leave it, which is good for the current setup they have. And just plays a hacker.
Yep. Get more board presence. Okay. 2-cost hacker. Not bad. Just trying to build his way up, isn't he, to get that Ingrid down? Still quite a little bit away.
I just wonder why didn't Zeli just play his Ingrid? Like he had 11, played a bunch of universal units and stuff to maximize the output of Ingrid.
Yeah,
I don't know why he didn't go. Like he wanted, like I know he wanted to go with a more insane play of using paid off to maximize, but yeah, his biggest risk in that occasion was the fact that Jarla already had drawn his ladies.
Yeah, he wanted to try and get as much value out of it as possible, right? I get what you're saying. Yeah. This is a pretty okay position, I think, still for Jarla at the moment.
Yeah, correct.
He's still got Ingrid, he can clear the board, then he can kind of get a drone printer going. Bank 1, play 1. This is interesting. It's very much a cat and mouse game right now. We've seen, a paid off that kind of didn't really pay off. But then for Zeli, he's still got, Ingrid in his hand. He's got a nice reduced cost there for half, which is decent. And then going for the Mearsmancer just to try and block any type of next lady play.
Yeah. Yeah, if Jarla gets here, take your lead, for example. But now, and the thing also, Zeli, now if he plays Ingrid next turn, he will get another Mayamancers, and this is Mayamancers snowball and block your opponent from actually doing anything, especially a Unishop mirror. In a Unishop mirror.
Absolutely. And also, to be honest, he gets the opportunity to steal the glaive, right? Which could be massive.
Also, yeah. I think Jarla knows it, that he's in that position where he's gonna get probably outplayed here. So let's
Not
see
outplayed,
how yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as you say, cooked, right? Cooked.
Yeah, I couldn't say that Jarla is cooked. I mean, he's the best parallel player. He does have the relics in play, so even if Zeli steals a lot and clears the board, Jarla will have an answer with his own Ingrid.
Yeah.
So we will see here. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Well, he's going to clear it. He's going to clear it with the glaive. The glaive can clear everything. Yeah.
No, and also the Mayamancers that he's going to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. So that's why I said cooked. Yeah, cooked. I thought you were going to say. I was waiting for you to say cooked.
No, you were letting me go to eventually just say Jarla is cooked.
I think you were being very polite there, yeah. But I was waiting for you to say he's cooked. Yeah, I mean, you never know with Jarla though. Jarla is one of those masters that can turn it around. But when you've got a board like this, you know that you don't have a clear for it. It's really difficult. He could steal the glaive. We can't even play Ingrid right now, can he?
Can't do it. So Zeliaser has a whole turn for himself here. There's nothing Jarla can actually do aside from dropping in tokens.
Yeah,
from his drone
from his
printer.
drone printer. Yeah, because even the cards he's got in his hand are all muster cards. It's just not going to trigger, is it? Because of the Mia Spencer.
Yeah.
That's a really bad spot. Great play from Zelly though. Deary me, amazing play from Zelly.
Yeah.
Puts Yala in a real bad spot. And there's a lot of damage on the board. How much damage on the board here? 8, 9, 12, 15, 18 damage on the board that you can just slam face. That's pretty nasty.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Desmond don't actually help here. Everything in Jarla's hand has a muster except of the Desmond. So
yeah, you're absolutely spot on.
Tricky situation where he's just drawing stuff, looking for an out. What's the out?
Yeah. Oof. I mean, Zelly as well could just, clean up the tokens quite easily with the glaive if you wanted to. Then clean up the Desmond. He's drawing more as well. Nice play. Get a cunning diplomat going, perhaps. There you go. To use the glaive to hit into the token. Then the Desmond's just free to kill. This is pretty brutal for Yala. I've got to say, this is looking like it's going to be a win for Zelly, unless Zala can pull a rabbit out of his hat.
I mean, what's gonna really happen here? This Ingrid won't Jarla's Ingrid will be good, but I don't think it will do the job, especially with everything Zeliaser has on board. Has a defense juggernaut and a cunning diplomat placed correctly.
Yes, on the right-hand side.
Situation. Yeah, prepare for the situation if Jarla wants to steal his glaive in this scenario.
Yeah, spot on, man. Spot on point there from Quinto. Putting the cunning diplomat on the far side so that he can choose to use it to defend. And then if it does, the glaive hits that and then just basically kills that and the token and the rest survives is really smart.
Yeah, and placing the token there also, like having that token there in between definitely helps. So we'll see a good Ingrid, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
No. It might be a little bit too late as well. Okay, the last unit played, of course, was Desmond. Yeah, does get a Desmond at least.
I mean,
Zelly just kind of, you can see calculating in his head. Does this change things for Zelly? And he's just looking at it. He's thinking, okay, what do I need to do here? Doesn't look super concerned, but knows that the Desmond is a slight problem.
So glaive, stealing glaive, definitely we see that Zelly has 8, 9, 15 damage already there.
Yep.
If he gets something, what can he get out of this Romain researcher?
Okay, yeah, he's going for extra cards. Okay, wow, nice. Which makes sense because he's got Desmond on there, so you can play more stuff for very little.
And look at all the units from Jarla here. At 0 cost, the Alvaro, these ones that he got also. The armor support vehicle, this is gonna block a lot of damage from Zeliaser, leaving him with if Jarla had gone with a discard discard option, description, discard option, I think it wouldn't have been as good as this one.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think the fact that he had Desmond on there and then you had the opportunity to just go and get more universal units for cheaper, I think that was really good actually. And now we're kind of looking at a board here where this is slightly problematic actually for Zelly.
Yeah, this is why you don't call cooked on the world champ.
Yeah, you don't cook it. You don't cook it too early. Yeah.
Yeah. So Zelly running also out of cards. Only 9 cards left. No trading to save the day. Really. No Wong. There's Cyrene. Both of them, I think, still have Cyrene somewhere in the decks. There it is.
There it is.
Zeliaser too late. He wanted that one turn before, I would say.
Yeah. And
So
cheaper as well.
yeah, this is gonna be about how how Zeliaser manages to deal with this board and Jarla to defend it. In this case,
Okay, this is
definitely
good.
Zeliaser wants to deal with the glaive.
Yeah.
It's a priority here.
He's
For
trying to get to
sure.
it, isn't he? And he can deal with it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeliaser still has the defense juggernaut and a cunning diplomat, so he can still defend in a
play.
way where he will get the advantage. On the other hand, Jarla here gets a big advantage from the cost reduction from Desmond.
Mm.
It's going to possibly fill up this board again, make Zeliaser deal with it.
Yeah, Desmond is such a pain to deal with, right? Because like you can't snitch it, and every time you want to try and attack it, your other units just defend. So he's such a pain when he's on the board to try and get rid of. I remember Muka was saying on one of the past broadcasts that everyone talks about the ladies, but nobody talks enough about Desmond, and Desmond is almost the real enabler once you get him down. And I think we're seeing it here. So he's got a Mia Spencer, but the Mia Spencer wouldn't, as far as I know, wouldn't work against the Cyrene. In fact, it wouldn't, because Cyrene, even though she has a must, it doesn't block it. It's a new keyword that the team are going to have to that are going to be coming up with. We'll talk about that later, though. Okay, so he's playing a cruiser, I believe, a 6 cost 6/6.
Yeah.
Not much else going on in Jarla's hand, though. The Mismancer's nice, of course. Always want to try and get that down if you can. As I say, that shouldn't stop the Cyrene, but it will stop the rummaging. It will stop the kind diplomat. Okay, and just looking to clean up here. So getting rid of the 5 attack Ingrid. Yeah. Nice. The Mismancer as well, just like getting rid of the defender was actually pretty big, right? Allows him to do that.
Yeah.
Good
Was
play.
key. And now
Yeah.
Jarla has turned the table. Oh my god. Can't believe this.
Wow. What an amazing fight back. Yeah, so Zeli just opting to get more drones going because he knows at the moment that any of his cards just are not going to proc because of the Miasmancer blocking them out. Decides to also trigger the drone printer to turn that into a 6/6, which is actually pretty useful.
Yep.
This is interesting. It kind of feels like every turn it's kind of swinging. You know, the momentum is very much swinging. It's just a testament to 2 top players that know exactly what to do, isn't it? Really, it's just fascinating to watch. Yeah. I mean,
my god.
I mean, when we were looking at the board, probably like 4 or 5 turns ago, we are thinking, "God, man, this is looking bad for Jarla." And now we're kind of talking about these guys potentially going to fatigue here.
Yep. With Zeli actually going first into it.
Yeah.
Jarla with a hacker.
Oh, okay. That's actually pretty useful. I think that's pretty useful, right? No.
He doesn't care. He's
Saboteur?
still like drawing from the drone printer here.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's going to get rid of the Sanctuary just to prevent Zeli from, possibly drawing another lady or something.
There's no more ladies.
But he could create one, no, from the Sanctuary.
Yeah, he can create it, and well, they can get it also after decking. So if one of them top decks after they have Depleters at deck, they top deck one of their ladies. That could possibly mean yeah, the win in that scenario.
Could be it. Yeah, that could be it for sure if that happens. Yeah. Just seeing Excelsior say that, yeah, he can create a lady. That's what I just said. Sounds a bit weird, actually, when you say it like that, right?
Yeah.
You can create a lady card. Weird science. Right, so Jarla very much is trying to limit the damage here, try and contain as much of the board as he can.
There's
He
still
wants
a
to hit that
cunning diplomat
6-6.
there.
Yeah, he wants to hit that 6-6, but Zeli's not going to let him. He's
But
going to block
he
with
could
the
have.
cunning diplomat.
Oh no, he couldn't. He couldn't. I thought, the frame of the cards confused me in that case.
Yeah, so he does also remove the sanctuary, and then he uses his own drone printer to create a 6-6. Fascinating. Here comes Desmond. Oh, Desmond could change things here massively.
Yep.
I don't. Zeli at 3. Does he really? I don't think he wants to be playing rummaging. It's tricky. He's got rummaging. He's got cunning diplomat, but cunning diplomat could be useful because it's a defender, right? So you just want to try and block as much damage away from your key units as possible. He's considering what to play here. Yeah, so the cunning diplomat, just to make it more tricky for Jarla, gets another rummage in. Rummaging when you're down to 2 cards in your deck is pretty rough. He's at 22 health as well, so he's got a health advantage over Jarla, but don't really want to be rummaging when to force the fatigue on you. This is good though. I like it. Siren comes down. She can start to deal with some of the board. Another defender, and then gets the I always forget the name of this card. I'm gonna have to look it up. I haven't seen this card in so long. Do you know the name of that card? The double agent, isn't it? It's double agent.
Double
yeah,
agent,
there you go. Yeah.
So
agent.
Zeliaser going for the kill here. He went face, didn't care anymore. He dropping the Maya Mancer.
Jarla down at 2 is wow. Look at that. Look at the size of the board. Jarla actually has to scroll through to see the whole entire board. That's pretty scary, actually. How does he clean this up?
There's 12, 17, 18 damage for Jarla, and he decides to concede.
Yeah.
There's nothing in his deck that. Wait, it won't actually. Oh no, because of the defender. To Zeliaser's defenders. This was an insane match. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Like Battle of the Titans in this case. Unishop mirror. Definitely.
that was
so many so many back and forth here.
Yeah, it was
wild.
like a masterclass in how to play Uni workshop from both players, wasn't it? And like as you said, back and forth every turn was like a big swing. They were just playing all the right things, making all the right decisions. We were almost looking at Jarla at one point and thinking, how on earth does he come back from that? And then all of a sudden, he just populated this crazy good board. And then Desmond really helped him to stabilize as well, didn't he? Getting that Desmond down and then opting, as you say, to go for the generating more cards rather than discarding your opponent's card really helped him there. But in the end, it was all in vain because there was too much pressure from Zeli, and he gets the first win. So
exactly.
Second game, Quinto, we're looking at for Jarla. Jarla could go Uni again, or he could go into his Neve. He knows that Zeli has to play his Shroud. Are we going to see a Shroud mirror here as the next game? Or do you think that basically Jarla just goes Uni into the New Dawn? What do you reckon?
Good question. I think Jarla goes Uni again.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, I think so as well. I think so. I think it goes good. He knows, having played me as well a lot over the last week. I've been playing with that New Dawn deck. He knows that it is very strong against that New Dawn deck. So I'm fully expecting Jarla for the next game to just kind of play Uni, get the win, and then take it to a Shroud Mirror in the last game. We will see though. Quinto, do you think there was anything else that Jarla could have done in that last game? I mean,
I think he played it
bad
really well. I
decisions.
mean, the fact that he went with Desmond, the value of Desmond fights, that's what actually gave him the chance to actually turn things around. In the end, Zeliaser understood that he could capitalize in that full face and just have enough pressure to whatever Jarla did wouldn't matter. So yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I'm sort of like running the game back in my head, and I'm running all the turns back in my head, and I'm like, there really wasn't any misplays or like poorly optimized plays. They were all great decisions. It's just, we were wrong.
No, I said.
No, we were right. We were right. Yeah, we were right.
I said that Jarla was gonna go. Yeah.
We were right.
So,
yeah,
I don't think Jarla was gonna go into a shroud mirror.
No.
Like, I think he has the upper hand of winning with the uni shop here against Noodle.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do. The big weakness here for Zeli's New Dawn deck is that it is most likely it can struggle to really keep up with the token generation. So they have a lot of units that they can play early on. So they have kind of like embedded agents, singularity stewards. They've got void trappers. This is all fine, but they don't hit very hard. They don't hit very big. And for like Jarla, he's not probably too bothered about them because he knows if he gets to Hacker, he can just start to get his big board going. So Zeli banks a demo first of all. So he's running 3. That's the first one in the bank. Interesting card for Zeli. He gets the 3 cost 3/3. This is actually a good card, the Algoncore one, that can give him an upgrade, but I think it's most likely going to be a card that he banks as well. He's got a good turn for the next one. He can go straight into Void Trapper, or he can play Scheming. Kind of feel like maybe it's a little bit too early to play Scheming, but we know that Zeli likes to keep board pressure, so I'm fully expecting Zeli to go Void Trapper next turn. For Jarla, what does Jarla do here? Can he do? Can't really do anything, can he? Other than play, that. So it's decent. So yeah, it does get banked, the Nano Enhanced Fire Team, and then there you go. There's the Void Trapper, just to keep the pressure going.
Yep.
These games are so quick now, aren't they? By the way, Quinto, like I'm almost like, wow, the turn's done, and then we're having to sort of talk about the next opponent's turn. They're so quick; they're coming thick and fast.
Well, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, love it. So for Jarla here, he has the option of playing, say, half, but I don't really want to play half because I think that he's just going to get copied by the Void Trapper. Does he play the armored support?
Does it matter?
Or another?
Does it matter if he gets a copy of Harv? Yeah, I guess that for resources purposes, it does definitely.
Yeah, it does.
Also to reduce the cost of effects in this case.
Yeah, because can you imagine if he played a half and then he just runs the Void Trapper into it? Then this next turn he could play like double Scheming, and then he could play like a Singularity Steward as well. Double Scheming would really reduce what Jarla could do. So what's he opting to do here? It's going to get Ceres going. Ceres is a good option. Get rid of the armored support vehicle. Potentially slam face. Void Trapper is really good here because if you slam face, and there you go, he does get a half. He gets a half in the end. Void Trapper is really good because it kind of, if you slam face with it against Algoncore Uni Workshop, you can use the Void Trapper to kind of almost scout to find out as a recon unit what do they have in their hands. So he knows he had a half. It's now been played. But let's say that he had a lady in his hand and he hit the face and he sees, okay, I got a lady, so he's got one. You can then assess what you need to do and how aggressive you need to be with the Scheming or erasures. So Zeli's doing really good at the moment. But the double Alvaro for Jarla is also very problematic for Zeli. And again, he's going to get a token the next turn as well. So this is what I mean about the slight weakness to this deck is you can put some units down early, but a lot of them don't stick on the board against this deck. And then with your token generation you get, it can make it really difficult then to actually get on the board. Because once you get on the board, unless you've got similar kind of units, you're then going to be playing the answer game mainly. And I think that's what might happen soon. Yeah. Give him an Alvaro. That's not too much of an issue because they don't want to play it. And then there's the token. So you can now get rid of Void Trapper. Yeah. So you can see the board building for Yala, but for Zeli, he's got a 1-1 and a 2-2 that will just die quite easily next turn. So yeah, this is what I mean. It can struggle to keep up with the board pressure from Uni. So Yala's doing really well at the moment.
Yeah. Setting up a board, setting up those Alvaros to just counter any sort of effect here. Zeliaser taking a lot of damage from the Alvaros. It's going to take 9 damage because I assume he's going to go with Erasure next. Or not?
Yeah, he could do. He could also go, like, say, half and then double scheme. I like this. Yeah, that's what I would do as well. Half double scheme.
Take a lot of damage,
damage,
but it doesn't matter because he's going to essentially counter anything Jarla
I don't
does.
think he actually I don't think he needs to necessarily scheme again, actually, because now he's looked at his hand. He's like, okay, I don't need to scheme for that. So, but I think that was good play. The right play.
I mean, Jarla getting the good top decks here with
Zeli's struggling.
Cyrene, yeah.
This is what I mean. This deck can struggle against this type of deck. Yeah.
And on top of everything, this Alvaro here that just deals 3 damage every time Zeliaser plays an effect.
Yeah. So it's nice that he's got the Siren here because the Siren can at least remove that. But the problem is that he then can't clear another unit. But he needed to play this. He needed to play this just to try and contain the damage. He can take 4 directly to the face here. We can see that Yala's already got a lady, but he's just a little bit too far away from being able to play her.
Yeah. And he has to be careful for another Zeliaser scheming also.
He's going Adira. He's going for the Adira.
Yeah, Adira. Adira is the play. But keying 5 energy next turn to Zeliaser, how bad is that? I mean, Celi's not playing Neve.
He's going for the Wong. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Adira would be good if he had more in his hand, but actually he's running out of resources, so go for the Wong. Try and refill your hand. Get Cyber Deck, which is pretty big, actually, against New Dawn. I like it. Very, very good from Yala. Oh, okay. That's nice as well, because he can slam face for... the Alvaro getting buffed is a pain.
He's going to take a lot of damage here. With 2 take it or leave it. Wants to play a Cyber Deck, I assume, or not?
I think he's going to play, the Cyber Deck, and then, just kill that, with the 2/5 Juggernaut. And Zeli down to 10. Yeah, this is what I mean. I've been in Zeli's shoes so much this week against Yala, against this deck, and it's really frustrating because you take a lot of damage. The Alvaros can really wreck you. You don't have units that can deal with them. And because they're also getting tokens, you can't keep up with it. You have to rely on getting to the demo range. And unfortunately for Zeli, he does not have a demo. This is the thing. If he had a demo, he might be okay. But then also Yala could basically block it now with the Cyber
deal
Deck.
With this board either way. Definitely is going to keep taking damage. The Alvaro. And on the other hand, Jarla just can't, he can do everything, actually. So he's deleting all Alvaros. He can play Erasure and Wong. He can play Scheming also. He's not in not such a bad position, I think.
Yeah, you're right. He's still in the game. I think he's just hoping he can get to the point where he gets some more removal.
Ooh.
Okay, Malia.
But he hasn't taken any self-damage.
No. And you'd want
However,
another unit
Malia
as
with
well.
a heal, it's something. It's something. Let's see what happens here. Zeliaser at 5 health against the ropes from Jarla. Will Jarla find something to actually deal with it, or will Zeliaser regain his tempo somewhere or the other with Malia? Get those resources flowing and those heals. He definitely needs a good setup.
Yeah.
And also prevent Jarla from building up a board, so his Malia can actually sustain and heal and recover.
Do you know what he might need to do? If he doesn't draw a unit, if Zeli doesn't draw a unit here, he might need to play the New Dawn, leave the New Dawn on the field, and then play Malia and make the New Dawn corrupted, just so we can get a heal. And then it means that the New Dawn possibly then gets killed. If you don't get a unit, you don't get a heal from Malia.
So he needs a unit here, definitely. But let's see what happens.
is Jarla going for the armed attack Juggernaut? You were so spot on earlier when you said that when you play that, it's really like he is doing it. Yeah. Okay, get a unit.
Yeah, I think there's not much for Zeli here. Has to force to play this erasure, but won't be able to deal with anything. Let's see. Cyber, he's gonna concede, I think. Cyber deck doesn't change anything really. Nah.
Is he banked? No, he's going to use the erasure to hit the 4/4. Oh, he's going to use that. Okay.
Malia.
Oh,
wow.
Malia pings.
Got it.
Okay.
Malia sniped.
Yeah. But in the end, he concedes because there's just too much to deal with. Yeah.
I mean, dealing with the saboteur, he was trying to get that second, I don't know. Insane.
I think he was out of options.
Gameplay.
Yeah. I think he was out of options, and like fantastic play from Jarla. As I say, that's really difficult because you essentially just need to. What Zeli needed there was Zeli needed a ton of Dark Reposes and he needed more Cereses. If he'd have got those, then he would have probably been able to just keep removing, because in that deck, you're not really trying to build a board presence. You're just trying to frustrate them, take them to the late game where then you can start to wipe them, get their New Dawn going, bring stuff out. And he just couldn't do it. There's too much pressure from Jarla. So really well played from Jarla. I think he got too much practice playing against me this week with that deck. I think he got way too much, honestly. But yeah, it's still game, right? It's game. They've both got a game apiece now, right? So we're down to the final game. We're going to see the Shroud Mirror, which should be really interesting. Yeah,
we saw all the mirrors. Shroud Mirror and Unishop one.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to this one because like Neve versus New Dawn, especially the New Dawn which Zeli's running, like Zeli can actually do pretty well there. The big thing for Jarla is that Jarla will try, I think, to get to the Neve as quickly as possible, whilst at the same time seeing if he can scheme for the demos. That being said, he knows that if he plays the Neve and then his board gets wiped from a demo, he still has the Unseen Allies. But I think his way to try and win it is to get to the Neve quickly, so that New Dawn do not have the energy to even demo, and then just apply a ton of pressure. Let's see what he's going to do. Do you play many Shroud Mirrors at the moment, Quinto? I feel like I don't see you on the ladder enough anymore. So, are you?
There's not many people playing Neve or Brand, and they are usually the most played Shroud paragons. So, yeah, it makes sense that there's not many.
If you were going to play Shroud today, what would you be playing? Brand, Neve, or New Dawn?
I like New Dawn. I think New Dawn has so many ways of like surviving the meta.
Yeah.
Especially if CPUs is nerfed. Because New Dawn's biggest threat is CPUs. So yeah.
Okay, hard mulligan here for Zeliaser. Basically, everything there he doesn't want. Yala with the stabilized shard and the Void Trapper is pretty nice, actually. And he doesn't need Unseen Allies really at all until the late game. Yeah, if he's going to keep Void Trapper, then he's thinking, do I really need shard now? I think having shard is kind of useful as well. The problem with sometimes the problem with keeping the shard early is that it can be removed. Sometimes if you get it later, you can then just like shard into the Neve and for the next turn, but he's opting to keep it. Don't mind it at all. So there's already one demo in Zelly's hand, but he does have a embedded agent. He also has a Void Trapper, and Yala doesn't have an answer for the embedded agent at the moment, which I expect Zelly to play on turn 1.
Yep. Embedded agent
There you
right
go.
away. So Yala has two options here. Can go with Stabilized Void Trapper. In this case, the Stabilized Shard is the best option because of embedded agent.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
you
Okay.
only-
So, yeah. That's going to be possibly a bank, though.
Possibly a bank, yeah, for sure.
That being said, he could keep hold of it and then play it with the salvation, which I wouldn't be surprised to see Zelly do, because he could play it for free, not take the corrupted damage, and then it could be really nasty because he takes control of a unit and it can't be targeted, Leonid, by effects. So that might be what he's thinking of there. He was reading the card, I saw him, and then because he's got the salvation in his hand, that could be really nasty. I'd love to see him do that, actually. I think he, with the cards in his hand, he can possibly even bank something else and then just keep hold of the Leonid. That's quite nice as well, like a salvation playing a Leonid, given that, you know, Leonid owns their salvation. That's quite a nice kind of duo. Makes sense. All right, so Yala with a couple of units on the board that he's facing. He's very hesitant to play anything because of the embedded agent, and he actually doesn't really have like good removal here for it. So I'm wondering, is he just going to scheme here? I feel like scheme's a decent option. You don't really need to worry too much about a 1-1 and a 1-2 for now. He's just debating, what do I bank here? Yeah. That's okay. I think banking the Void Trap is fine. He has another 2, I believe. There's a couple more. Yeah, so he sees what's going on now. I feel like you need to take the salvation. What does he take, though? Does he take Wong? Nice. Okay, that works too. Restrict his card draw. Yeah. I'm actually happy that he did not take the salvation, because I do want to see this salvation into Leonid.
Yeah. Yeah, Zeliaser is primed for cooking here.
Yeah, so at the moment, Yala kind of not really getting on the board, but he's not too bothered. He's just trying to get to Neve as quick as he can. He's playing the answer game, which is fine, and just trying to play as many effects as possible. He's already looked at Zelly's hand, knows he doesn't have a demo for now. So the race is on to try and get to Neve quickly. Zelly at the moment hasn't played any effects, right? He has no effects in his waist. He has no cards in his waist at the moment. So the Triumph for Yala's not that good at all. The last unit that was played was a Void Trapper. You Triumph into a Void Trapper, you don't get an effect. Then the Void Trapper just gets killed by the embedded agent. I feel like he needs to play the Siphon against the embedded agent, possibly. And
Yeah,
then he
to
could
set up
eclipse,
something.
yeah, and then he could Eclipse Fate the Void Trappers, because the Void Trappers are going to give him a lot of pain. He's not doing it. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Interesting options to choose from here, Cyrene or Embedded. Embedded Agent, he can play right away. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with that. The reason I'm a little bit surprised by that is because, of course, the Void Trapper can now just hit face, possibly get a Malia. So you essentially give, yeah, he got the embedded agent. So luckily for Yala, that didn't bite him too hard. I think that's one of the reasons he did pick up a embedded agent as well, so that the Void Trapper would potentially hit that instead of the Malia. Now he has a Dominion, so this is kind of, he can cleanly deal with this here if he wants to. He could actually deal with it and then get an embedded agent going as well, which could be quite nice. Okay, look at that. This is so interesting because I'm seeing so many plays that I possibly wouldn't have done, but this is good. This is also good. He takes the Malia. Zeli could potentially get a Malia, but I think that there's going to be a Dominion here to clear the board.
Yeah.
What would you be doing? Gonna bank the Fate?
I mean, Dominion here is good. Set up some
I like it.
auto damage for Malia. Definitely interesting to see what Zeliaser is gonna be doing next if that's the case. There's not much here from Zeliaser's side.
No.
Like Jarla just gave Zeliaser that basically like playing Triumph here just for for Wong.
Gets Wong.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah, gets Wong on a shard. Yeah, it's not bad actually. It's pretty good because he needs to find a demo, I think. I think he knows where this is going. That if he doesn't find a demo soon, you know, he can be faced with a board that he can't control. So I wonder if he finds it. He's already banked one. He doesn't, but he does get a wow, he gets some nice pulls there. He gets a scheming and a Dira, and then his end of turn was an agent. This is a good position though for Yala because Yala can go into his own Adira and see if he can find some kind of removal to deal with the Wong, the 6/6 Wong on the board.
Yep, that will be a great play if he finds an erasure or something. Definitely a Dira and scheming could be another play here for Jarla in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, he could even slam the Adira into the Wong, damage it, and then hope that he pulls a Ceres, because then that could deal with it as well.
Yep.
I think he needs to try it.
Both players with a lot of cards in their hands, many options to play here. Jarla decides to go with Adira, goes face.
Not hitting it.
And
if he'd have hit it, he would have got the Ceres. He needed to hit it, I thought. That would have been good removal.
So, yeah. Jarla doesn't seem he can afford 6 damage to the face, actually. Decides to steal Celi's Adira, possibly. However, he won't be able to play it.
Oh, do you know what? I'm a bit worried here. Okay, he needs to take the doesn't he not need to take the salvation and because if he plays the salvation the next turn, the salvation can then play Leonid and then Leonid can control the Adira.
Well,
oh no.
I think Jarla doesn't know about Leonid. It's possible.
Oh,
There's
no.
a possibility he doesn't know about it.
Oh dear. That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you now. Salvation into Leonid and then control the Adira and then you can just slam. Oof. Oh no. Oh, that's massive. That's horrible.
Yeah, this is already look at Jarla.
Okay, he's gonna kill it.
Look, Jarla's like, what does this do? What does he do? Okay, never mind.
Why did
he stole the stabilized shard. Big turn here for Zeliaser with a Leonid in play. Really good.
Why did he not take control? Why did he not take control though of the Adira? Am I missing something
Because
there?
I would say because if Leone dies, then Jarla gets back his Adira. So Zeliaser didn't want to risk that.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess. God, that would have been interesting though to see that Salvation Leonid, Adira. Oh, that could have been.
The
I would
thing
have
is
loved to have
that
seen that.
it was gonna be yeah, he could actually do it, but either way, Jarla. The only way of Jarla to have done that is targeted by
He's in a good
effects.
spot though. Yeah, to be fair, like Zelly's in a really good spot. Like he almost didn't need to risk that, as you say. Like if he loses, then the Leonid, then the Adira is there for Yala, so it makes sense. I just would have. I think I would have been very greedy there. He can't target it. He
Yeah.
can't target. Does he? He
Can't
can't
target
target that.
Can't target it. Yeah.
This is so interesting. He can't.
Yeah.
He can't target it. I feel like Yala. Maybe this is one of the rare instances Yala's kind of seeing Leonid. Can't be targeted by effects, which makes it a real pain. This is nice damage from Malia, though.
Why not play the erasure just to try and hit that Leonid, get back his stabilized shard? I think Zeliaser either way wanted that stabilized shard to prevent Jarla from going.
He got another. He got another Leonid.
Another Leonid. Oh my god, what is this?
That's actually insane.
So yeah, I think Zeliaser overall wanted just to prevent Jarla from playing an early Neef. That's why he stole the stabilized shard, I believe.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes absolute sense.
Okay, gets Harv. Oh my god, Leonid.
Wow.
Yeah.
The half kind of blocks him out.
And this is like what you said. You called it. Like Jarla is letting Zeliaser get away with a lot of value here. It's a full lore here for Zeliaser because Barge.
Yeah, right. I love it. I love that we're seeing, a Leonid and a Salvation. Like you rarely see it. Actually, I don't think I've ever played in the whole time I've been playing Shroud. I don't think I've ever played a Salvation and a Leonid. It's so cool to see, and it shows such a pain as well because like Yala just looking at it then was kind of thinking, can I target this with Erasure? And was like, no, I can't. And it just makes it a real pain now because he's down to 10. There's actually enough damage here. So Yala has to do a bit of a cleanup, get rid of the half, and then he needs to get rid of the Wong. So it just leaves Zelly with 5 damage on the board.
Yeah.
It gives him an opportunity to get to Neve next turn. But we can see that Zelly has a demo in his hand. So Zelly is just chilling.
That's the thing. Like Zelly seems to have this on. Like, what can Zelly get here to deal that last 4 damage he needs? Definitely Wong could help.
He's lost his Malia, isn't he? Because the Malia got stolen. So Wong could help, But the Wong, Wong, it doesn't help because he's going to be short. Yeah, because he only runs effects and units.
Tioli, and that's going to be it. Oh, no, well, Jarla can't play Neve regardless. So, yeah, still whatever. Attack phase.
Tell you what.
2 damage already. Baron, let's see.
We need to see the Neve.
1 damage.
Oh, he's down to 1 because of that Salvation tagging, because of the corrupted Leonid.
Yeah.
Like, we need to see if he gets like a Malia. If Yala gets a Malia,
I mean,
I'm going to go wild.
We saw some insane Jarla Neve plays before. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some insane.
Yeah. I mean, what are we going to see here? So nothing so far at the moment. Just trying to find some kind of a heal or purge damage.
Look how fast this goes now.
I know. So fast now. It's actually great. Oh, these units are so bad right now. Okay, Interrogator
no defender,
would be good.
Nothing here.
Yeah, no
there it is. 1 defender.
This one gives, That's not going to be enough though. Because of course it just has an erasure anyway. Oh, you really wanted to hit something a lot better here. That's it.
No, And really
That's not
here
it.
for Jarla. Is there an out here? I don't think so.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
There isn't an out for Jarla.
Does
And that's gonna be it.
And he concedes. Wow, so Zeli takes it. Zeli progresses to the final with a 2-1
How do you call these
victory.
matches? Where it's like a match that revenge match here.
Yeah. It was a revenge match for sure. Yeah, a very good match as well. I loved that shroud. I loved seeing the Salvation and the Leonid. Like when he pulled that from the Venerated Raider, I was like thinking, oh my god, we're going to see it, and we saw it, and then I thought that Zeli might have been a little bit greedy there and gone for like the Adira as well, but then you guys are saying, it's actually maybe safer not to even leave the Adira on, just kill it, and that's cool. I like that. I thought there was some really cool plays there. It was funny as well seeing Jarla kind of look at the Leonid and sort of try and hover the erasure over it and like work, almost like pushing it, like work. It just wasn't working.
Yeah, dude, like that's like one of the moments you get to stump Jarla in a screen match, and like, oh no, he didn't know. Like it was like when you see players actually hover over the card, that means that like it's like that card is actually stumping them, and that's like why I'm thinking Panak, New Dawn's Venerated Raider are actually those cards that can make you get those cards that you can use, but those cards might not be in the radar of some of the players. So like it's kind of a nice to have moment, right? And so Leonid actually
do you know
works,
what?
man. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what as well? Like Jarla knows, to be fair, Jarla does know a lot of Shroud because Jarla's been playing Shroud for like long time. I almost feel like he was maybe thinking, can I just do a sneaky one here? Is there maybe some kind of like bug that would allow me to erasure like the Leonid and just get away with it? Because he would, I'm sure he would have known that you can't target Leonid with an effect. So
there is one that you can make it work. I've seen it. It's a Ceres, and he does not have it.
Ceres? So Ceres, Ceres what? Yeah, Ceres can target because Ceres can target anything damaged, right? Yeah, but it just can't be targeted by effects. Yeah.
So he doesn't have it. I think I was thinking a while ago, like, why doesn't he have a Ceres? Like usually you have at least one or two, and he doesn't have it on his lineup, and it doesn't. It's one of the cards that you would want to have during that specific moment, and maybe he wasn't looking into that because it's a randomly generated card. And a good match as well.
Very
because
good.
we have like 2-1. It was not a clean sweep, but we got a back and forth. We got some mirror matches back and forth with these guys, and there was one amazing long match with the Uni Workshop mirror as well, game one, and you can see how well these guys just keep on navigating. It was like not a clear loss. They just keep going at it until you just say, okay, I'm already done with this. I'm already losing. Concede, and then that's it. Like when they keep finding the outs, and what do you think about that, Kinto? As a coach, will you say to your players, don't concede until it is definitely a losing moment? It's like that. Is that one of your teaching moments right there?
Yeah, for sure. Never surrender, never concede. Like get an out. Like you usually have an out. That's you have a higher percentage of the time you will have an out instead of just conceding right away in a desperate attempt to just move on. This also affects you in a way where it's like you can't analyze what you did wrong, pega mode, and onto the next match instead of just taking it in and seeing, like just letting it go, even if you're gonna lose, helps you improve your game by like looking back and then applying that to the next match.
Yeah, and you know what's amazing is that this is a kind of they're both 1-1 right now, so to speak, in terms of competitive lore. Right. Yeah. It's like 1-1. We're gonna overall over 2 seasons. And we have also the champion right there. Still the previous champion, Jarla, is still gonna get some points. Maybe he'll just come back at some other point. But right now, from what it looks like, we already have two possible champions for the Open. It's gonna be ZZ Zelly versus Zara Zarathustra. ZZ
Zelizara final.
players.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zelly Zara finals. And we're gonna say goodbye to Kinto for now. Kinto, man, you have done a good cast for the previous matches, and this has been an amazing day for you. We're gonna be saying goodbye to him for now as we go into a recap of the matches. And here we go. We have had an amazing day for the Parallel Prime League Open 5. Let's look at the journey of our top, or rather, our finalists. Let's start with Zeliaser. Zeliaser went in and destroyed Igorek with a 2-0. That's a Kinto's pick right there. Man, that was probably devastating for him. Zeliaser also gets in with another 2-0 against Wasted Time. That was a quick match that we watched a while ago. And of course, the recent match was against Yarla with a 2-1, and he moves on forward. Let's look at the journey of Zarathustra now. It's going to be Zarathustra defeating Fino, the teammate of Zeliaser, with a 2-0. Defeats the Wonder Kid, Blitzcon John, with a 2-1. And on the other hand, he defeats Zarathustra defeats the Hogvax from One Third Tilt with a 2-1 yet again. And we have a ZZ Finals Omega level here, guys, at round 5, the finals, Zeliaser versus Zarathustra. And that is it. We're gonna be bringing back our caster with our QQ, the Factor, and the Q Flux. Oh man, how are you, man? Were you watching the match, the Q Flux?
Yeah, man, that was some wild matchups there. Finally got a good juicy one with 3 bangers in a row. I mean, I feel tired for those guys having to play through all 3 of those. Like every single one was a like going the full distance each time.
Yeah, man. Like the full distance. Like I'm kind of worried about the Zeliaser's performance for now. Maybe he got drained from that one. And Zarathustra was like, yeah, this guy's gonna get drained. He's not gonna be performing at his best level for this match. And I was just waiting for that to happen. Like, it's like I'm probably Zarathustra is like oh, he can do that. So that's probably a way for him to probably adjust in the next matches. So yeah. Guys, we were I know you guys are probably looking or have seen their decks right now. What does it feel like? What does it feel like? Oh, I mean, for you, what do you think these guys are going to be banning with their deck lineups? I know you're watching over there at the Sanctuary website or over the Versus website, but oh no, it's already it's already out. I've already seen it, but looking at the decks, which do you think is the probable pick for banning? Let's start with Qflux.
Yeah, I think one of the guys will probably ban one of the decks, and then the other guy will probably ban a deck as well. I think it'll be something like that.
Yeah, that's great.
There you go. That is the correct answer.
Yes,
you can't be
know,
wrong
man.
with that.
Yeah, I know. Seeing like now, that we're probably gonna be seeing the decks already, or we haven't seen the decks already. Right now, just a short recap. Zarathustra brought to the table Kathy, the Markolian, of course, Uni Workshop, and Nehemiah as Earthen. And over the other side, Zeliaser brought New Dawn, Ogan Core, another Uni Workshop, and a Kathy. Now, here, as we can see at the bands, we are looking at the New Dawn of Zeliaser being banned and the Kathy of Zarathustra being banned as well. What do you think about these bans? Let's listen to the Factor.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised because for Zelly, you don't want to have like a Kathy deck that goes up against your New Dawn because it's an instant loss. You won't win that one. So it makes sense that he banned that. And then for Zara, like he wants to protect his Earthen as much as possible. I think more so than the Algan, even though his Algan should be fine too. But you don't want to have your Algan and Earthen going up against New Dawn because they will be able to like clear you out with the demo. So like it makes sense that he like said, no, I'm not dealing with any Shroud nonsense. So it's like, no, Shroud can go in the Singularity and be banned. It makes sense for Zelly. Zelly's played Marco so much as well. He knows that like Kathy beats New Dawn 9 times out of 10. So totally makes sense. Yeah. What do you reckon,
Yeah, how about
Kuflux?
you? How
Yeah,
about
I
you,
mean the
Fu?
New Dawn thing 100% is like it's so funny because with some matchups you only want to deal with New Dawn. It's your favorite thing, and then with other matchups it's the last thing you want to see. It's very polarized in that way, and so I've never been a big fan personally of playing with New Dawn on the ladder just because of that polarized aspect. But in tournaments, man, like it can be consistently very scary to deal with depending on what your lineup is. So it's just interesting to see how much of a ban target it is. And then, yeah, definitely not surprised to see the Kathy get banned anytime it gets banned. But yeah, for me, that's the big thing I'm thinking about. It's just, man, New Dawn is such a polarized deck. Sometimes you want to deal with it. Sometimes it's your worst nightmare.
Yeah, I actually agree with that because as well, like not just polarized in that sense, but so many people hate it, so many people love it. It reminds me of we have a product over here called Marmite, and it literally advertises itself as you either hate it or you love it, and it's the Marmite of Parallel New Dawn. It really is.
Yeah, that's
Guys,
the spread,
I'm gonna
right?
leave it to you guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it to you. You guys are gonna be casting this finals match. It's gonna be Kathy and Nehemiah Zeliaser versus Zarathustra ZZ finals. Let's go, guys.
Thanks a lot, Excel. Appreciate it.
Yeah, final Flux. An amazing final as well between the two Z's. Zarathustra, has won a major before. We've also, of course, got Zeli, who has won countless stuff in this in the Parallel Prime League. Both top players. It's going to be interesting to see how Zeli's deck does here because we talked about this matchup and how Earthen can contain it, but it depends really, I think, on a lot of their early start. Zarathustra does have the Stewies, but Zeli has the Snitch. What do you think of their hand so far?
You can see this playing out, right? So we got the turn 1 Steward most likely, and then Zeli snitching it, and then Zara playing the Aurora Fungi, buffing it up to 2/6. Zeli, the thing here is that Zeli doesn't have a turn 2 set up at all. He's got his Trigger Happy Trooper for turn 1, and then he's kind of looking into the deck, hoping to get something. So yeah, Zara banking one of the 2 Stewards, since you usually only need one. He's thinking a long time. Is he going to play Tanakh? Is he actually?
Yeah, I think he is,
playing
isn't he? Oh my word! And he got an honest Steward. Wow,
that's kind of fun.
Okay,
so I'm surprised he doesn't even try to play the Steward. He's just like, nah, snitching is too likely, I guess. I mean, I suppose it means he didn't want to bank any of his other cards that much. I don't know. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, would you? So you would have played the Stewie, yeah? You would have just gone for the early energy ramp, just to force him to answer it, right?
It's kind of just default for me. I mean, the thing is, if Aurora Fungi is in hand, it covers the scenario that I'm scared of, which is what if it gets snitched. So to me, it's like, if you're running all those Fungis, why not like play Steward when you have it? But apparently Zara just would rather have Tanakh there, have the extra card. I bet chat's roasting us right now because they think it's like obviously correct. I don't know. But it's interesting to me to see because that Steward play is often so good. Early Nehemiah is very nice to shut down Kathy. We're past it now, though. Decision made. Zeli with a decent board here, 2-2 and 1-2. But Zara actually, because of Zeli's awkward turn 2, his lack of options, Zara is actually very much in control of this board. When I talk about what you want to see from Nehemiah in this matchup, as we've talked about it throughout the day, this is pretty much what you're looking for is early board advantage so that then your mid-game counterplay becomes super powerful. Zeli, in this case with the Kathy, won't be able to chip away at Zara's face, and it makes it a lot harder. Now Zeli really needs a big burst of burn damage, and he also has to avoid using his burn on Zara's units. Like, all of a sudden, when Zara kind of survives the first couple turns, now we get to see what it's supposed to be, which is that this is one of the toughest things for Kathy to deal with. Now Zeli actually has to deal with the bad matchup, basically.
Yeah, do you know what? That last turn, you're absolutely right as well. That last turn from Zarathustra was amazing because he was able to clear a unit, get a defender down so he can start passing that around. He snitched the Red Sand Scout as well, so it couldn't trigger more card draw for Zeli. Just a perfect set of sequence of plays there. So Zarathustra, I think at this point, definitely ahead on the board. And he has the opportunity here to go into Nehemiah.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about it. It looks like he's thinking about Nehemiah, and then we might actually see that Honored Steward get played on turn 5. That's very much what's being telegraphed here. So this is what I really like with the Honored Steward. It's been buffed and nerfed and moved around. As a 4-5 for 5, people do that thing where it's weaker than it used to be when it was completely OP, and so now they think it's trash, but it just went from like S+ tier down to like B+. Like, it's still a damn good card, and we're going to see, in this case, it's a bit wacky coming off to knock, but we're going to see Zara get really big value from it somehow. That Nehemiah is also huge on the board. Honestly, just a really good position. Zeli forced to go for this early fleet support value, kind of hoping Zara won't find relic removal anytime soon. Of course, we know he's got double, so that's not going to work. You know, Zeli's got a lot of good options in his hand, but Zara is definitely in the position he wants to be. I mean, do you think, like, how far ahead do you think Zara is here?
I think he's very far ahead at the moment because he can deal, of course, with the, as you mentioned, he can deal with the fleet support, which is massive. And we can deal with this rummaging researcher, or we can just go all face here and just really put the pressure on. So I think he's in a great position. It's so interesting as well because he's in a great position, even though he didn't get that energy ramp, as we were kind of thinking he would go down that route. But it's worked. And, you know, like, this is for Zeli, I think he was almost hoping that he could make that fleet support stick. Now it hasn't. I think it's, yeah, you can see,
gave up
look,
already. He's like, yeah, I can't
he
get there.
He knew. Yeah, he needed the fleet support to stick. If it didn't, he was so far behind on the board. And then losing the fleet support is like, that's your main way then to sneak a win, right? That's like nicking a win, as we would say it, you know, here in the UK. He's trying to nick a win there, just from going all face. And Zaratusha was clever to it. So yeah, quick game, quick start, but we have more games. So what do we reckon they go into next then, Quinto? Sorry,
Quinto, mixing up your cues.
Yeah, I'm getting my cues all mixed up here, aren't I? Jesus. It's been a long day.
I look like my PFP right now, my mad face. No, yeah, I mean, Zara just got shut down with Kathy, I think. Or I'm sorry, Zeli got shut down with Kathy. I think Zeli probably just goes back in with Kathy again. Like, you got to get the win with it. You know it's one of your best decks. You know it's good against Uni, which is what Zara is going to have to switch to. So I feel like he just sends it back, stays calm, wins game 2, and sends us to the Uni mirror for the rest of the, you know, to decide the tournament. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Zeli, like, I think the Kathy deck is, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure it's one of his favorite. Oh my God, we were so wrong.
We're wrong.
We were so wrong. Wow.
What he's doing here, I think, is front-loading it. He's like, all right, let's get the win in the mirror, and if we do, I have the wind at my back for that last game. I guess that's how he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, okay, interesting. So, mirror, here we go. We're going to see the hacker marathon happening here.
We'll see if we get a marathon.
Match.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of hope so. It's been a pretty easy tournament in terms of casting. We've had a lot of fast rounds. You guys had to work a little harder on that last one, but I hope we get a thick one here.
I mean, he's looking to keep. What I love here is that Zeli is like very focused on, like, okay, this deck is about hacker. I've got hacker. I keep hacker. It's as simple as that. And then I just look for ways to get to hacker. He's now got take it or leave it. Mir Spencer's kind of okay, but you don't want it now. And then look, he's just literally going to be looking for the way to get to hacker. Did he find it?
Coin
Knowing
and
Zeli,
hacker.
he probably found it.
He probably found 2 coins in a shard.
Yeah, right.
Here it comes. Let's see.
Let's have a little look. He did.
No shard, but we got the 2 coins. They both got 2 coins. Zara's got 3 coins. That's actually
wow. That's actually nuts.
That's not good. Yeah, he's got like no options right now. He's needing some better draws. Well, okay, now it's good. Now it's good.
Oh, it's perfect. Yeah. Wow. Okay, we're in for a good match then. This is already a great start to this.
Yeah.
So if anyone watching that doesn't realize how this works, that you want to get to the hacker, which is the guy with the sunglasses on. You want to get to the hacker as quickly as you can in this deck, because once you do that, you can basically then start to reduce some of the cost of the high-end cards. It randomizes the cost, actually jumbles them up, but you want to see if you can get some big units that can swing the game for you. So getting to hackers important, and having these 0 cost take it or leave it is the key, because they give you 1 energy and it allows him to do this right now, which is insane. Absolutely insane. So I keep saying Quinto because I've been casting with Quinto so much. Sorry. I know.
That's
Flux,
totally fine.
Flux.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be mistaken for someone as smart as Quinto. We're all good.
I'm going to say Flux, so I don't go into the Q mode. Flux. What we thinking here? Both going to hacker. Who gets the better high roll? Oof.
Yeah, I mean, what you said was so perfect, so poetic. I was just lost in thought at the beauty of it. Honestly, it was like the rhetoric, like some Aristotle or something. Like it was high level there. Um, but with the hacker coming down on both sides, yeah, it's the big question over the next few turns is who draws a one cost lady, who high rolls from here. I do notice Zara with the cyber deck console. That's always fun. Anyone who's been watching this broadcast can tell it's one of my favorites to watch. He is dragging it to the bank, so I'm gonna cry now. But honestly, there's just like so many options in both players' hands. They both have Juggernauts about to come down, Miasmancers on both sides, and the next few draws determine everything. It feels very hard to really predict what's about to happen.
Yeah, it does actually. The fact that Zeli's got 2 Miasmancers, I think, it could be interesting, getting a bit of a Miasmancer chain going. The fact is as well that he's got the 2-cost hacker to try and go again, see if he can find one of those ladies. So I feel like this is a good spot for Zeli. His board's okay as well. There you go. So Zara's going to play that.
Yeah. Not that he had that many options, but so he's blocking Zeli from casting another hacker quite yet. Like no Wong, no hacker, going to slow down those draws.
I think that almost dictates what Zeli does the next turn. Then is just look at the glaive.
Seems like
that's
it.
the only. Yeah.
That's the nice thing about Glaive in this matchup. When the Miasmancers do start falling, it's like, okay, Glaive is the perfect play while you're waiting out that Miasmancer chain.
Yeah.
Especially because Miasmancer has 1 health, and so like if you Glaive anything next to it, it's gonna die. So yeah, there's something there for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Do you run Glaive in your Algoncore uni kind of decks, or do you run Glaive in a lot of decks?
I do like Glaive, and I feel like Glaive is a little bit underappreciated since like it's another example of like S tier, like Ultra S that goes down over time to like an A minus. And people are just like, it doesn't cleave when it defends anymore. It's like, yeah, that was utterly ungodly broken. Like, thank God it doesn't do that.
That was crazy. Yeah, that was actually crazy.
I'm a big fan of Glaive in Marco decks for sure, because that Kathy buff can be good, or I don't know, it definitely goes well with Kathy, or with it can be fun in Cathari if you use Tabula to get it back. There's a lot of ways. Now, I'm still a big Glaive fan. Can't say I've played a ton of Uni lately, so I don't know if I'd run it or not. But it feels like I would after seeing these guys, because the way it does work well when you get Miasmancered and stuff. Anyway, Zara here doing some work on the board while I yap. Draws a 4-cost Gunslinger. Zeli got the paid off just off the top of the deck. We know how big that is in this matchup. And he's not going for it right away, although he does draw a coin.
That's lovely. He can go into a Miasmancer here if he wants to. Yes, nice. He can start getting this Miasmancer chain going. That's really good. Like that. And he can bypass the defender as well, which is fantastic.
And this is the benefit of Cleave not being a keyword, is that Glaive can actually do it after Miasmancer. Otherwise, that would get a little tricky.
Absolutely.
I mostly don't want Cleave to be a keyword. I don't want more units to do it. 1 is enough. But
yeah, it's kind of a novelty, isn't it? I like it being a bit of a novelty, It's
the kind of thing you'll see in games, and it's usually extremely rare, and for I think good reason, is that it's just so strong, right? So Zara looking at this Cyrene, really analyzing it. I'm not sure what he was double checking there, but that's interesting. Zeli's got 4 units on the board. And I'm just kind of recentering us on the board state here. Zara tossing down the Relic. So basically, let's see. What does Zara have? Ooh. He's got a full 30 health. So they both have full health. They both have plenty of cards, but Zeli definitely has this board cooking, which means he's a lot closer to getting value from one of the ladies. The biggest thing is that neither one of them has drawn a lady. It seems like Zeli's about to have a big turn, right? Like now that I'm really picking this up, it feels like Zeli paid off into a lady, gets like 4 value, 4 things to proc off the board. Like that's going to be huge for Zeli, isn't it?
Yeah, it is going to be. I'm just I mean, it's interesting there, because that last turn I was thinking he could have played Cyrene, because I know that the Miasmancer was played, but the Miasmancer doesn't affect Cyrene. And I think, was Zara thinking that
actually does it now, though? I know that's been adjusted a few times. Isn't it a muster that gives it the ability to attack units now?
Yeah, but
doesn't that get blocked by Miasmancer?
It doesn't get blocked by Miasmancer. I checked with Mocha, and at the moment it doesn't get blocked. So
it still doesn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. In that case, what you said was fully valid. 2-cost Ingrid.
Wow.
It's happening. It's happening. It is exactly what I said. The paid off. I mean, this was the perfect scenario for it. The board was all set up, and the fact that he gets to steal, it's like we saw in the previous mirror where you can use paid off to steal the one that's most discounted. I'm assuming the other lady was above 2 cost. This is such a big turn.
Oh wow, and a 1-cost Desmond. Oh, flux.
Oh my god.
He's living the dream right now. He's living the dream, isn't he, Zelly?
This needs to be
insane.
big. This needs to be big. Please, please. That's good, but it's not. Oh no. What is Zara going to do here? It's not godly.
Yeah.
That's the correct word. That's what he needs is godly. So he does have Cyrene and Glaive. That's not exactly bad. He's getting a Juggernaut, 18 health. Zara is able to defend, but what he's not able to do is shut down the momentum. I mean, Zeli just has like another punch loaded up with all these cards in hand. He's 2 punch man. He's got a second shot ready.
Yeah, he's 2 punch man. so Zarathustra basically running out of resources in his hand. He draws a rummaging. He's gonna yeah, he's kind of, he needs to find something big, doesn't he? He needs to find a big swing. I think this is, I don't want to call it, but getting a 2-cost Ingrid that goes into a 1-cost Desmond, then a 3-cost Wong, and you already have, of course, a 3-cost Cyrene in your hand as well. This is pretty brutal. Great combo for Zeli, but brutal for Zarathustra here, who's just looking at a board and doesn't really have many answers to it at the moment.
Yeah, Zeli's just got more value on all lanes. His board is bigger, his hand is bigger, he's got more options, he's closer to his next Juggernaut token, and he's got Zara already chipped down to 18 health. He's ready to clear this board, or at least very close to clearing, and on top of that, he's ready to hit face some more. He's even got the 3-cost Cyrene in his hand, which is hitting the board right now, right on cue to clean up a bit more. That's going to, I mean, whatever. There you go. Clear the Cyrene, get a token. Like, Zara doesn't even have the answer. Yeah, like, it's just Zeli is so far ahead. It does feel like this is going to take us to game 3. So while it wasn't the most back and forth, it was definitely a little more one-sided as soon as Zeli got going. At least we do see what appears to be a 3-game final, which is always nice.
Amazing. I mean, Zeli basically hit the jackpot, didn't he, really? That's exactly what you want to try and get. Low-cost, high-cost cards. The only thing he hasn't got yet is a Freydis. But at this point, he almost doesn't need it. What Zarathustra needs is to find one of them. Otherwise, he gets a 2-cost hacker, but that's not enough.
Yeah,
and he knows it. Boards just ran out of control too quickly. So there you go. It's 1-1. Games are going quicker. We're still seeing some top-level play, and we are into the 3rd and final game. Flux, break that last game down for us, man. You were locked in on that one.
Yeah, the Uni Mirror, if one player is able to get far enough ahead, like the paid off was what enabled Zara to steal the Freydis, which is also, again, after Hacker gets played, you can steal whichever lady is cheaper, whichever one high rolled harder off of Hacker. And so, like, you're both getting a big tempo spike on the board, getting the lady value, which whoever gets more value from the ladies will tend to win the mirror. And then on top of that, like, you're taking away their cheaper lady, reducing the odds of them drawing anything to help them. The thing is, it's a high roll matchup where both players are trying to high roll. Whoever gets there first gets there. And so when one player both high rolls and also reduces the opponent's chance of a counter high roll, it just swings it so hard. And that's pretty much what we saw, I think, in that last match.
Yeah. Zeli, the master of high rolling. He is the high roller, Zeli. So yeah, you spot on with that. So here now we have Zeli, who now needs to win with his Kathy deck, and Zarathustra, of course, needs to win with his Uni Workshop. So you said earlier that this match for Zeli in terms of the deck, they're quite favored in this matchup. Can you tell us why? Like, what's your? Because I think I agree, but just like break it down as to why you think this is a better matchup maybe for Zeli's deck.
Yeah, well, the burn Kathy, it's like we saw it against Earthen, where if Kathy gets shut down in the early game, then it has a much harder time pulling off its win condition because it has to fight for the board. It has to spend burn spells on units. It doesn't get to use them all on face. And then that whole inevitability starts to not be so much of a thing. Its win condition is much less guaranteed. And that gives the other player the ability to block it. Uni is very rarely going to win the early game against this burn, Kathy. And we are seeing Zeli with a great hand. He's got 4 1-drops at his disposal. He's got Rummaging Researcher for the turn 3 stats and the draw. And even potential to get Researcher draw synergizing with these Red Sand Scouts that can charge upon attacking face. So this is exactly what we're probably going to see here, is a strong start from Kathy that Zara's Uni has a hard time answering. Although Zara can potentially coin into the Researcher if he wants a more aggressive opener. It just means he can't coin Hacker on 3, so I'm not sure if he wants to do that or not.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because you're right. He can kind of take advantage of this potential draw that's going to happen from these Red Sand Scouts. He doesn't really have many great options, but if he does that, then as you say, it's going to take longer to get to the Hacker. What was really bad?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what was really bad is that like Zarathustra had already in his opening hand Ingrid, and he had to bank it. And you know when you play this deck, and it's like that's your first bank is an Ingrid. That's so sad, right? Because you think, okay, my chances to win this are going to be significantly lower now if I can't coin out not coin out an Ingrid, but hacker out an Ingrid.
Yeah, it feels like you're losing half of your win condition right there when you have the Lady Bank on turn 1. It's rough. But at the same time, it doesn't. It's like you only need 1 win condition to win, right? So you just got to focus on the lady that he has remaining.
Okay, so we will see the Hacker, I think, here now, right? We're going to see Hacker.
We have to. If he didn't coin out Researcher last turn, he is guaranteed he has to coin out Hacker here because he just gave up the chance to have a good tempo spike last turn. Now he has to do this plan instead. And sure enough, that's exactly what's happening.
Go on, get a 1-cost Freydis, Sarah. Make this game, like explode this game.
Yeah, let's see
Throw out the rulebook.
It's a 5-cost Sabo.
Oh,
it's not what we want to see. All right, so Zeli's still got a lot of momentum here. Zara banked his Researcher as well, so he doesn't have the chance to get that quick draw next turn. He chose to keep the Solitary Confinement instead, which I'm a little bit sus on that. I mean, it's an answer for Kathy, I guess, but...
Oh, Kathy goes face as well. Yeah.
Kathy goes face, which might be... I feel like maybe that's okay here.
I'm worried for Zara. I'm really worried because I've been in this matchup so many times, and when the board is like this, it's kind of scary because he can spend 4 to remove Kathy, right? But then you still are not able to really address some of the board, all of the board. And then when you look at like Zeli's hand, which we can, of course, you just know that this deck does not rely on having to win the board. He's already down to 21, like an Orbital Strike and then a couple of crack shots, and you're within the point where you're going to die. So I'm starting to get a bit worried for Zara here, to be honest with you. He is going to get a token, though. The token will give him a little bit of respite at the end of this turn. But yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for Zarathustra.
Defender token can certainly help, and this will slow down Zeli a bit. But it's just like what you said. It's true. The amount of burn. Okay. We got Freydis rather showing up, ready to join the party. I mean, that's some heal potentially for Zara, right? It's the 4 heals an option. And the real painful thing for Zara here is that Sabo being a 5-cost, because even as a 5-cost, he still actually probably needs to hold it. Since if you can't remove a relic, that can be the difference between surviving and just dying. So like, it's not just an unlucky draw, but it's specifically like Sabo. He doesn't really. That's really awkward. I'm guessing next turn he was really aiming to bank whatever he draws, and then probably right into Freydis. I mean, you want to get Desmond value first, but it's not an easy path. But at least Zara is getting the pieces of the puzzle that he needs, I suppose.
I'm looking at Zeli here, and I was thinking Zeli's going to play the Slinger to hit maybe the Hacker, and then clean up the Hacker with the 2/4 Rummaging Researcher. Play this, and then play the Scimitar Captain. This is nice, This is nice because now He can remove that. Does it gonna remove? Oh, it takes the Desmond.
It takes
Okay,
Desmond.
it takes
That's
Desmond.
rough. That's rough, but maybe that might actually be what you wanted. Like if you have to lose something there. I mean, it's kind of crazy to say. He does end up banking one of these sabos now.
Yeah.
Decides
He
he's gonna
needs
keep
to.
one.
This is tough though, because
He plays
Zelly
the other
knows that
one.
Zelly knows exactly what he needs to do here. He needs to keep the pressure going face, but at the same time, he can't really give his opponent too much on the board in case he does play a lady and then they just get more from it, right? So with the 3-2 and the 3-4 juggernaut, that you can do a bit of a cleanup here and then just keep going face with the effects or play Wong. He's gonna. Oh, what's he gonna? Okay, nice. Yeah, remove that as well. Oh, this is rough. He removes this, and then he can basically deal with the board.
Yeah, it's so painful. Like Zara banking one Sabo and playing the other, to me, just shows how desperate he is here. That like his only hope is to try to get some value off of this Freitas. And I mean, Zelly is potentially one turn away from winning this tournament. Zara like looking for any way out, but this is exactly you asked before the match. Why does Kathy? You kind of queued up a question for me. Why does Kathy beat Uni Ogden? And this is exactly as I described. Right, the early game consistently favors Kathy. Uni has a very hard time catching up, and we've got what I would call a desperation Freitas here, leading to a concede. Maybe no, he's going for the hacker, but it looks like that's GG.
Yeah,
he can trade in some stuff. But he can't even remove lethal from the board, right? I think that's just GG.
No. Yeah. Oh, that's so brutal. But
and that's
it's
a tournament for Zelly.
Yep. Well done to Zelly. Played amazing. Look at him. Look at the smile on his face.
Finally, a reaction. He let go of his stone cold killer face and actually smiles a little bit, taking down the win.
He can relax. Yeah, love it. A little bit of a dance going.
Who cares about $1,000? What really matters is 5 points.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is the points. Insane.
Yeah. It is the points, dude. Like when you see this spot right now for Zelly, he's like, I'm really happy. I'm getting the points. What's 1,000?
That's right. That's what it is.
He just actually said it. I heard it. Yeah, and like that $1,000 is probably gonna buy him some more parallel cards, or maybe even go into deception. I don't know, man. It's like gonna get.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a lot of packs right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of packs indeed. And amazing match with the two ZZs, and it was not a straight up 2-0 match right there. Back and forth still, right? You guys were asking like how this will go, and we went through the whole gauntlet between these two players, and I think Zelly just had some outplays right there, especially with that last match. He lost the first Markolian match. But the next one, he was able to come back with it and got this finish. So still a good matchup, and getting those 5 points and getting some $1,000 stimmy as well. So congratulations to him. Looking at that match, right? Anything we were seeing like fast matches with Uni Workshop, especially getting those discounted cards, and we're seeing like a bunch of plays with Markolian. Like any match that stood out to you that could have been like, this is actually a good play that I could actually cut from the stream. Let's start with Q-Flux.
I think definitely the second semifinals round was probably the most interesting match through the day, and in particular the Uni mirror, where I'm like looking at my notes and it's like, we kind of thought Zelly had it in the bag when he got the Miasmancer chain, specifically Miasmancer on turn, I think it was 6, and then the next turn, Ingrid casting another copy of the Miasmancer, blocking Jarla from doing almost anything. And we pretty much all thought that it was over and Zelly was going to win. And then I was on my break. I wasn't commentating. So I'm literally like making lunch in the kitchen, kind of watching. And a few turns goes by and the game's still going. And I'm like, wait, what's going on here? I like keep cooking. I turn around. It's still going. I'm like, huh? And then Jarla wins the game. That was I think a lesson for all of us in, this isn't over yet. Like Jarla kind of pulling a Magnus Carlsen move where people think the game's over. He's like, hold my beer, you know? So that was really impressive.
Yeah, really a hold my beer moment right there. But yeah, how about you? How about you, the factor, the other Q right here? What do you think is the like a good match that you like say this is parallel right here. This is like the peak of our like our community competitive lore.
Yeah, do you know what? I have to say the Zeliaser match as well. The shroud mirror, that was insane because first of all, it was nice to see the New Dawn being played and Zeli playing it really, really well. And then when we saw kind of like Salvation, Leonid, like like that was such a nice combo.
Yeah.
There was some really because honestly, like playing any mirror is really difficult, but like especially in Shroud, you know that what you do, they can do back to you, and you have to think, what do I want to play the least like last? Because if you play something really good last, you know they can potentially triumph it. So there's just a lot of things you have to keep factoring and thinking about. And it was so interesting seeing them work through it and seeing all the counter plays. So I think there was a lot to take from that match. But it's been a fantastic tournament. Like the fact that so many top players turned up to it and also got through to top 16. If you didn't know this was an open, if the open was not on the label of this tournament, you would honestly think it was a major. Like it's just been
real.
like the level of competition has been insane. So congratulations to everyone that made it through, because it's bloody hard to make it through. There's me being very English and to just honestly keep up with the pressure, and they've done amazing. So hopefully valuable points for everyone to get themselves to Worlds.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm not sure if is Kinto already here. I would like to also bring Kinto to the post match as well. Before we start to close this tournament, and while we're waiting for Kinto to come back, again, guys, thank you to everyone who has been joining the tournament. I've seen a lot of names over at the chats as well. Lots of familiar names from our player, and we're going to be looking at this bracket again. Let's look at the journey of Zeliaser to get here and win the Parallel Prime League Open 5. He defeated Igoric with a 2-0, like a bunch of 2-0s right here at special for round 1, round 2 as well. A really fast match, defeating Wasted Time with a 2-0, and the previous world's champion Yarla, he was able to defeat with a 2-1, and the other Z player right here, Zarathustra, also with another 2-1 matchup. And man, it was an amazing journey for Zeliaser. He wins the Parallel Prime League Open 5 spot, and he also gets 1,000 USD. And yeah, that's an amazing name or amazing feat to bring under his belt as well. So, guys, man, we're bringing back
under his belt. His feet and his belly.
Yeah.
Sorry, that got me.
That's a feat. That's a feat.
Feet.
I get you, man. Feet under his belt. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense.
I guess they are under the belt, right? The belt's at the waist and the feet are below that, so they are beneath.
Yes, definitely. Makes sense. I get it. I get it now, man. Like
bro, that was your best pun of the day, and it was completely by mistake. See, you got like a weird way. You have to not try. When you don't try, you have your best puns.
Yeah, I made sure to catch you off guard, bro. So yeah, we got here, guys, and we have here Kinto back on the Casters rosters, guys. Dude, that was an amazing day. Like we've had like amazing matches from these players, and we've had like kind of memes as well, especially with all the things that have been going with this tournament. Yeah. I would like to ask, man, like with this kind of tournament meta, we're seeing like lots of changes as well, lots of improvement into the to the speed of the tournament. Like, how refreshing is it to see the fastest tournament we've casted so far unfold before us? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, it was a great experience actually watching all the previous animations and all of that going so quick now. And also for us casters perspective, we were like, the game was going so fast that we were always thinking ahead of the whole play, 2 turns ahead, like what can happen, because the game was catching up to what we were saying and wanted to say. So that's really, really interesting point of view from the caster perspective.
Yeah, how about you, like Qflux? What do you think? Like, was it like kind of hard to like keep up, or was it just at the right pace that we're getting faster games with this patch?
Definitely the right pace. But yeah, I mean, from the casting perspective, like it's like when you're playing that game where you have like a family of 5 people. There's like 3 kids and the parents, and it's like, all right, time to go. Wait, Jimmy needs 5 minutes to go, find his shoes, and then Jimmy's ready 10 minutes later. Oh wait, now Sally needs 5 minutes to go, like fix something she knocked over. Okay, and then like 10 minutes later, someone else needs like my cadence was thrown off. I was like, I have to get used to this. I'm used to like filling up so much more time and like having those slow animations. So it is it's like much more action packed, much more fast paced in a way that I think is completely good. Like it pushes all of us players, casters, everyone to really just stay engaged. There's no more of this 5 tabs of things open at once to fill in the space. Now it's like, okay, we're playing, which is a really good thing, I think.
Yeah,
5 tabs. Oh my
5 tabs.
Only 5.
Only 5 tabs, dude. Like I'm only holding 1 tab. Yeah.
Only one? Most people got like 50. I thought
Congratulations
5
for
was
like
pretty good.
yeah, congratulations, man. Like you're putting it down to lesser tabs for now. But yeah, how about you, Qflux? Or rather, sorry. How about you, the factor? Like,
No,
so
me
many
again. I'll
Q-
just say it again. That sounds
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. We're struggling
many
with Q
Qs.
Flux's name, aren't we? And my name,
Everyone
yeah.
is. Well, I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm the same guy.
How about
How
you,
about
the
me?
factor?
He did it
Yeah.
again.
No, yeah. I don't even know my name anymore. I don't even know who your names are. I'm so confused.
Who are you, man? Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I?
Who am I?
No, no. Like
Go.
I completely agree what all the guys said. I think the changes that the team have made have been well received. It's so nice to see the game progressing quickly now. Like I'll be honest with you, right? From a casting perspective as well, I found myself sometimes when we were talking about a play. Sometimes you're talking about a play, you're in the moment, you're like revisiting it in your head whilst you're talking it through and talking it back to the audience, right? And then when I look at the screen again, I was like, oh, we're almost like we're 2 energy ahead. So I've almost like missed a turn, like it was a couple of times I was like, Jesus, like we're on turn 4 now, energy 4, when I was almost talking about energy 2. So the game is so quick now, which is good. Keeps us on our toes. And to be honest with you, I say it's so quick, it's the right level of quickness, and it's going to get quicker with, I think, some more improved optimized animations, and hopefully if we can get action queuing going as well, that would be a huge improvement too. So right step in the right direction. Big shout out to the team, Veen and Mooka and all the engineers there doing a good job. Yeah, to keep it going.
Yeah, dude. Like, I just have like one more question for you guys. This is gonna be it's gonna be much more simple, right? In terms of the decks that we are seeing right now, it's kind of the usual decks. It's a best of 3 deck, right? I'm feeling it's a bit more of the usual suspects. We're seeing like a bunch of uni workshops, a bunch of Kathy decks, right? How will you think it will be different when you go into a BO5, right? Like 3 decks is like there's gonna be Kathy, there's gonna be uni workshop, there's gonna be the 3rd deck, right? And BO5, it's fairly different in my opinion, but I don't know about you guys. What do you think? Does this change the perspective of a competitive player in terms of their preparation and going into the tournament? What do you think? Let's start with Kinto.
Just to rephrase your question, you're saying like if the the go fast patch affects the competitive analysis?
Yeah, no, not just the go fast patch. Like the best of 3 matches, we're seeing like mostly the same amount of decks or the same type of decks.
He's saying
We're
best
seeing
of
just
3
uni-
versus best of 5.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh
best
yeah,
of 3
this
versus
is
5.
Well, this is definitely an extra complexity, an extra layer of complexity into a tournament. Hence why we have majors with that format.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's more preparation. However, it gives you a better overview in the end of what can you essentially bring on and what other players will come up with, to your strategy, also to a point where it's like, okay, I know these are the options. This is the one that performs the most. So you can essentially generalize more when choosing your lineup. So it has its pros and cons, so to say, in that sense.
Yes, like I'm just gonna give that to Kento for Qflux, man. Like for I mean you're seeing a lot of new names here over or a lot of familiar names here over at the tournament or this current tournament, the Open 5. And what do you think? Who do you think just brought up their game so far in the tournament scene?
Oh man, it's honestly like it's hard to pick one person when you've got so many players playing so well. Like it's I would just be lying if I said one player seemed way above others. Like there was definitely different moments, but honestly it's been such a long time with Aftermath that it feels a little solved, where a lot of games, the opening or the first like 3 to 5 turns, you have a fairly strong sense of who's going to win. There aren't a ton of surprises left where it's like, I mean, we did see one today with Jarla coming back in that universal mirror, so that definitely is still a thing that happens. But for the most part, we're not seeing as many surprises where it's like we think it's over. Oh wait, oh wow, we didn't like this is a new line we weren't expecting. Like, and Deception is very close. So I just think once we hit Deception, then we'll start to see like who's gonna be kind of the leader of the pack, who's going to be really cooking in those first weeks of Deception. Right now, it's a fairly even playing field among the top players. If anything, it's a little more about mental game and straight up RNG in terms of who's able to just take it, because it's just been 8-9 months of Aftermath. It's been quite a while now.
Yeah, look, maybe they have to step up their RNG game right there.
That's right. Always. If you don't get good luck, you have to like really like. What is wrong with you? Get luckier next time. I'm ashamed. I'm disappointed in you. Like, be luckier. Just be luckier.
Yeah. And last question. Let's go for the factory here. You know, in terms of the parallels or archetypes, what parallels and archetypes do you think overperform in this event, and what parallels or archetypes are you expecting to see more in the next events?
Oh, I thought you said you were going to give us simple questions.
Simple, dude.
At the end,
It's so simple.
yeah. You lied to us there, didn't you? You sneaked us.
He did. He's being sneaky.
Yeah, wow.
Man.
Okay. Especially at the end of like a long casting session as well. You're dropping these on us now? Wow. Okay. No, do you know what? I think it's nice to see Algoncore turn up to these tournaments and like do reasonably well. It was good that we saw PURP win with it, like ruthlessly with the Ruthless Juggernaut. I love to see that. I want to see that more, to be honest. And I know a lot of people that hold a lot of Algoncore cards want, you know, the era of Algoncore to come through. We haven't quite seen it yet, but hopefully Deception, we start to see Algoncore. Because if you think about Algoncore, they're a machine race. They're like humans that have kind of augmented themselves with machines, yet they've been super weak in the game for a long time. And it almost doesn't make sense, you know, like they should be very strong. So hopefully we see more of that in the tournaments. And then what was the other part of the question?
What decks would you like to see more perform in the next tournaments?
Yeah, my New Dawn one. That's a nice easy answer. My New Dawn one. Yeah. It was great to see Zeli actually win the tournament and have New Dawn as part of his winning lineup. And as I say, he played it fantastic. I want to see that more because it's good. It's a good deck. You know, if you've not seen it, if you've not played it before, give it a go. It's fun. But it's good in these tournaments. It can be a little bit tricky on ladder, but when you can kind of control some of your opponents and block out, say, a Kathy, it's very, very dangerous. And the fact that it was getting banned kind of is testament. It says a lot actually as to how scary it is that players don't want to face it in a tournament.
I have a question real quick while we're on this topic. Why do you guys think there might be an obvious answer? I don't know, like why was so last Open, I remember one of the things that I noticed, there was like 9 skippies out of 16 players. And today there was 0 skippies. Or no, that's not true. There was like
no.
There's
Two,
There's a
right?
couple,
Yeah, there was
yeah.
two. We saw a few on screen. So I guess why so much less Skippy? Is that just a random thing, or is there a reason why Skippy is less popular now than it was like a month ago?
Well, I don't. Who wants to answer that first? Should we give it to Quinto?
Yeah, let's give it to
It's a good
Should give it to
Quinto
Quinto.
Now we're
'Cause Quinto
trading
loves-
questions.
Yeah, now I'm
but
grilling
Quinto,
you with
you-
the high level questions while you're
Yeah.
tired.
But like Quinto, you love Cathari, right? You love Sippy. You know it very well. So you're probably the best person to start off on that question. I think. No.
Yeah,
Or am I-
rephrase the
yeah?
question.
So basically, Skippy was less common today compared to last Open. I was just wondering, why do you think there's less people playing Skippy?
I mean, we talked about it in the beginning. The CPUs was nerfed. The Triumph of Europa. It's like.
But that was
most
before the
OP
last Open that we did was after that nerf, but we still saw quite a bit of Skippy. Do you think it was just like?
Well, it's recalibrating. Essentially, the meta ended up being as what we saw today.
Brother,
In-
calibrating. I've been trying to think of that word all week. I couldn't think of it. Calibrating.
Yeah,
Calibration.
I mean that's what
the
happens when
word.
you introduce a new meta. You have to players need to establish the meta first, and there's the moment where people are working on it, and it happened so close to the last Open that people were still figuring out.
Yeah, I think I have a point. You have a point right there, Kinto. Like, there comes to a point that they are trying to fix the deck and to make it work for some point, and then after they fix it, some other decks will try to counter it, and then we're at that point that there are more decks that can counter that Skippy deck right now. So in a sense, like there's it's a kind of a development curve, wherein you can find a way that it gets new and it gets effective for a certain amount of time. Then there will be a deck or other decks that can counter it more properly, and those decks thrive a bit more. So maybe on the next run, we can have like more Skippies for the minor. Yeah. So like it's all a reactive kind of meta.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
add
it
to that
always
as well because I just wanted to quickly add to that because I think it's a good question. I think since the last Open, I do feel, particularly on the ladder, when I've been going up against Earthen players, I feel like Earthen players have kind of figured out something else extra in how to get more out of an Earthen deck. Because like I'm struggling massively against Earthen a lot of the times, and I didn't used to struggle as much, right? And I'm seeing more tighter, leaner, meaner decks. I know that iRacer, for example, if you've ever gone up against iRacer's Earthen deck, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. They get so much value. I just think like people have been playing more Earthen to counter Cathy, and then from that they've started to discover more things. Like we talk about the formatation engine, right? We're starting to see that in decks now. So I think that's partly another reason why we're seeing maybe less Sippies, because people are more confident with their Earthen and they feel like they've cracked Earthen. They know they're going to see Cathy, so bring Earthen. That's a good counter to it. I think that might be another reason as well.
Yeah, man. Like, guys, those are amazing discussions we have right here. But we're at the top of the hour, wherein we need to invite our parallel TCG players to go to the next tournament, which is let's look at it right now. It's gonna be the Parallel Prime League Minor 5. Now, this was the one that was rescheduled due to the adjustments that were made to the Parallel client or the Parallel game, which we've had now. It's more stable and it's really fast, which is good for our tournament. It's gonna be top 64 September 6. For the single elim and final four, it's going to be September 7, which will also be live on stream. So it's going to be next week. And there are Prime League points and $10,000 prize pool for that tournament. And we're also going to be having another one, which will also be rescheduled or scheduled at September 12. This is going to be the Open 6, the Parallel Prime League Open 6. September 12 is going to be the Swiss A, and September 13 is going to be the Swiss B. September 14 is going to be the top 16 live that will be streamed as well. So we're going to be having 2 straight weeks or 2 straight weekends of Parallel Prime League action.
We get to do this again pretty soon. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's like every weekend we're going to be having some parallel matches, and we're going to be having some parallel competitive lore being developed as well.
Parallel with the boys. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the boys.
Right.
right. Yeah, and with that,
Parallel
guys,
and chill.
any last words or final words to our viewers right here? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone that tuned in because without people tuning in, then these broadcasts are just they don't exist, right? So thank you so much to people that tuned in. Thank you again to the sponsors as well, and huge congratulations to all the players that turned up because, like, I don't think people really realize there's so much that goes into getting into these tournaments, right? It's not easy at all, and it takes every ounce of like atoms and energy that you have to it drains you massively. I know the players put so much into it. So huge congratulations to everyone. I also want to say because you just mentioned it, the next minor top 64. So grind now, get your last grinding in before the season ends. You can still make it for that. So hit the ladder hard. And yeah, anyone that's kind of waiting for Deception, the wait is not long now. We should be getting Deception soon, like next in a few weeks actually. So yeah, keep the vibes alive and keep positive for that. I can't wait. It's going to shake things up massively.
Yeah, that's like we have to keep the vibes alive and the tournament competitive scene also alive as well. Thank you for that, the factor. How about you, Qflux? Any last words for
Yeah.
our viewers?
It was fantastic broadcast. Big thanks to you guys for casting with me. It was a lot of fun. Shout outs to production, Mark and Cartoja and anyone else who was helping with that. Really appreciate that. Felt very smooth, everything running well. And shout outs to Echelon, of course, for making this possible. And shout outs to the crew over at Paragons for helping me stay sane, Paragons DAO, while I navigate this Web3 and gaming industries. They're both crazy in their own ways, and then the crossover between them is maximum insanity, absolutely detached from reality in all ways. So good to have the crew to keep me centered and give me good info and help me keep up with all this stuff. And of course, Quinto is a part of that with me. So super cool. Thanks a lot. Love you guys. I'm looking forward to doing it again in a few weeks.
Yeah, thank you again, Qflux, and we're happy to have you as well. And did you mention Quinto? Quinto, any last words to our viewers?
Yeah, thanks everyone who makes this possible. Thanks to the viewers for tuning in. And yeah, I just gotta say that the Go Fast patch, like things are going its way. We're very excited about the next expansion and how these tournaments are the turnout for them are good in the sense that today we saw, like, in my experience, the most competitive tournament we've ever have. Like it was stacked in players, in the best of the best. So the competition is here in parallel, and yeah, that's good.
Yeah, thank you for that, guys, Quinto. And guys, this is again an amazing day. We have to thank our sponsors as well, the Echelon Prime Foundation, AVAX, OpenSea, Wolves DAO, and to our production as well, 983 Media for making this happen. Also, thank you to all the viewers and all the players for staying with us on the stream. You have just watched the Parallel Prime League Open 5 with the casters here, The Factor, Qflux, and Quinto, and myself, Excelsior PH. And again, guys, remember, stay competitive, stay kind, stay prime. See you in the next one.
Wow.
Zeli winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.